everyone. Good morning. I'm Tangela, founder of SoulSearch, and welcome to our Scottsdale SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo. We're delighted to have you all here for day 2. Definitely stay with us all day because we have incredible speakers like we're going to listen to just now, as well as incredible practitioners, healers, teachers, guides, and experiences going on in our next fall. We do these events every 3 to 4 months in Scottsdale, so stay connected with us. Our next one is January 11th and 12th. And of course, in the meantime, join our Facebook group and watch some of our shows on SoulSearch TV. And of course, welcome to our live stream audience tuning in as well. We're so happy you could join us from around the world. And I'm delighted to be welcoming Grandmaster Jennifer S. Gerhardt. She is going to be speaking about dream interpretation. Grandmaster Jennifer is a psychic, a very powerful spiritual teacher, healer, and guide who's with us today to chat about dream interpretation. And she also owns her own store in Old Town Scottsdale called Cleopatra's Temple. So for those of you who want more of Grandmaster Gerhardt, she is accessible to you at all times here in Scottsdale. And thank you so much for joining us today.
Greetings and salutations. I'm Jennifer S. Gerhardt, and our topic today is dream interpretation. Do any of you remember your dreams? Yes, a few of you? Excellent. We want to remember our dreams. Why? Because our dreams actually are the software for our future. What we actually experience in the future is determined by our dream content 2 to at least 8 years in advance. I've had some clients, I've been in business 13 years, they actually report that they dreamt about the future up to 12 or 13 years in advance. So our dreams are the actual software or script, if you will, for your future. There are no accidents and there is actually no karma. So, and I will get into that detail a little more. I do love it when people just shout out questions. So feel free to comment or ask questions as I talk. So I would like to start with what actually is the content of our dreams. Does anybody have any idea? You're so spread out. Yeah. So does anybody?
Images and symbols.
That's correct.
And emotions.
That's correct. It is the emotional dimension of Yesod in the Kabbalah. Does everyone know about the Kabbalah? Yes. Okay. So the Kabbalah is from ancient Egypt, and my store is all ancient Egyptian because the ancient Egyptian frequency is the highest. So that insulates me and my clients from psychic attack and mind control and just lousy spiritual energies in general. And so the content of our dreams are images with layered mental thoughts and meaning and emotion. And it is in the Sephirot of Yesod on the Egyptian Kabbalistic tree of life. So our dreams, as I said, determine our future. But what people don't generally know is that our dream content is, for the most part, the telepathic impact of others upon our soul during the day that we were not aware of. So we are in communication telepathically with other people all the time. And those people and those influences that we're exposed to during the day, the triggering into the subrational mind, all go into a conglomeration, if you will, of your dream content. So the actual images and symbols are your soul records. Now, when you're dreaming, you are your soul. So when we meditate and we go into no thought meditation, that is our actual consciousness. That is the stream of consciousness without any records. So the dream content tell you the records. And yes, do you have a question? No? Okay. Yeah. So computers, we can think of computers as having been created based upon how we function interdimensionally. So we know we have a computer, right? But in order for that hardware to actually do a function, right? To create something or do something that we want, what do we have to have? Yeah, yes, an operating system. Okay, so we have the hardware and all of that, but we have to have software to actually make it do something, right? So our dreams are the software. So as I said, the majority of the content of our dreams is from the impact of others during the day telepathically, in conglomeration with your actual soul records from all your past lives. So the definition of consciousness, according to, as I actually love Freemasonry, and the Freemasonic definition of consciousness is correct. It is the book of your soul records through all your lifetimes. So all your lifetimes have a momentum of frequency and experience, and that is your habitual consciousness that you come into with your birth chart. Does everyone know about your astrological birth chart? Okay, so technically your birth chart is a map of who you are from your prior lifetimes. It really does not have that much to do. It has to be progressed for the current incarnation. So your birth chart tells you all your experiences and your skills and your dynamics from your past lives. And that's what we start out in the current incarnation. Then we experience all kinds of, come on in, welcome. We experience the continuation of our consciousness in the current incarnation with the software being updated every night during theta REM sleep to create our future. So, all right, now let's talk about what happens at night. Everyone knows every 90 minutes we go into a loop, right? Every 90 minutes, we actually go from theta into delta. So there is I make a distinction between the subconscious and the unconscious. So the subconscious is your processing, you're updating every night for your future. And then the unconscious is your God level when you go down every 90 minutes into delta level, and that's body repair, where the miracle body repair is being conducted at night. Yes?
What if you wake up a lot and then it's interrupted?
Absolutely. This is not desirable. We want to sleep 8 consecutive hours, or at least 7. I used to be very ill, and I slept 9 to 10 hours a night. So we don't want to oversleep, right? Because then we're just processing any of the detrimental patterns and memories and experiences and mind control. We're bombarded with mind control right now, okay? It's everywhere. It's in the media. It's being executed by the political parties. In 2020 and now 2024, last month, I received political mind control dreams. I've been logging my dreams for 19 years. So I know the meaning of the dream content, which are the soul records, right? But not all of them are mine. Remember, the majority of your dream content is the influence of outside people and others. So we want to remember our dreams. Does anyone have a hard time? Not everyone raised his or her hand indicating, remembrance of dreams. You're not remembering them?
I used to.
Okay. So, welcome. Yeah. Oh, you meditate? Oh, excellent. Yes. Excellent. So I have a mind-controlled targeted individual by the Illuminati starting when I was 4 months of age. My father was a 32nd degree Freemason, and I love Freemasonry, and I'm reincarnated Freemason, you're right. And so my spiritual lineage, what you want to do, you're at a spiritual expo, you want to start to learn, have your inner levels divulge what your spiritual lineage is, so that you can actually tap into your power from your total consciousness from all your lifetimes. When you do that, then you're going to harness at a rational level the totality of all your knowledge and all your skills. And you will rationally be able to direct your life spiritually in this incarnation. But until you actually do that and you know who you are from your past lives and all your spiritual training from your past lives, you're seeking like you are right now to tap into that knowledge and that wisdom. And there's all kinds of different spiritual paths. There is no right or wrong one, but there are less powerful and more powerful ones, right? And once we get to being rationally aware, we all have love. All humans have love. Extraterrestrials do not. They don't have love. And they don't have compassion, and they don't believe in God or anything spiritual. So they're technologically advanced, but they are not loving, compassionate beings. But humans are. We've been incarnating for centuries, and we actually function on love and compassion. So humans are very advanced spiritually. We're not so technologically advanced, but we are advanced in the evolutionary process on this planet, which is what we're doing here. And our dreams at night are the script for what we experience in this evolutionary arena of this planet, okay? So, yeah, I was mind controlled as a child and throughout my entire childhood, and I have the photographs that were viewed. I do not know if they're all the photographs that were created, but I have a good number, about 14 of them. And so I had to devise a way to deprogram this once I figured out that I had been mind controlled. So one of the ways that we want to use to remember our dreams, the first thing is to know what's in your dream content. Why is that so important? Because when I started first realizing that I had been a targeted individual, and I realized that I had been mind controlled, and all the ills and all illnesses and crippling and destitution and homelessness and abuse was, for the most part, a result of the mind control, as we are being mind controlled now in our society to violence, hatred, and et cetera, okay? I had to figure out how to deprogram it. So the first thing is to start remembering your dreams, because I started to have dreams of violent, Freemasonic, symbolic tools in my dreams. And so then I said, oh, my father was a 32nd degree Freemason, and I love Freemasonry myself. I started to realize I am a reincarnated Freemason, and therefore the building tools of Freemasonry were showing up in a violent manner in my dreams. So I devised, through the help of the Masters of Wisdom, I was guided the entire time of my entire life through all the mind control, through all the horror, hardship, the loss of my 30s. I'm almost 60. And so I lost my 30s and I got on track in my 40s, and I became spiritual. And I started to actually deprogram the mind control and fix everything. And where did I fix them? I fixed them in my dreams, okay? So to remember our dreams, sit, close the eyes, right here in your third eye. Your command center is your third eye from now on. If you don't like something in your life, you command here. You don't just accept it. Accepting it is actually condoning it. If you ignore it, repress it, suppress it, right, or deny it, you are giving it power within your own consciousness. So we must actually stand up and resist, not violently, but with assertiveness. And when we exercise our command, right here in the third eye, this is where we are now stepping into our spiritual lineage, and we're commanding reality. Because remember, according to quantum physics, none of this exists. It's all in our head, right? So what are the dreams? Well, the dreams are the software, the script for what we experience and draw to us through the law of attraction That's where everything we experience is pre-organized and pre-agreed upon in the dream content. So if you experience something you don't want or don't like, you agree to it. So don't get upset. No unconscious, wild, reactionary emotion. If you do that, you are reinforcing the pattern at a subrational level, and it'll be more difficult to change the pattern. So visualize right here in your command center, violet fire. It has to be violet. Regular colored fire increases. It's actually spiritual power. And if you say you feel you're under psychic attack and you light a candle for protection, you are increasing and reinforcing the psychic attack. Water dilutes. I'm wearing blue. The high priestess. I am the high priestess. I color my hair because I want to function from my right hemisphere and not so much from the left. The average human functions from the left instead of the right. We need equal, but when I'm psychic, now it's psychism. The proper form of psychism is shifting brain functioning from left hemisphere to the right. And that's how I conduct and keep my accuracy in the 90s in my readings. And so I've been in business 13 years and I deal with my clients' dreams. We know if they're under attack. We know if they've been mind controlled. We know if they're going to have an imminent vehicular incident. Do you have to accept getting into a vehicular so-called accident? Do you have to accept this? What do you think? No. Are you children of God? Do you have free will? Absolutely. So you're here to widen how you think, to expand how you think to one of the total empowerment. Okay? And part of that is monitoring your dreams. So you visualize the violet fire, not the regular colored fire. You're going to visualize violet fire blazing from beneath your feet to above your head. This is the highest crown chakra color of violet from your high self that connects you to your high self, which is connected to God. We don't have to go anywhere to be connected to God. We already are 24/7. Okay, but we do sometimes need to, because we're bombarded. What's happening during the day? We're getting bombarded psychically, and we have advertising going in. We have the flashing McLuhan effect in the media. We have all kinds of incoming subliminal data trying to influence our dream content. Okay, right? So blaze that violet fire, start remembering your dreams, start logging the dreams, monitor the dreams. Now, when you're actually writing the dreams down, talk to your subrational mind, tell her, she's a her, your rational mind is he, and she is the subrational mind. We don't want to confuse these. If there's a trend right now to switch. No. The rational mind needs to be dominant in this dimension because the subrational, she, is dominant in the astral dream dimension. Okay? So we need to guide and direct the subrational mind because she has no logic whatsoever. Your thoughts do come from your subrational mind and the soul records of your dreams. Everything that goes into your dreams is actually getting filed into your consciousness, and then, like advertising, what's the purpose of advertising? What does it do?
Influence.
Yeah, it influences you. To do what? What does it do?
To make a decision to do what they do.
That's exactly correct. Advertising, from a spiritual perspective, it's kind of evil. Okay? Because the purpose of advertising is behavior modification. And where are they putting that data? Where are they putting the data, the advertising, the flashing lights, all the media subliminals? Where are they putting it? Pardon? Into the subrational mind. And where is it showing up? In your dreams. That's right. That's right. It's showing up in your dreams. Okay? So do you want to know what's in your dreams? Heck yes. Okay? That's right. Okay, so I have my store down the street in Old Town Scottsdale, and this new restaurant owner moved in right there next to me. I had the doors open, and I was listening to his new employees talk about how they'd all gotten into vehicular incidences. Every single one had their vehicle totaled. Okay. So I go out there. What do you think I'm going to ask them about? Did you have a dream? Did you have a dream? Oh, yeah. My mother had the dream of my accident. Oh, yeah, I had a dream too. Well, did you pay attention to it and redirect your future? No. No. Because they're assuming their dreams don't mean anything, right? Oh, no. No, their dreams are actually creating the future. They had ample opportunity to redirect their future and not get into the vehicular incidences and have to buy a new car. Okay? Yeah. So let's talk about the content of the dreams. Say you do have a dream of a car, right, hitting another, right? You know it's imminent. Now let's talk about the size. How imminent is imminent? Then we look at the size of the people and the symbols in the dreams. The larger the size, the more imminent. Okay? Now, all my business decisions for my psychic reading business, all my decisions are determined by my dreams. I don't do anything without it coming through my dreams first. My dreams told me when to go and talk to my landlord, whom I absolutely love. And I heard his name. I was given his name. And I said, go in. And first I had a huge, like the size of this building, this Kabbalistic tree of life. Remember, my spiritual lineage and the most powerful spiritual structure on this planet is the Kabbalah and the tree of life. And so I saw it right there. Oh, just absolutely humongous. And then the booming God voice, Gilbert Ortega, and go in and talk with him. So, okay, put my suit on, go in there. Where's Gilbert Ortega? There he was, right on the floor, waiting for me. I walked up to him and I said, I had a dream that I'm supposed to rent from you, move my store into one of your suites. Yeah. Did I get my store? You bet I did. Now let me tell you dreams that actually chose that one. For years, I was in the malls and I would have this dream, okay? And for a period of time, it was a cyclical, recurring dream. Now, if you have a recurring dream, it means that something is unresolved. But this one was slightly different each time. My actual biological mother, she was a phenomenal organ player. And so she played a Hammond B3 organ with it. Hammond B3 with a Leslie speaker. Oh my God, she rattled. She's like an orchestra. Absolutely phenomenal. She rattled all the windows. I grew up with this. Okay, so in the dream, I go into this dark dungeon with stone walls. What does that mean? If you go down in your dream, what does that mean? Absolutely, the deep subconscious. If you're going up, where are you going? Remember, we have a superconscious. What does religion call your superconscious? Heaven. What does religion call your subconscious? Oh yeah, these are the secrets of the mystery schools. You're not going to operate at your highest spiritual potential without entering the teachings of the mystery schools. And you can enter them without ever initiating in this dimension. But once you get to a certain level on the path, spiritual path, that's it. You're on the path. And if you're really advanced and you're on the path to a depth shift, what we call becoming an adept, then you will be guided by the masters of wisdom interdimensionally. And you will be initiated interdimensionally into the mystery schools. There's only one interdimensionally, but many in this dimension. Some are good and legitimate, some are evil. Okay? So it takes a little time to know who's who and what's what, but that's part of your spiritual training. Okay? So so when we go down, so we have heaven, right? Our superconscious. We have hell, our subconscious. And I don't allow anyone to evilize my subconscious. I refuse. No one is going to tell me that my subconscious is evil. I don't allow this. So I do not call my subconscious hell. I call her wonderful. I call her kind, compassionate, creative, successful, and happy. Okay. So I was going down into the stone basement, and there was my mother rattling the stone walls, playing away on her piano B3. And I walk in there. I'm my soul. Remember, your actual soul, and she can get frightened, right? There's no rationality when you're your soul. So I walked in and thought, oh my gosh, mother, what's she doing? I had dream after dream after dream, and finally I woke up and I said, my gosh, I've had this dream so many times. This must be an evil dream. I go down into the stone basement, and she's just playing away, and I don't know what this is about. Okay, so then I had the huge Kabbalistic tree of life. I go in, I talk to my landlord, I get my store, I walk up with the key. What did I see above the door? No, good. That's a yep. Okay, let's analyze the dream content. Start analyzing your dream content. The key to your future is in the dreams. Okay. It was suite number B3. Right? Suite number B3. That's right. Okay. So because my mother played the Hammond B3 organ, she sounded like an orchestra. All right. So then I said, oh, I started to laugh. Oh, my subconscious has such a sense of humor. I love it. And I've been very successful in my store, and I love my store, and now I'm expanding my business. But this is what we want to do. Now, what's a car? Let's go back to cars. Oh, pardon? Ooh, interesting. Yes, both good options. They're actually a specific thought form. Okay? So if somebody is hitting you or you're hitting someone else, then this is a thought form with the representation of a vehicle, and then you'll have a high probability of becoming embroiled in a vehicular incident. Okay, so what happened? Let's go back to the employees at the restaurant, and they experienced the crashes and totaled their vehicles. So I could feel the energy still afoot in the area. You have to remember, Scottsdale is very powerful. When I moved into my B3 suite, I started to reel a little bit with all these multi-billionaires around me, and because they have powerful consciousness. Right? So I look out the window and I'm standing there. Oh, look at all the fire blazing in the little cul-de-sac. Okay, I'm dealing with some high-powered people here. So yeah, it took me a couple days, and I took control of the fire. I've taken control of the vehicular incidents. It's mafia. It's all mafia in that restaurant. And so the mafia's gone into, they can't go around machine gunning people anymore. Okay, so they entered Freemasonry, and now they're doing doing ritual magic. That's how they take people down now, the mafia. So they're all mafia in the restaurant, and the employees are getting their cars totaled. So I could feel the energy. I said, oh, okay. So yes, I was hit with it. I was hit with the energy. So for 3 weeks, I was silenced slept up to 5 times every time I got in the car to drive to work and drive home, up to 5 times. So every night I was dreaming, processing, dreaming. It took 3 weeks to deprogram. Was I in a vehicular incident? No. But I saw the person who was instead of me. So I learned a lot last year for the 3-week horrendous interdimensional battle with the forces that were trying to embroil me into a very serious so-called car accident. There is no such thing as an accident. It is predetermined in the dream content, and I knew it. So as I drove, I had an affirmation. How do we counter the content in the dreams? Well, let's just go back to ritual magic. You're not going to stop anybody, even the politicians, okay, from executing ritual magic or using psychotronic weapons. We don't know, I don't actually know for a fact that the political mind control dreams that I received in 2020 and 2024 during this election were from ritual magic. They could very well have just been sent from satellites. Okay, microwaves, mind control, right? So we don't always know where or how the forces are coming into the dream content. We just know that they're coming in. That's why you want to log them, so you can monitor what's coming in, and then you can counter command. So I devised, because I had to deprogram myself from the Illuminati and Freemasonic mind control, I had to deprogram all the mind control, and I did, and I'm very successful. Yeah. So nothing happens to me if I don't want it to happen to me. So I was monitoring, right, my dreams for the whole 3 weeks, and I was counter commanding. How do you program in now? Since everything is prescripted in our dream content, like computer software, we can go in there and we can code, can't we? It's all coding. All those images, it's code. That's all it is, code. So you can go in there every night and you can command right here. You do it right here with your rational mind. And if you want to go into a meditative state and make it even more powerful, or you want to exercise, another way into the sub-rational mind, into your dream content, is to do a mindless exercise in the gym and repeat your affirmation. Okay? Because your sub-rational mind is a tape recorder. She's tape recording everything, everywhere, all through the entire universe. Everything is recorded. We're all in communication. Entanglement theory, of course. We're entangled in everything. So I was doing my affirmations. I was doing the violet flame. I put the violet flame all over my vehicle. I said an affirmation that I arrived at every destination in perfect physical well-being, and my car in perfect condition. I put a psychic barrier up and shoved all those cards off to the side every time they were about to sideswipe me, up to 5 vehicles every time I got in my vehicle, and I kept my visualizations, my commands, and my dreams going the whole 3 weeks. And then by the end of the 3 weeks, I made a horrendous discovery. You know that yin-yang symbol? The one with the white and the black, with the dot of the opposite color in it? Do you understand that? I never did. Does anybody understand that symbol? I didn't until the end of the 3 weeks of dream content. I never understood it. Why are the opposite color dots in the white and the black? We know that the white and the black is J and B in the High Priestess Tarot card. Yeah, the High Priestess. I prefer to be the High Priestess, not the Empress. You absolutely do not want to be a walking, talking Empress all the time, or you will actually manifest everything that goes into your dream content all the time. This is not beneficial. You want to be the high priestess, which is the off button. It's just that Christianity and Catholicism took your right and left hemispheres, the high priestess and the empress, and they combined them into the Virgin Mother Mary. Okay. Yes. Do you have a question? Yeah. Yeah. So yeah. So you don't want them combined. This is not good. You want them separated. Okay. So so by the end of the 3 weeks, what did I discover? I finally understood the yin and yang symbol. Anybody have any ideas about what it means? What did the dots mean?
One is becoming the other. The yin is becoming the yang, and the yang is becoming the yin. It's in constant.
That's right. That's right. So we have the black and we have the white. This is the black, this is the white. This is off button, and this is your spiritual on button. Okay? So we have the right, the off and the on. All right. But then those dots. Never understood the dots, but you're really close. So what was the final dream? What do you think the final dream was? To deprogram the horrendous vehicular incident that somebody took the hit of right in front of the gated community where I live. I drove up and there was a really, really extreme vehicular incident, and I just knew that that person took the hit instead of me. And so I've been also in a psychic battle with an unknown total stranger, interdimensionally, on who was going to take the hit. Okay? So the final dream was I was the wrongdoer. I hit somebody. The dream that halted the vehicular incident was me hitting another vehicle. Oh, what did this tell me? What does it tell me? All the other dreams were somebody else hitting me. Pardon? That in order for me to draw an experience to me, I have to have that frequency in my own soul records. So in order for me to be hit by another person, I have to be a hitter also. That's the dot in the opposite, right? I'm getting some nods now. That's right. You're starting to understand. Yeah. So in order for me to take a hit, I have to have the consciousness of hitting someone else. And I believe that's why the two crucified men on the side of Jesus at Golgotha, which means skull, right? Those are your, right? There's 5 channels of the Kundalini. Does everyone know what the Kundalini is? Oh, okay. So we have God power. We have, yeah, have you seen Moses? He's just, ooh, with the God power. All right. So that's the Kundalini. And the root of it is in the tailbone. And then there's 2 additional channels. There's 3 channels that go right up your spine. When you meditate, do they tell you to hunch over? No, they tell you to sit straight, because then you have a clear channel for your Kundalini to actually rise up. Have you seen the Uraeus, ancient Egyptian Uraeus? The snake right here, that's the snake. When you, it's represented, the energy, it's like a snake. It's those 90 degrees, 90 minutes. Okay, this is all, right, quantum physics. This is all physics, right? So you raise the 3 channels up the spine, and then there's 2 channels, right, that go through, and they loop through your chakras, okay? And when you're fully God realized, when you're walking, talking God on this planet, child of God, Christ God, you have the snake head right here. The ancient Egyptians knew everything. They were fully enlightened. In fact, the ancient Egyptians did not see a difference between dream content and this dimension. There's no, yeah, they're actually one and the same. The But the dreams are the script, so you can control the script according to what you want to experience in this dimension. So at the end of the 3 weeks of the dreams, I realized, oh my gosh, the dot in the yin yang symbol means that I have to have the frequency of hitting someone with my vehicle in order to draw to me someone who hits me. What does that tell us? We have full responsibility for everything that happens to us. Absolutely nothing is caused by somebody else. So how do I handle issues? Well, I watched everything in my dreams. I deprogram everything from my dreams. Say someone is not treating me the way I want. Do I get upset? Let me tell you, one time when I started my psychic reading business, I went into, when I wanted to be a professional, I went into a spiritual store, and the owner was very, very evil. He was a personal friend of Michael Crowley. Has everyone heard of Aleister Crowley? Yes. Do you know who Michael Crowley was? It was Aleister Crowley's grandson. And the owner of this particular, oh yeah, exactly, one of the most powerful evil occultists on the planet. And so I innocently went into the store, and I want to be a professional tarot card reader. He says, oh, okay. So he had me sit down at the tarot table, and we started to chit chat. And then he started to, first he placed his cell phone in the middle of the tarot table, and then he started to lean over as we talked, and then he started to inch his hand in his palm like this, and then all of a sudden, out of the clear blue sky, he hauled up and he whacked me across the face. Head whips to the side. What did I do? Oh, but he was expecting me to whack him back, right? Because that's why he had his cell phone there. Well, if I had whacked him, what was he going to do? He was going to pick up that telephone, and what was he going to do? Call the authorities. And he's the business owner. I'm just this little gal in there wanting a job. Who are they going to side with? I would have been hauled off and bracelets. Right? So, what did I do? I decide what happens in my life. What did I do? I'm a spiritual person. I sat there and I moved it. 2-3 minutes go by. He starts to shake. He gets incensed. Look at you. Look at you. You're nothing but a victim. Was I a victim? Was I a victim? How many was I a victim? Was I a victim? Oh, this is a really enlightening group here. We're getting shaking heads. This is amazing. That's right. I said, no, I'm not. I'm not a victim. He said, yes, you are. I just hit you, and you did nothing. Look at you. He went on and on. And I said, no, I'm not a victim because I'm not an animal. I don't react. He hired me. I loved it. There's this saying, there's this motto in the mystery schools, and I didn't understand all these things. I didn't understand when I was younger. And it said, the only evil is ignorance. That's our time. We have about 5 more minutes. Okay. So, all right. So, I didn't understand this motto. Can anyone explain it? The only evil is ignorance. What does that mean?
But you're not.
Precisely. The only evil is the evil that we allow. There's no evil. Evil, and technically, legally, and spiritually, is a personal opinion. That's why we can't take people to court for being evil. Right? We can't do that. Right? Yeah. Okay. So amazingly enough, once we start to learn the spiritual principles, spiritual laws, we start to understand that our legal system is pretty valid. It really, some of these people are smart. They really are. No, evil is an opinion. So what is evil to one person is not evil to another person. And so the only evil is ignorance. Therefore, anything that happens to me is my responsibility. And if I react like an animal, I become defensive and I take umbrage and I get into a violent altercation, I participated in creation. I chose to participate, and that is what we are seeing. Now, there are provocateurs, there are paid provocateurs out there who write and get everyone all up and so forth. But we do not have to react to any of it because we are children of God, and as long as we are functioning from our rational male mind, the momentum nowadays is to remove the male. Remove it so that the dream content becomes your future and there is no counter direction, no counter command of manifesting the content of the dreams. Okay. So I have received dream content this year to influence my vote based upon emotion. There are beings, I say the extraterrestrial, the Illuminati are the extraterrestrials, and the Freemasons who work for them, and there's all kinds of agendas. And it is to remove the male rationality, have everyone confused with gender confusion, and the manufactured toxicity of masculinity, so that there is no rational mind to direct the subrational and to direct the dream content, and then everything that is being embedded into our dream content then is manifested as our personal reality. Are there any questions? Yes.
Okay. I do have dreams that are very normal. A lot of them are dark and content. Yeah. But even if it's not negative or bad content, they're always dark and there.
Yes. Okay, so the atmosphere is dark. Yes. So that means you're deep subrational. That would be this hemisphere, which is the black, and then the light is this hemisphere. So you're operating mainly from your right and your deep subrational levels of consciousness. And you would want to actually do spiritual practices to start cleansing those patterns. And the fact that it's a recurring dream means that it's unresolved. Topics are unresolved within your consciousness. So you need to actually do spiritual homework to start cleansing and deprogramming what is actually bothering the subrational mind. Yes.
I have two really quick things. So growing up, for the majority of my childhood, I flew in my dreams all the time. I could levitate myself, fly, land, do whatever I wanted to, which was very empowering to me. And I just wanted to ask you what that meant, like to be able to fly in your dreams at any time.
I suspect that flying is actually OBEing. You're actually leaving your body at night, and you're actually traveling around in the astral dimension. It's very symbolic. And a lot of people, after they fly, they have to slam back into their etheric body. And so that can cause some disruption and malalignment. Yeah, so I would generally maybe not make certain you're staying in your body, and that means the small chakra between your eyebrows. You want to command that you remain connected between the eyebrows all night, every night. So you do not astral project at night. Yeah, only during the day. Okay. Well, thank you for joining me. Yeah, and I have a thank you. And I do have business cards if anyone would like a card. Okay, very good.
Very nice.
Thank you. You're welcome. You're welcome. Yes, great.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Yes, yeah, you're welcome. All righty, very good.
Or are there things that you want?
energy in the room today. Exciting. Thank you all for being here. I'm Tangela, the founder of SoulSearch, and welcome to our Scottsdale SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo. We are delighted to have all of you here. How many of you guys are excited for today? Woo! And we are definitely excited because we have an amazing presenter, Suzanne Wilson, the character medium. She's going to be doing a psychometry session with us. And so at SoulSearch, we're here to support everyone, wherever you are on your awakening and consciousness journey in many ways. And so we're here, we do these Enlightenment Expos every 3 to 4 months. Our next one is January 11th and 12th. And also you can stay connected with us through our online platform, through our Facebook group, and also by watching our shows on SoulSearch.tv. And we do all of this because we love for you guys to connect with our amazing spiritual healers, teachers, guides, practitioners, wellness practitioners. And we are just delighted today that we have Suzanne Wilson, the character medium and intuition educator here with us. She is an incredible paranormal presenter, researcher, near-death experience teacher, and also a speaker. And she has worked as a professional medium for a long time, helping people connect to their loved ones in spirit, and ultimately to realize that love never dies and death is only a graduation towards more life. Her primary passion is also teaching others to connect to the world of spirit themselves, because everyone can. And that's what this whole section is about, psychometry. Suzanne is going to be teaching us and showing us that, yes, she is an amazing intuitive and psychic medium with all these incredible gifts, but so are you guys. So Suzanne, welcome. Thank you so much for being here.
All of you guys, we need community, and this is a beautiful representation. This curated group of over 60 light workers here for you, and I know that many of you are light workers too. Just because you don't have a table or a booth or you're not speaking here doesn't mean you're not out there doing wonderful things that create a ripple effect in the world. So please continue to do that. Now, why psychometry? Why psychometry? Because everyone can do it, and it is one of the first abilities that are easily unfolding in your life. And there's sort of like a domino effect if you start practicing psychometry that will lead you into making your own direct connection with your own beloved people and pets who now live in the spirit world, with your own spirit guides. Psychometry is about reading energy. Everything is energy. Matter can neither be created nor destroyed, it simply changes form. We know this to be true. And I'll tell you something, I've been traveling a lot of places. I started traveling when I was a teenager. I've been traveling a lot lately, and I do something called place memory exercises, where I'll put both hands, the palms of both hands, when I'm in a very grounded and centered state, and read the energy in that place. And I will get visions and see, you know, if I'm in a cathedral in Portugal, I can see the weddings, the things that have happened there before. If I'm in Egypt and I'm at a temple, sometimes I've heard singing and all those sorts of things. So I'm going to tell you like the best case scenario for psychometrizing a place or an object. That is psychometry, reading the energy. And now I'm going to tell you what you might expect. First off, you might just have sensations in the beginning, like this feels weird, but for some reason I just know this. That's okay. I want you to expect that when you start to dabble with reading energy, it's subtle. And, you know, Tangela alluded to this, like, I have abilities. Yes, but so do you. Yours just need, it's like we all have gifts, you need to open yours. You need to open your gift. And by doing it, where you can ask a question about it, it's a safe place, and you don't have to be right, you just have to try. You are signaling the universe, I'm ready to let my light shine more brightly. So you're going to have to actually do something here today. We'll get to that part in a little bit. And I know there's some of you right now, oh, shoot, can't you lady just talk? Do I have to move? Do I have to talk to a stranger? Yeah, sometimes you gotta get out of your comfort zone and practice. And you see some people nodding heads, some people smiling like, yeah, that's me, I'm that person. Just kind of thinking, how do we get out of that before we pair up? Stay, do it, even if you think there's nothing to it. It just rhymed. I'm a poet and don't know it. Can make a rhyme anytime. I did not plan that, you can tell, because it was really bad. I stumbled into psychometry as a weird little kid, and believe me, I was the weird little kid. Even though I tried for so many years to have a normal life, get my education, get my corporate jobs, work in university administration, all that sort of thing. As a child, I knew I was different because I could see the energies around people, the lights, and it would get me in trouble at school. But I had a grandfather who took me aside and said, why are you pretending to be sick when you not want to go to school? And I told him I'm being bullied because of the things I see and I say. And to my surprise, he told me I see them too. So, and he was our Presbyterian preacher. But he was a cool Presbyterian preacher because he knew that we all have gifts, and they're gifts that we need to be able to discern and practice and grow, to leverage them to help us live our best lives and to help ourselves heal and help ourselves to heal others, however you use your gifts. So it doesn't mean just because you can do something, it doesn't mean you have to go set up shop and do readings. Use your intuition in everyday life. Now, here's how I stumbled into the psychometry. My granddad loved to take a metal detector. Yes, he was one of those guys walking slowly with the metal detector and a little girl, and he'd find things. He'd find a ring, or he'd find an old button or something like that. And then later, we'd be sitting and we'd look at his haul for that day from the lake or the park, wherever, a field, and we make up stories about each object. And you say, Susie, what do you think about this one? This button. And to my surprise, I was using language like, now this is a Confederate soldier. He's like, Confederate? You're 6 years old. but I knew things about the object, so he was catching on that I was psychoanalyzing the object, meaning it's just a fancy word for sensing energies. I could feel that when I did that, something was happening in my solar plexus. And it'll happen with you today too, whether you realize it or not. Every time we tune in and use the abilities that are within our physical bodies, and intuition is in the physical body, we build our personal power, which is located here. Your gut instincts, I knew it in my gut. And by that practice, there's a cumulative effect. Everything that you do to practice using your abilities powers up the solar plexus. So I want you to think of, even if you're like, solar plexus, what is that? I haven't studied my chakra chart in a million years. You don't have to. It just simply works. But think of a stove with gas burners, and you turn on the gas. That is the solar plexus, the flames turning on, igniting, and all of your abilities are like the saucepans and the pots that go on top of those burners. The burners have to work, your personal power has to be engaged for you to have clairsentience from the heart, clairaudience from the throat, clairvoyance from the third eye, claircognizance from your crown chakra. Do you need to know the names of all these things? No. You simply need to know that everything you do, as I said before, has a cumulative effect. It all adds up to make you stronger in your intuitive abilities. One more thing while I'm mentioning getting stronger. Journaling. I have to mention that to you. I try to mention that every single time I do any kind of presentation. I used to keep an above the norm journal about dream visits, synchronicities, signs, and things like that. And then in my life over the years, it became like there's something every hour, and I couldn't write fast enough and keep it up. But anytime you get an insight, write down the date and how this came to you. I was thinking of a loved one, and all of a sudden there's a bird looking at me in the window, and it was bizarre how they behaved. You write that down. Or I heard a voice tell me in my head, your plane is going to be late. And write that down. And then write down the results. Did that really happen? Was it correct? Or you get an insight and you follow it, write that down. You get an insight and you don't follow it, write that down. Because that will help you gain trust. You'll get the practice, but you'll also trust. The number one complaint people have about saying, I buy all these books, I go to all these seminars, I watch all these videos, I live stream all these classes, I spend a fortune in my time and my money doing psychic and intuitive and mediumship development. But my complaint is, I can't trust what I receive. It's a lack of documentation, it's a lack of practice, it's a lack of follow through. You build the trust. Nobody can give that to you in a video. Nobody can give you trust from reading a book. You build that by working with your abilities, by making notes about, I got an insight and I didn't follow it, here's what happened. Or I got an insight and I did follow it, and here's what happened. It's repetition. Scientists have known this for years. A scientific experiment for its results and its data used or valid must be replicated. You must be able to do it 3, 4, 5, however many times. Same thing with using your abilities. After you do this session today, I want you to find somebody within the next week that you can practice again and make a note of what you're receiving. And if you get nothing from the practice today, I want you to at least know that you built some fire in the belly, that you're open and you have signaled the universe, I'm ready to let my light shine more brightly. So I'm going to give you a couple of tips. I've done this for, I don't know, 17, 18 years, where I know what people are going to say. So I'm going to tell you what's you're going to think. All right, so I sat with this person and we traded watches, and I went first and I held their watch or their ring or whatever. And they spoke with a Southern accent, and I'm holding the watch thinking, oh, you're originally from the South. See there? I could say, oh, because I heard them talk, of course. How can that cytometry? This stuff doesn't work. But it does, because it's picking up the obvious stuff first that gets the fire started. It's like the gas is turned on in the belly. It's like the flames want to come out. It's like you're getting the pots ready, your flares are getting ready, and you don't have to think about which one you're going to use. You don't have to think about it. But say the obvious stuff first. Can you imagine how hard it would be if I had you sit with a stranger and say, well, for some of you, tell me what you're picking up right now out of nothing. And you can't say anything. That would be really hard. Go ahead and state the obvious that gets you into the flow. Okay, so I'm holding a watch. They did have a Southern accent, but I'm picking up the South. Oh, I'm also picking up a red barn in the backyard. Say it. Just say it. Don't be worried about being right or wrong. For as many times as you can be right, don't be afraid to be wrong. And for those of you who are like, I've done this a million times, this is so easy. You might be here not just for the practice, but because you're part of the life plan, the path for the person you're pairing. You're teaching them. You're helping them. And by helping someone else, anytime you help someone else, even just a little bit, you get healing back yourself. Or if you're thinking, I've done this a million times, why do they keep doing psychometry exercises? Let that go and just switch. Just make a switch, like turn on a light in your mind. There's something here for me. I don't know what it is, but I'm open. There's something here for me. If you say it's never worked, I'm no good at this, do you know what's going to happen? If that's what you're, what's going to happen if you're like, I'm no good at this, it's not going to work? What's probably going to happen? Right, because you've told the universe what? It's not going to work. So just be open. All right, how much time do we have? Oh, okay, we're just good. This is really a full room, so I'm not sure exactly where we're going. I want you to know, move around and sit with someone that you don't know much about. If you met here, that's fine, but can we do that? Yes, go. Okay, good. So here's what we're going to do. I want you to take a big breath in through the nose, blow out from the mouth. You don't have to blow on your first, but and continue on with 2 more big cleansing breaths. As I say these words, you do not have to close your eyes. You can just stare at some fixed point. So you have a total of 3 of those cleansing breaths. Divine Source, Divine Source, Divine Source. We are so grateful for this community of beautiful souls who come together as souls with bodies. We've come together in the spirit of joy and celebration of these wonderful abilities that each of us have been given, knowing that no 2 of us are exactly alike in our abilities, but knowing that we're all connected through divine source. And now I want you all to just visualize, imagine, or simply know that this whole room is inside a beautiful golden bubble. It's bathed in white light. This bubble is grounded all the way down to the center of Gaia. And 1 more cleansing breath. And so it is. Now, decide who's going to go first. And that person is going to do the reading first. Take the object. I'm going to time you. I'm only going to give you like about 5 or 6 minutes because I don't want you sitting and thinking. Thinking is not your friend. I want you feeling and sensing and talking. And I want the person that you're reading to feel free to give feedback instantaneously. Don't hold back. Don't play games with the other person. Don't like to say, here, look at this. Just discuss. And then notice as you're talking, as you're giving information, and I want you to speak your inside voice, is we're in a small room with a lot of people. Okay? Notice how you feel.
And before we start, does anybody here does not have a partner for the We've got a few.
Oh,
So
still have some.
we've got one. All right. If you don't have a partner, pair up. Get up, stand up, and get paired up. And if there's anyone left without a partner, we have an odd number here. I'll be your partner. We got somebody over here. Stand up if you don't have a partner so you can get pairs.
Oh, you are, I thought you were going to.
Does everybody have a partner? Good?
Well done. Yeah.
Close that one down. on the switch. So where you read and say, slowly or whatever, I don't know. And start again. The other person, okay? 5 minutes. Go.
Yourself. Okay, hands down. And now give us a wave if you were told something about yourself that you can't believe the other person came up with. Okay, did you guys notice more hands went up receiving? Just a few more hands are saying, yeah, they told me something really cool, but I don't know if I did that good. For like 17 years, that's happened every time. And why do you think that is? Why do you think we're more willing to give the other person reading us credit than to give ourselves credit? What do you think that is? Trust, confidence. What is it? Your egos. You think you have to be so much better to do this? Okay, so who wants to give us a report? Who wants to, and we need both sides. We need both sides to agree to. Both people in the pair. Yes? Okay. Over here. And you have to come up here because there's no here. What's your first name? Stacy, and your first name? Stacy and Kathy. Yes. Stacy, you're going to go first. All right, so tell us about your experience giving the messages.
So she went first because I was nervous, and she did a very, very good job. She had a question for her follow-up. But
Can you guys hear?
sorry. My saying. Okay, so because I went second. So she had this beautiful owl couch wristlet. And again, was very nervous, but I think I don't even remember in order, but I think my first question was this a gift from someone female? And she said yes. And my initial first question was going to be, was this from your daughter? So I wanted to know female, and she said yes. So I said, is this your daughter? And she said, not a daughter, but like a daughter. And that was like, okay, this is cool. And then I think there was a follow-up question, but I don't remember the second one. And then I said, did she give it to you on a beach? Or do you like to walk on the beach with her? And she said yes. And I said, that's crazy because I feel like I can feel the sand under my toes.
It's like I can feel the sand.
Yeah, feel the sand under my toes.
And then about the daughter, it's like a knowing.
Yeah.
Just do somehow.
Yeah. Well, female energy, but I felt like it was younger. Yeah. Younger female. Yeah, like a daughter and energy wise. But she said that this is a friend of hers who's doing it that they have a really wonderful relationship. How they connected was really special, like the soul connection, something like that. So I felt like very validating.
So something received from someone you're really close to, your energy is stronger. It's like, oh, this is special. And you tend to wear it a lot or have it with you a lot. And the more you have the item with you, the more your sitter has the item with them, the easier it is to pick things up. Okay?
Yeah.
That's a lot. Anything else?
I think she did really good.
Do you want to add anything to what she
She did a lot more
Okay, all right. Okay, and then tell us about what you received.
Oh,
Do you want to do that?
yeah, the earring, and I can just tell with your energy.
Can you guys hear?
You have a lot of friends. And she says, well, I have quality friends. It's not good, you have a lot of friends, but think a lot of her. And
They're in this room.
Yeah, she said love. She said, oh, it was a gift. She did. Someone gave this to me, and I said yes.
And it was found. And found this, but she had found it.
Yep, it's someone found it for me, and she said it's someone special to me. And something about
There's a lot of love for you. I just felt the love around it, a lot of love.
yeah, but she knew that wherever they found it, she thought that maybe I was on the trip. I said I wasn't on this trip, but the people who found it were on a trip. And her follow up was, you said he's very fond of you, and that was my follow up question for you was, I thought for who found this, right? You guys were all together, but was it? Okay, yeah, but I was like, I need to check with me. I was like, I actually found it, so I was like, so.
Well done. Thank you for sharing. So who's jealous right now, thinking, why did they get that? For those of you who think, I should have gotten more, or I'm getting that goal, or I'm receiving that goal, remember, sometimes we just gotta wake up the energy. We've gotta wake up this reflexes. Try this again within 1 week. In fact, if you guys could just make a mental note to yourself, I'm gonna figure out a way to do psychometry sometime in the next week. The next time might be the time. You have to start somewhere. It could also be you're sort of negating what you're feeling because it's not coming the way you thought it would come. Too often we're expecting to read energy like it's this giant billboard that is so crystal clear, or I'm supposed to see it over somebody's head, or I should hear the words like the voice is coming to me, and it's so stuck. I have to tell you that I can see your auras right now because I'm open. And what we have in this room is a lot of pink that is coming up from all of you, and that is a high expression of the heart. And the heart is the clairsentience. It makes a lot of sense because you've been sensing and feeling. So please, whatever happened today, please let that be okay. And know that it's a step in the right direction. Do we have time for one more? More sharing? Okay. Anybody? 2 people? You both have to come up. Yay. Right here. And you want to see yourself there. You're not introverted anymore. Which person? Crystal and Lindsay. Okay. Would you like to go first, Crystal?
So, when it was initially intimidating because I trust myself, and what you said initially helped stop worrying about that, stop worrying about it, and I had to remember how many times I've been right versus wrong. So, when I started thinking about what her item was giving to me, there was kind of lone feeling. There was, she has really good friends. I got the sense that she has really good relationships, but it's very minimal. And it was, the reason behind it was something negative. It was like and depression. And then I got that she had a cat, and then it turned into a little dog. You know, it's not a cat, it's a little dog. And just, she chooses to kind of be a way to make a really small community of people for reasons that we're not.
And how did you feel about those messages?
It was terrifying.
Terrifying.
And I keep thinking, oh, spot. So it
Did you guys hear? She said I poked a sensitive spot, but oh no, that's good. But I really feel like those around us and our higher selves who are doing an exercise like this, we won't be able to say something the person's not ready to hear when our heart is open and loving, and we're coming from a place of compassion. We can't say something that hurts, and we can't say something wrong. It won't come. So you were ready to hear that. Maybe it's time to look at. I don't know what's but you very like you get what you need, not what you want.
Yeah. One thing that she said was that she says that I want to please everybody and not pick up clothes. And with everything else she said, I am a better monster.
Oh boy.
So it has been an ongoing struggle to follow all of that.
And find your own voice.
And I'm comfortable with being
Well, okay, so Crystal felt emotion now, and you're going to feel emotions holding somebody's watch or holding somebody's ring. It hasn't really stopped because there's a bond right now between them. And so one part of this before we leave today is to thank the other person, thank you, stay and let your energy separate, but you can still carry them and what they said, how you felt here. It doesn't become your emotion and stay your emotion, but it's a way, these tears, oh darling,
That happens a lot to me.
they're a release, but they're also a way that we honor that oneness that we have. And I don't feel them as sad or frustrated. I feel them as love. So, okay, I hope that was helpful what she did. Okay, so now we got to hear the other kind of.
So for me, it was really scary because I didn't even plan on coming to this. Things were but I have grown up being taught that especially do not carry the power like that. So the idea of me holding power is terrifying. So I entered
Is a psychology exercise scary because you're not supposed to be able to do
just like on the bench.
Okay. Sure, okay.
So I tried to.
You know, that's a BS. That's a belief system.
I tried to let that go, and I started to just feel relationship. So I felt first sisterly bond. She had a lot of feminine sister love. And then quickly I felt energy of the teenager that we talked about, and it was really overwhelming. And just party for what you get out of being for. And it was very personal.
And that emotion, again, it's a testament to love and the unity of consciousness. We are all in this together, no matter who's trying to divide us in the world right now as a means to their own ends. We are one. We are one. Thank you. So, promise to self. I'm going to find a way to do this exercise again within the next week. In fact, you might find somebody in the hallway. Hey, I just came from this thing. And they run the other way. The Carefree Media Kids. So my name is Suzanne Wilson, also known as the Carefree Media. My website's carefreemedia.com. There are classes online. There's a YouTube channel. There's mentoring. There's a book. I'm going to go to my booth and stay put for at least a half an hour now. I thank you for coming. Many blessings. And I'm sending you love with a capital L. That's not love like how I said. That's big love from my heart chakra to yours. Thank you.
One announcement I'd like to make. At Suzanne's booth, we are holding a raffle. There are 3 objects that will be raffled off later today, and a chance at a seat at one of her online small group readings. She holds these a couple times a month, where you are looking at early 2025. It's a great value. So come over, fill out a little information card, drop it into the bucket, and you might have a chance at a reading. And if you don't get to for a reading, we do have some discount cards if you want to register for a reading in a future date. So there's a 20% discount. So we hope you come by our booth, fill out the card. Thank you very much. And if you didn't fill in the sign-out sheet today, or the sign-in sheet, before you sign out, come on. Thank you. We'd love to have your names. Thank you very much.
everyone. Welcome to our SoulSearch Scottsdale Enlightenment Expo. I'm Tangela, the founder of SoulSearch, and we're really excited all of you guys could join us today. Definitely stay with us all day as we have amazing speakers like Yuri here, as well as all of the incredible teachers, wellness technologies, psychics, mediums, tarot, and much more happening out there. And for all of you tuning in on the live stream, welcome. Thanks for joining us virtually. Definitely come connect with us live next time we're with you in the area. And for all of you here, we're going to be back in Scottsdale for our next expo, January 11th and 12th. So mark your calendars for that. And also stay connected, join our Facebook group, and also, of course, you can watch our practitioners on SoulSearch TV. And I'm excited because Yuri is one of our incredible practitioners, also a dear friend of mine, and she is a high priestess of the Temple of Sedona, a certified hypnotherapist, certified RTT therapist, counselor, past life regression practitioner, breathwork facilitator, vortex breathwork creator, holistic health expert, universal Tao instructor, priestess trainer, divine code channel, and moon and star ceremonialist. So Yuri has a vast background in training in all types of healing modalities and technologies, and she's here today to chat with us about time travel and healing through past life regression, and also to chat with us about Amanita mushrooms as well, where she has her own line of products that she creates from the amazing Amanita mushrooms that are from Siberia that have been used by the shaman there for a long, long time. So Yuri, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me. And oh, it's incredible to be back in Scottsdale. I'm here several times a year for the expos and fairs, sharing my knowledge and my gift with SoulSearch, and glad to be back here. So let me introduce myself. So as she said, I have all these different types of modalities that I practice through 20 years of my adult life. I go by as Yuri, the Moon Priestess, now, and I am actually facilitating ceremonies, full moon ceremonies, new moon ceremonies, solstice ceremonies, every month, every solstice. That's what I do as a ceremony, and I work with all different types of flowers and plants and sounds and different modalities. I actually just did one with a group up in Sedona, and now I'm back in actually Los Angeles as my main place, because when I studied and practiced in Sedona for last 3 years of my life, what happened was I was doing a lot of one-on-one sessions. Every day, I have people coming in to regression therapy with me, because I worked with a retreat center called Sedona Soul Adventure and several other retreat centers in Sedona. So I was one of their practitioners for inner child healing or past life regression and breathwork ceremonies, which are the main practice of the healing modalities of the retreat centers. The reason why is because the reason why anyone has conditions in your body, physical body, emotional body, are because you have unhealed traumas, unhealed wounds that has never been processed throughout. So 90% of our practice as a practitioners are to go deep into your emotional field from your past, specifically your childhood, to see what happened and why did it transfer into your wounds that you're dealing with. How did that create the patterns? And that's really interesting, because that patterns from childhood is actually coming from your past lives. It's ironic, because we go back to your childhood, right? And then there's dynamic going on with yourself, your siblings, your mother and father, and some of your grandparents. There's dynamic going on. And then what's so interesting is
That's what you're engaging in your current relationship. Current relationship with your partners, your love partners, and your career relationship with your boss or coworkers, that you almost feel like, what kind of karma did I have with this person in my past life that I'm dealing and being challenged right now? And then what happens? As a result, you create some kind of diseases in your body or emotional body. I would say 95% of the challenges, both emotional and physical challenges, are coming from it. And I actually have a book, I didn't bring it with me, but there is a book by a PhD who analyzed all his from practice. Where are this coming from? 100% generational. 100%. In every symptoms that people can think of. If he was, and he's not even a holistic healing practitioner, and I can share with you what that book is if you come to my booth later on. It's basically, the book is this thick, and it describes all the symptoms you can think of with your physical, emotional challenges. And when I read it through, it's like, wow. In one word, that book equals dysfunctional family dynamics. And sometimes it comes from a happy family too. Everything is so positive and so loving. And there was no balance. It's just covered up. Everything, yeah, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. That's another suppression. Not everything is okay. And then encourage someone to become enabling to deal with certain challenges in their life. Sometimes too much positiveness can also create negatives. So as I'm dealing with this, and every day I'm giving sessions to people who are in need of this emotional healing through inner child healing. And then we go back to their past lives. Same thing. It's the same exact pattern. You just play with the different people. So now what happens with what you played in your childhood, right? Later on, I married my mom. Or I married my dad. That is almost all the time from practicing within this retreat center. And even though you weren't aware of it, we start digging it in, it is 100%. And then what happens? Some people will close their heart because it's too traumatic, because you're reliving what you lived with your parents. You could repeat it in your first or second relationship, in your adult loving relationship. Then people close their heart. And they're making the desire, we'll never get into another relationship. And we have so many singles. And consciously they go, yeah, I think I'm open to it, but I'm not. I will never open my heart. And we have so much of heart wall built up through these experiences because it's not being treated properly with talk therapy. I have never met anyone who is going through the talk therapy with their relationship and being healed, and they are married happily ever after. 10 years. Most people who's coming to these donor retreats are couples. So I've had tremendous couples therapy throughout. Well, we wanted to make it work. We love each other. And we did therapy, talk therapy for 10 years. 10 years, every week. But they couldn't make it work. So they came to Sedona. And then they're like, how is this possible? Wow, how did I get married to my mom? They never got to understand this. And then when we are presenting it, as showing your patterns, then they can have that aha moment. This is, I now understand. This is exactly what I did with my mom, or what they did, I'm repeating it without even you being conscious about it. And then they start healing. And then interestingly, we go back to their past life because they're, no, I have this karma with them. We go back to karma. Same thing. And even they are in their past life. Even those people are playing different role in your past life. And even though it's all different types of countries or surroundings or background in different centuries, 1,000 years ago, or even 5,000 years ago, the dynamics are very much the same. You're playing a same pattern. If it's not healed, you're repeating it. So to answer your questions, when I practice the past life regression, then we ask the specific question. What is your challenge that is showing up in your life and your physical or emotional? That we can bring it. Because your past life, you can tell me 85 different past lives if we keep doing the sessions. You all are Michael Wise, the past life regression master therapist. His client would go back. He worked with her for more than a year to heal her traumas. Almost every week she went back and she would go to all these different types of past lives. And you can do that too. You will. Because they will all show up. And then when you do that, it is unfolding, and the moment you have the realization of awareness of your patterns, you start healing. So it's an incredible way to heal your patterns. And that's the reason why you do the past life.
It's interesting. I like it. You know, like for treating the trauma, is this more effective or more as opposed to like EMDR, brain spotting, anything that's dealing with the brain? Is this dealing with the overall mind, body, soul? More
Well, your physical and emotional and spiritual body, all of it has to be balanced. We're not balanced in the society. We're not very balanced physically. How much of the disease? There are some seats over here, guys, if you like to sit down. If we are in a very healthy society, if you look at what we're dealing with diseases, right? And our obesities, right? And children's diseases these days, autism. And also, I know that this is very tricky for everyone to talk about, but confusion of sexuality, right? All of that, we think it's just normal. Are we normalizing that? Is it normal for our children to be confused and then we just support that? I dare to stand up for that. Our children are being confused because our collective traumas has not been healed. Yeah. So past life regression is the one way for you to heal your traumas. And there are other traumas that you can utilize to heal, which is through a breath work. Breath work is one of the best way, effective way to engage your past lives. And so that's why I call it time traveling. And then it's also, I'm also answering your question on how do we time travel through past life regression, and also breathwork ceremonies, and also through plant-based ceremonies. All of those are designed for you to travel to different time and spaces.
You're saying plant, P-L-A-N-T?
Plants. Like these days, very popular, like the ayahuasca, hedgerows, mushrooms, all those things are the plants. Plant medicine for you to be able to go through a different dimension. I love to actually share this story of Back to the Future because they describe it really well. So, and then they are showing it to you because it's a fantasy movies and it's easy to understand. But people think that we have to actually create the machine. But the machine is an element how you do that. So the machine is what I'm talking about today. Those machine can be past life regression. It can be breathwork ceremonies. It can be plant ceremonies. Anything that you can tap into another dimension. We are not there because we don't have a belief system to build actual machine, although we are going to that direction now. Like the Tesla technology, those are the technologies they're building and working on to time travel physically, but not physically, but with our spirit, we could time travel with these modalities. Okay? And it's very effective. With the breath work, it's not only helpful for releasing, and that's how you're healing, but many, many times you are able to engage your past lives and ancestors, your guides, Jesus Christ. You could meet all of them through that time and space. You are not in conscious mind. So to answer your question about EMDR, EMDR is great therapy. It's just a different types of therapy. Anything that can put you in theta, you're able to time travel. But if with conscious mind, you are unable to. So if you are to, many times I get this, well, I feel like I made it up when we did a regression therapy because, maybe this is my fantasy and maybe I am writing it out. And I tell you, if I was to tell you, okay, you and I, now let's go do the past life regression. And I want you to just come up with these 3 stories that you think that you were and doing so and so. And tell me, let's go. And then you know what happens? They go like, well, I know I was a Cleopatra. I know. But that's it. They get stuck because with conscious mind, you just can't. But when I am doing the regression with you through all these different modalities, boom, you're there. Then what comes out of your mouth, you will not be able to believe. It's so in flow, and you are giving me the story. And you have no idea. I mean, it's just like for some people who could be like not very non-spiritual, very blocked person, but some of these people can give me your past life story that is unbelievable. The details of what you're wearing, the details of who you were, and able to see who they were. Can you remember which date and time and history and backgrounds and what are they wearing? What are you guys doing? What's in the soup? And what they can come up with. You are unable to do that if what we are in conscious mind. Because 95% of our driving forces are the subconscious, right? But we don't access that easily because we have so much of the conditions that's given to us in this modern society. So we need a little help to access to that. But it has to be through theta.
So if you do the theta,
Yeah.
you work actually able to get into that.
Yeah.
Is deja vu a form of theta?
Yes.
In a way.
In a way,
Yeah.
it is. So often people you meet somebody and you never met this person ever before. But you sometimes get like, oh, I never met you, but I feel like I've known you forever. And I feel like there is this connection. That's absolutely a past life connection. That's back. And then you if you are able to get into the data, you may be able to find some of the backgrounds. And these are the modalities that can take you. So again, regression therapy, breath work. The thing is, breath works are, because it's not being necessarily guided right next to each other. So you will see the scene from your other lifetimes, and then you may not necessarily get the most benefits of healing if you don't know what to do with it, that piece. So that's where the integration therapy comes in a very handy. And I would have to say, in all of that, integration therapy is the most important pieces for making all these healing modalities effective. Because I have seen people who's been on breathwork ceremonies hundreds of times, plant therapists 40, 50, 60 times, 5, 7, 10 years of their life. Because I am a facilitator of plant ceremonies, and also I've seen thousands of people going through plant ceremonies, and people who's been on this journey 10, 15, 20 years, they're not healing. They're not healing because they are, in a way, they're addicted to plant ceremonies, right? Because it is another way for you to escape, because you're engaging in another dimension and you're escaping the reality. But we're not living there. We're living here right now on the earth. We have things to do. We have a purpose to meet. So we're here, right? And then you go back to do the ceremonies with mushrooms and plants every weekend. You're addicted. Yeah. Yeah.
And you heard of shrooms back in the day, we take shrooms and move all for you. So I wouldn't be able to do anything to move all these products that you're talking about. Do they alter your mood? Are they altering or?
They could definitely alter your mood. So psychedelic medicines,
Yes.
they are hitting your serotonin receptor, right? And then I see this all the time because you're no longer alcoholic and drug addict, but then now I see you plant addict. Because it's boosting your serotonin receptor, right? And then if your facilitator doesn't have a good means and wants to make a lot of money, right? They're another form of drug dealer that I see. When your clients are not healing and keep coming back to you for 5, 10, 15 years, and you're still asking him or her to come back, you're a drug dealer. You're not. Please don't call yourself a healer. I don't want to see my clients come back to me. I want you to be my client, and then I want you to heal, and I want you to be activated and inspired. So you become my collaborator, and we become a co-creator and make the world a better place. Breathwork is very effective. Breathwork is very effective. Again, the breathwork is amazing. Being guided, and if you can integrate. It's all this, like, oh, I met the Jesus Christ, and my ancestor told me through the breathwork and plants and all that, they told me to do this. They still give your power to this other being. The key told me to do this, the spirit guide told me to do this. And you're still not integrating I am. Right? And then that's where I have a problem. I can't express more about how important the integration is. You do one ceremony, you need 4 integration. You don't go back to do therapy, the plant therapy or breath work, just because it gives you that high. Right? You wanna learn. The lesson is being given to you. The ancestor came and wanted to. Ancestor came. That's not healing, right? It's an amazing. It's magical, right? But ancestor came and gave you the message. What is the message and how it's relating to what you're dealing with right now, right? And then what are you going to do about it? in your practical daily life? Every day, are you healing? Are you getting healthier with the messages that's given to you? Or just like next plan ceremony, 2 weeks.
And she kind of puts them in a, hypnotic
Mhm.
somehow. But anyways, I'm wondering, now, is it about the message that you're getting from it to heal, or is it the actual experience of doing the regression?
It's a combination, because once you are having the awareness and understanding, right, the CN will show up from any of these modalities, and then you're being aware of, oh, this is what I'm dealing with now. It's the same pattern. Once you discover that, then from that moment healing starts. But you actually have to put that in your daily life. Right? You can't just get high on, I'm time traveling, I'm astral projecting, I'm doing all of this and up there, right? So people are just swimming all up, oh, love and light, and oh my God, but you're still not healed. You're not creating, manifesting. You're not in a healthy relationship. You're still, in a lower vibrancy. That's not healing, right? But you want to heal your old patterns, right? And you want to get healthier and stronger, right? And then what would you like to do? You want to be on your purpose. You didn't come here to, this is something I love to talk about. You didn't come here to get married, go to college, get married, have 2 kids, a nice house, 2 cars, 2, right? You didn't come here to do 2, because I actually have that. I have 2 kids, I have 2 cars, I'm married twice to the same man. And I realized I didn't, and I could actually chill. I could be the housewife with everything set up and just be the housewife, and right, a lot of other people wanna be. I had that, but I was miserable because I wasn't in my purpose. And that's not that. Yeah, I'm low, and I am an amazing mom for my kids. My kids love me, and I nurture them. I take care of them with all my heart. Right? But I knew that wasn't the only reason I came here to be, because I was tired. I was depleted, and obviously I was in very much of a good, healthy relationship. It was more of a toxic relationship I was in, so I had to learn to get out of it. And as I started to get out of that, I started to love myself. I decided to love myself, and that's when I ended my toxic relationship, my dependent relationship, my codependent, trauma bonding relationship. There was a pattern that I did not know that I was living, the dynamic I had with one of my parents that I was repeating. I had no idea, because it's very subtle. I didn't grow up with very traumatic household. I grew up with very much of a blessed family dynamics. But there was something that gave me this wound that I am not good enough. So I played that with my ex-husband, right? So when I made the decision that I'm going to start loving myself, it's not easy, because we're never told how to love ourselves. We were told and taught how to love everybody else and sacrifice yourself. You know how long that's been? Thousands of years. Our entire earthly life, almost. We didn't have that. That piece we're missing from Bible and all this other scripture. How to love yourself. So now people are literally being confused with, self-love is really hip right now, right? So I'm gonna do that. I do love myself. Yeah, I do. I eat organic food. I eat superfood. I go exercise. And I buy good things for myself. I love myself.
I can't say how do you.
Yeah, so let me explain. If you love yourself, right? If you love yourself, you recognize you are the love. And your operating system has to come from I am love. Instead of I'm scared. A lot of people, especially through the pandemic, I'm scared, I'm scared, I'm scared. They're living out of fear. Right? People are living out of fear. That is not love. Right? So you want to become fearless. You want to identify. First, you have to make a decision. I'm making a decision. I'm gonna love myself. Once you do that, you have to understand what are my wounds, because there are many wounds that you may or may not know. I'll give you a few wounds, and then you may relate to them. The biggest ones: I'm not good enough. I'm not enough. I'm not lovable. I'm alone. I'm not safe. I can't accept who I am, just the way I am. That's another thing that our teenagers are struggling with. They can't accept who they are, so they want to become something else, right? All right, so you want to kind of understand what your wounds is, and you have to actually shift that. So as you're shifting that wounds to I am good enough, I'm amazing, and I am powerful. So I'm powerful and you're amazing, and you want to just treat yourself. That's not self-love. Right? It's not buying a bunch of stuff for yourself. It's not self-love, guys. And just go do yoga and go exercise. That's not. It's a part of physical, right? But physically, emotionally, spiritually, if you love yourself, what are you practicing? What are you embodying as someone who loves themselves? You want to be really conscious about that and see, okay, today, because I love myself, I'm going to drink some more water. And I'm not going to eat a bunch of junk food. That's a physical thing. I'm going to dedicate myself to work out, even though I am not there to work out an hour a day. What do I do? Like, start with 15 minutes and little things like that. Oh, we don't do that. It's so simple, but we don't do that because in our subconscious level, there's this belief system called, but I'm not good enough. I'm not worthy. It's pulling you down. So you don't do that. It's simple things. You don't do that. Physically, emotionally, why are you in the toxic relationship if you love yourself? Right? Why are you engaging toxicity in your family gathering just because they're your family? You just take it in. If you love yourself, you don't do that. You stand up for yourself. You love yourself. Why are you complaining about your career? And why are you still there? Because they pay me. If you truly love yourself, you believe in the things that are true and start manifesting the path that you want to walk truly. Because all of you all have a special gift. Everyone. And it's unique to yourself. Are you using your gift? This is a scripture as well. I'm actually a minister, or the minister, and I know Bible. I was a Bible study teacher when I was in early 20s. What does the Bible say about you come here to the earth and you are all given a talent? And what do you do with talent? Oh, I'm gonna just keep it away. So I'm not gonna do anything about it, and I'm just gonna do the minimum. I'm gonna do the 9 to 5 jobs that does not require any talent, and I'm gonna work in 7 and 11 for the rest of your life. That's one life. That person does not love himself or herself. Right? We can be a temporary things if you didn't have anything else to move on to, but are you willing to make your career a little bit better tomorrow and do something about it? And then some people are like, same thing. You know, I'm in a job, it pays me well. I don't love it. I often hear that. I don't love it. It pays me okay. It's not even well. It pays my bill. But I want to do something else. But I ask, well, why don't you do something else? And there is a reason. It's a self-sabotage. List of self-sabotage. Because of this and that and that. Oh, yeah, because, our society is not designed to support what I love to do. Musicians, they don't make money. There are plenty of musicians who makes money. For artists and painters, they don't make money. So I'm gonna just stay in corporate job that makes my life miserable, and then as an end result gives you sickness. Right? So what are you doing? You want to be very conscious about physically, emotionally, career-wise, all parts of your life, and then make a better choice for yourself. Not being lazy, right? And that's where the trust comes in. Some healing practitioners make a great money. Some healers, they have a belief system called "I'm not good enough." So she just goes by, and then she has 2, 3 different jobs, right? So there is a way to, but you have to be able to understand the energy of flow of the energy. If you are generated from the law, and that's where you want to go closer to, because we manifest all the time out of frequency. And if you are manifesting because your operating system is based in love, then you are going to manifest something lovely. That's the universal law. But if you are in a place of fear, what are you going to manifest? Fear. It's just a simple fact, right? So you want to understand, am I being scared? Because that's fear. Okay? So that's how you start kind of working on yourself. People are often confused with self-love and being selfish. I don't want to be selfish. I don't want to love myself because I don't want to be selfish. Selfish people are more in lack of self-love. They want more for themselves. Like they want to eat more because their consciousness comes from, I don't have enough, so I'm going to take more. That's coming from a place of lack of self. But if you're the person who loves themselves and others, then what do you do with all that? I will enjoy and I will also share. That's the consciousness of person who loves, right? The person who is just like, also selfless, sacrifice. I don't need it. I'm gonna give it to everybody. Oh, I don't need it. I'm good. Which is also relating to a lot of women, a lot of the mothers who are just giving and giving and giving. And then what happens? They're being depleted. That's not so. Yes.
Would you pick someone to do a little bit of the past regression here with us so we can see the experience? I mean, you can use me.
Well, we have 10 minutes left. So I don't think we can do that. But let me actually explain to you about amazing mushroom that actually can help you with in a very effective way. So like I said, I was a practitioner in Sedona for retreat centers, one-on-one, a lot of one-on-one sessions I was doing. And then after 3 years of a practice, Sedona was like, okay, Yuri, time for you to go back to LA, and you need to have more people than just one-on-one. So I was like, okay, it was a pretty strong message, and everything aligned. So I actually moved out from Sedona, half of it, and went back to LA. And when I was driving through, I go back and forth to LA and Sedona all the time, but I drove through this street called Skid Row, which I used to hate because I worked by the downtown LA, and I'm just the smells and the people, the consciousness frequency. I used to hate it. It was one of the reasons why I moved out of LA and moved to Sedona to be higher frequency. But this time when I was driving through, I started to just bawl. Seeing the people who are in the most disturbed, traumatic frequency, the drug and just abuse, And then before, just even 4 years ago, I couldn't get out of it. I needed to get out. But this time I had this like amazing compassion built for them. And even though I may or may not work directly with them, I just knew I needed to work with people so that they don't end up there. And I mean, it's just seeing it, just the amazing, smart people who would make millions of dollars, but they don't get to heal this wounds because they didn't have an access for it. They didn't know how to do the regression or inner child healing, breathwork plan. And then what happens? They go to drugs to normalize like their feelings, emotions, and they become drug addict and they lose everything, and that they are the one who's living on the street. So I was just like, I gotta, I would. That's why I'm driven back. And this was the mushroom that got dropped back on my lap. I didn't know anything about it. I work with I'm a medicine woman, so I work with all kinds of plants, but I never knew about this. Of course, because it was hidden from us. And they have a spirit, because I communicate with the spirit. They have a spirit. And they start guiding me through. And at the first time, I just had a bag of tea from this gentleman from Russia, Siberian. He was very excited to like work with me on it. He did not work with me. The only purpose he had was to give that to me, and he did not excel in his mushroom business. But I did. Because I do all the regression work and subconscious work and ceremony. So my elements in these mushrooms are just matching. And they were like, I'm here to help you because you cannot do the therapy with everyone every day like you used to. You still can if you want to work with me on regression therapy, but this is like doing a past life regression microdosing every night. So they are the subconscious mushroom. They will help you to go to sleep and deeper sleep and sound sleep. And while you're sleeping, you will be dreaming. You'll be dreaming the past life, multidimensional lives, all sorts of weird things will come up in your dreams. And the spirit of the mushroom, their purpose is to take the fear that is associated with those themes from your past and take that away. You know the Smurfs? You know how the Smurfs, that's the spirit of this mushroom. So they want to come into your life and they want to be like, okay, what can we do? And all the fear and scarcity, they show you through the dream. So you're going to be dreaming some vivid dreams and you're like, oh my God, my dreams were weird. That's when you know that you're taking the right dose of this mushroom. And then those nightmares doesn't become scary anymore. You see, I used to nightmare too, because there's few things that were stuck in my emotional field. And then I would wake up and scream and want to get out of it. You still don't have a strong sense to be able to move it through by yourself. So it's keep coming back, right? Those are nightmares. With the help of this mushroom spirit, they just love to take those fear away. So those nightmares doesn't become scary anymore. And that sin is being removed. It may not be a long story of sin, like you're doing it from past life regression, but that sin, if it's being shown to you, they are being removed out of yours. Like you don't dream about that again. You may dream about something else that's related to those people again. But that part, so it's kind of peeling your onion skins every night. And how much are they? It's like less than $100, right? My sessions, they're $300, $400, $500 for 2-3 hour session. It's expensive, but it takes so much energy for me to go through that sessions, and it's amazing. You should all do that, whether with me or with somebody else. It's something that you want to do, but they are something that will give you both past life regression and microdose and integration that I find. The messages will come through, you're engaging your past lives. They are the time machine that you can engage and easily accept in your daily life. So, like I was gonna tell you about the time machine story with my. Well, I'm gonna just finish because you asked a lot of questions, and I'm sure a lot of other people want to ask questions. So the Back to the Future, Michael J. Fox and the scientists, they saw what happened to his mom. His mom died in that movie. You all remember that? And then what did they do? They went back to the past, and then they did something different, didn't they? Right? They did something different, and then when they came back to the current life, what happened? The mother was alive. Right? That's the power of reflection. Because it doesn't matter what happened in between, because we are actually a multi-dimensional being, and we are actually able to change the Akashic record. Akashic records that's given to us, they are all of it. Akashic records is everything. The astrology chart, human design chart, moon chart, all of it are Akashic records. And you either have a choice to live by that, or you can actually shift that by creating a different belief system. So you go back to your past and you get to shift that. And then that all can happen through breath work and plant ceremony, all of that can happen with this every night. You get to shift your Akashic records. I'm somebody who, I have all the practitioners, they're all my friends. I'm master tarot cards, reader, astrology charts. I am the person who is like challenging my chart. All right, this is my astrology, which is we have it coming in this month, full moon, which I'm doing the ceremony with people in Santa Monica. Full moon in Aries. That's what we get. Some of them are already feeling it. It's gonna be an interesting time. The energy, the Aries energy is the most egoic energy out of the astrology, and it's gonna wanna fight with you. With supermoon, we're still in eclipse, right? I'm somebody who wants to challenge that. Okay, you come, Aries, you come. Because I am going to stand up, and even though it's difficult, I'm not gonna fall into your story, your records. I'm gonna create my own. You wanna challenge me? Challenge me. Because I know that I am more than good enough to shift. Because I equals love and the love equals God. I'm always together, right? So none of that is going to affect. You can give me some hints so I can work with the energy, but my Akashic records, I create that. And that is what these elements are very helpful, because they want to move the fear part out of you. You just become chill as having them in your life, because that's what I experienced. Something that I would get scared of and be very anxious of. So amazing for people going through anxiety. You just become calm and chill with incorporating these practices. So again, integration is the key. They happen to be the integration focused elements that you can accept. You're all welcome to come to my table to experience the tea, the coffee. I have coffee that's amazing taste, tinctures that I handmade. We want to activate your dream. This is the dream mushroom that can help you. You want to dream. You not only want to dream while you're sleeping, and you want to have a dream. You want to have your purpose, just like, you want to know your purpose. You want to go for that dream that you dreamt of when you're 5 years old. And not many adults live that dream because we are in survival mode. So I encourage you to come and check it out, everything, and want to engage. I offer the once a month free completely free Zoom meeting for you to come in and ask any questions and heal questions, material question, mushroom question, all of it. And I do full moon and new moon ceremonies every month over Zoom or in person. You can also invite me to come and facilitate your own moon ceremonies. If you have enough people, you want to gather more than 5 people, then I will come and facilitate. So that's about it. If you have any more questions, we have 5 minutes.
About how often do people take the mushroom if they're doing it on their own?
Microdose. Yes.
Right.
You want a microdose, you can do it every day.
For about how long normally?
So normally I say minimum 1 month to 3 months. You wanna educate and commit yourself, because just so you know, what we're dealing with right now is we're healing all our past wounds right now.
Mhm.
We are in that space. We're all healing, and what we're dealing with is something that happened 3 years ago, right?
Mhm.
What we're healing is your life
Mhm.
and our past life.
Mhm.
So you kind of have to. I've been on this for more than a year and a half
Okay.
every day, but you don't need a lot. You just need a little bit continuously.
So you had mentioned that it was about $100, and so
Yeah.
is that like a 3-month supply if you do it daily, or what?
Well, I mean, there are many different ways
Different
that you
doses.
can do it. And I created many different ways
Okay.
for you to enjoy. So just come by and see what you feel like,
Okay.
where you're being drawn.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have instructions on how to
Make the tea.
prepare that,
Mhm.
use it?
Yes.
How to store it?
Yes, I do. And that's also the reason why I offer the free Zoom meeting for anyone to come in freely to ask questions. And I'm pretty available. You know, if you're emailing me or text me with a question, I'll be able to answer. Yes.
I never heard of this mushroom.
Yes. Oh, so let me see if I can put that in. So they were the shamanic mushroom, shaman's mushroom. This is the shaman's mushroom. Yeah, it's priestess mushroom. So it's called Amanita muscaria, and they were utilized in our spiritual practice and in sacraments for thousands of years by shamans and priests and priestesses, right? In temples and sanctuaries and church. Christian, Vatican, you name it, they all used it. It's all in our history, right? But what happened was, you know, we do have the forces who loves to control humanity, right? Those 3% of the controller, the leaders of the nation, they are the generational of, you know, from back then, thousands of years back. And now when they see the church and the temple use this to heal, they know what I know, which is they will take the fear out and put more love into your life. What happens if you have more love and become fearless, right? It's very difficult to control humanity, right? That's why we have so much of the movies that gives you continuous of fear. It's an agenda, right? So they took this away about in about year 1327-ish. They decided, okay, we don't want this mushroom out in public, so let's get it out. And the easiest way for the control to get this out is understand what they do. If you don't know how to take this mushroom, and what happens with Alice in Wonderland, she took a bunch and she fell asleep. But if you take more, then you may fall asleep and not wake up for 2-3 days. It's possible, right? And then what happens? Oh, it's a great excuse. We are gonna call it poisonous. So instead of making it illegal, they labeled it as a poisonous, so we didn't have access for it. You call all the Northern European, what is it? It's a poison. Don't touch it. It's generationally given to us, but thank God that's why it's not illegal now. So we have an access for it because we are in this place for us to create a new earth. They're here with us. So join me on this path. Yay!
Welcome, everyone. Thanks for coming to the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo here in Scottsdale. I'm Tim Jewett, your SoulSearch, and welcome you today. We ask you to have fun and be open to all of the magic and transformation that's here, and stay with us all day. We have incredible high vibe experiences, incredible speakers, and all types of magic, including today, we have a wonderful presentation by Chris Neiman on art magic. And Chris is from Boston, and she's an artist who has been creating art for a very long time based on her meditations, her spiritual experiences, and her downloads. And she has been creating art to connect and inspire. And if you go by her booth, you can see many of her beautiful art through her oracle cards, notebooks, beautiful pieces that she has. And today she's joining us to speak about art that connects and inspires. And we really welcome you to SoulSearch. Thank you so much for
Everyone can turn this light off.
sure.
That I want to start off with my artistic thing. We're getting toward the end of the art thing, but there's a particular one that's just exactly there for you. So, what I would like you to think about for just a second is something in your life that gives you pleasure. So, a piece of clothing, an earring, maybe a tattoo that you have, a favorite couch. So, just like a popcorn, what is it that you have thought of? In your mind. Your cat. All right. Somebody else. A teddy bear. Okay? Something else that was created that's in your environment. Coffee machine. So I was thinking also about, like, this pattern is really kind of, doesn't it kind of grab your attention? This color on this woman just makes her skin, like, kind of glow. This jewelry over here is so unique. It's like such a statement of like being a unique human being. So what I'd like you to think about for a second is that there are a lot of things in our environment that are, did you get it? Oh, okay, good. I kept giving it to you, but you were just like being sneaky coming up. So there are many things that are created that are in our environment that were inspired. Like there was somebody who came up with that color, who had an inspiration behind it. There's someone who made the necklace who had an inspiration behind it. The coffee machine was inspired by somebody, and I'd like to think that the person who made the coffee machine especially was really thinking about the impact that they could have by creating something that allowed us to have the pleasure of that. One of the things that I'd like you to take away from today is that whenever there is something that's called art, art kind of is like, isn't that the stuff that's at the Met Museum or something like that? But I'd like you to think about being actually yourself. Art. You are a creation that you have created, but in addition to that, you have around you many ways of getting to what I call big magic. There is big magic all the time, and the physical manifestations that you see in art when you're looking at like a picture, but also art when you see it expressed by other people, is a wonderful way for you to connect back to spirit. So I want to talk today about a couple of things. First of all, just one way that you can connect yourself through art, but then I'm going to go to a little deeper level and teach you some things about art and what it is that you can look for to make it an even more rich, interesting experience, okay? So let's start. You've got oracle cards, and you can tell me what the word is on here, but I really would like you to look at the image and think about what does that image mean to you today? We're getting down to these, so the just cards that for you guys, they avoid everybody else. Just so you can have. So there's too many people here for me to do everybody, but what's some of the what's a card that you got and why does it resonate for you? Yes. Yeah. Yes.
So he really connects to not just that sense of movement, but getting beyond that physical and allowing yourself to really, it's called soar, like really to move in a way where you are free and can experience something in a different way. What's another one that we got? What did you get? Lee. Tell me about that. Why'd you get that?
Well, I see, it looks like small children that are crawling out of they're coming out of, and maybe it's a flower with petals, but they're coming out. It's a birthing. It's an eruption. It's changing of levels. It's a bursting forth.
So do you hear how much she got out of this by just putting her attention into the image and the word to allow herself to connect to big magic or to like a higher level of yourself? Let's do one or two others because we've got some good ones in here. I gotta show this one to people. This is a funny one.
The unexpected.
I did a reinvention of the Wizard of Oz. This is the witch and the house is coming down and she's going, WTF. that card is called the unexpected, right? But so what is it for you? What
My horoscopes have been telling me that exactly what this says. It says now or soon you will experience something that will surprise you, even make you be awake to possibilities and gifts. So I've been trying to be patient.
Always a hard one.
It's always hard.
Great. All right. One more. What's one other card that we've got here?
No.
All right. What do you got?
So this is absolutely beautiful because you know the spiral that has that perfect thing that the universe creates with
Fibonacci sequence.
Yes,
It's called.
exactly. That's what it reminds me of. And it says right choice. And one of the things that this is about is, you know, art magic, which is something that I love to create. I don't know how to do it all, but like when I was talking to my daughter about one of the pieces that I have in my bedroom, she said, it's already got the magic, basically.
Yeah.
You know, it's something that, so it's a right choice to go this direction is what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
But I feel like because the color is blue and I struggle to choose to talk, that it's also about making the right choice to vocalizing that matter.
Yeah. Right. And so again, the idea here is there is no like right or wrong with art. But when you find something that has that vibration, just like when you find a reader that's got a good vibration, go forward with that because, or a crystal for that matter, you know, go forward with it because there's something there for you. But I like to think that really good art creates a co-creation.
Yes.
Did everybody get a card?
No, I just didn't.
Sneaking in people. It's interesting to me that we're getting to the end of this. And I'm wondering if we are going to have exactly the same number that there are in this. So the idea of oracle cards, and frankly, the reason that I made the oracle cards is that it gives you a chance to just simply connect in with something that's always there, that voice that's always there. But the nice thing about oracle cards is that they're fast.
Yeah.
You know, you can wake up in the morning, you pull yourself an oracle card, and you have kind of reset your energy up again. All right, so we're down to 3 cards now. Whichever one you get is going to be really a super special card. What did you get? Oh, yeah, fun. All right, I like that. That's a great attitude. All right, so I'm going to take you to another level with art. When you think about spirit, you know, what is spirit for you? What does spirit mean? Energy, right? Life. What else? The unseen.
Source of all.
Source of all. The one. It's really great doing something like this at a place like this. You really get it. So like that, all of those things are things that we want to be connected with, right? So you can, I'm going to be using some of my my own art, but when I have the slides working, I actually pull a whole bunch of different artwork because I want you to get the idea that there is spiritual art, but any art will connect you back to spirit. And I want to invite you to kind of think of some of the ways that you can get into that, you can enter into it. So here's what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass out some, do I have enough images for, I think what I'm going to do is, I don't, she's got a card. I'm coming there. Now I'm going to do this and see if that works. So pick one of these and there. Pick one of those and pass them on. You're the only person who went down to 2. So, you got one. Take one, pass it on. So this is different than your oracle cards right now. Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah. Oh, I didn't realize that I had. We are really down to 2 oracle cards. There's one other person that has something. For either that or this is for me. I think this is for me. So, when you look at artwork, what is something that you notice that is common in artwork? Color. What's another thing? And how many colors are there? They're basically 6 colors plus black and white, and black is all of them and white is none of them. So there's basically 6 colors and they come in opposites. Red, green, purple, yellow, orange, blue. All right? So colors is something that is, and just like with music where you have a limited number of notes, but you have unlimited music, in the same way you have 6 colors and you have unlimited combinations of that. What's another thing that you might think about, like when you're looking at what is in front of you, what do you see? I mean,
It's an elevated
their
vibration.
story? Say again?
An elevated vibration.
Excellent. So that's great that you can pick up vibration. Not everybody can do that with artwork. Yeah?
Yeah, I think there's always an emotion behind it. It's a song.
Good artwork should have an emotion. And one of the things that you learn early on when you learn how to paint is that if you try to do something that other people will like, something that's pretty or something that's provocative, nobody buys it because it's just like elevator music for them. There's nothing there. On the other hand, if you really have a strong emotion, it can scare some people off. And then there are other people who just like really attached to it. And that's why I'm saying, like, if you connect to something, that is a really great thing for you to follow up with. Let me point out a couple of other things that you have when you have artwork. You have relationship. Do you see how this is a relationship with water? Does anybody have the double dragon? No double dragons out here. Yeah. So the double dragon, that is a relationship between the dragons. That is a part of the message of the artwork, is that in it. Okay, who's got somebody who's got movement in their artwork? Okay, so you'd almost think this was my artwork because it's got a lot of movement into it. So would you mind holding yours up because it's a good example. So what happens when there's movement in artwork? Energy. Your mind gets involved and your brain actually will follow the movement. This is a classic called the S shape, which is one of the things that look for in artwork. You will see that this S shape will come out frequently. Here's another thing, you can have dark light. Who's got a dark image? Okay, so she's got a dark painting with a light kind of running through it. What about the other way? Does anybody have a light one with a dark pattern going through it? Okay, that's an excellent example. Show that around to people. That is a light painting, but it has, do you see where the dark pattern is? It's in the outline of this. That's what you got. So you've got also dark and light that can happen. You also have saturation. So saturation means the colors are kind of intense. You'll be looking for somebody who has a saturated painting. Would you show that to people?
Yeah, very.
I'm going to take your card for a second. This is something that's not saturated. Yeah. That's actually got parts that are saturated and parts that aren't. So, what is it that when an artist is picking these things, they're picking the movement, they're picking the saturation, they're picking the color combinations. And I'm sure everybody here has some theories about what they think is the, a color that's a good color, or a color combination that's a good combination. And whatever reason that you have for it, you are right. And so people will sometimes say to me, so what does blue mean? And my answer always is, yeah, what does it mean? Because for somebody it means water, flowing, movement. And for other people, blue can be sadness. And for other people, blue can be like spiritual depth. So it's like dreams, guys, sorry. There is no such thing as like a one thing, but there is whether or not you have connected. There is one other thing. So when you see a picture like this, what is it that you see? What do you see?
I see a woman who is searching for something.
A woman searching for something. Does anybody see anything different?
I see her connecting.
Okay, that's connecting. What do you see?
I see a person reflecting themselves.
Uh-huh. Anybody else?
She dropped something.
She dropped something and she's trying to find it. So one thing that I want you to get out of this that is a really important thing, especially for me now as an artist, is that there is no such thing as right. And don't ever ask the artist, because they're going to tell you something completely different. This was my daughter when she was 16 years old. And she was really wearing this cape, and she really was, and I was just like, stop. And so for me, it's about the love that I feel for my beautiful daughter. And part of the reason that people resonate with this is it's infused with love. But just because that love for me with my daughter came out of that doesn't mean that you have to have a daughter that you love to get the connection, the emotional connection, because it wasn't about one little story. It was about an emotion that I managed to infuse in this, because this is one of the paintings that people really relate to. This is the other thing that's been interesting for me as an artist. Does anybody have the pyramid lady? She's kind of like sand, and I don't know if I have that. No, that's a good, that was a good one, but it wasn't. So I did this painting, that's it, right there. So that painting right there, guys, I almost just painted over because it wasn't right. It's one of the favorites of people. I just printed it on my journals, and the journals sold out immediately with it. There was a reason behind it, but I didn't think I technically did it right. But the reason behind it is still in the painting, and it's still connecting to people. So what I'd like you to be taking out of this is a little bit of like, think about why you like or you don't like something, because you can actually go to a richer level, and it's a way also of kind of elevating. Okay, what we're going to do right now is we are going to be in groups of 2. Yeah, we've got time. So we're going to do 2s. Is it okay if I just assign you guys? You 2 are together. You 2 are together. You 2 are together. You 2 are together, and you 2 are together. Can I switch you up? Awesome. You 2 are together. And we are together. On with you? Yes. You 2 are together. I'm not sure what we're doing. You 2 are together. You start together, you start together, and then you start together. Here's what it is that you're going to do. Take your piece of artwork, and if you've got a couple different ones, you might say to yourself, well, I have one that I want to pick. And what I'd like you to do is tell each other what it is that you see, but see if you can go actually to the inspiration and or the artistic level. I see movement in this. I see a contrast of darker light. I see a contrast of the colors. I see saturation. I see a lack of saturation. Like, what is it that you see in it? This is your chance. Did I miss her? Did I miss you? Oh, you are? Okay, you are with somebody. Everybody has a partner, right? Okay. So, yeah. No, you 2 were supposed to be together. All right. Yes. You're together, okay. hand. If you hear me, raise your hand. If you hear me, shut up, raise your hand. If you hear me, raise your hand. If you hear me, shut up and raise your hand. If you hear me, got it. That is a third grade technique that I learned from a teacher. Not the shut up part, but I think that that was implied, and it helps people to get their hand up quicker. And because people do this, blah, 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 no. So thank you guys. That's, it was the kindest way that I could do to stop all this conversation. Yeah. So let's go through and hear some of the things that you came up with. Like if you guys were agreeing on things, if you saw things in different ways, what it was that you had. Start with this group. What did you notice out of it? But it doesn't have to be everybody, just one person who represents the group. You're representing, yeah.
So this woman, she's like a part of the she exists in the stand. And then, like artistically, there's a lot of movement in here, very good deep saturation in different areas, just a mix between the light and dark. I don't remember what I
But I love this, and I just love this is perfectly fine. I'm just asking you to kind of explore a little bit. Why do we love the things that we love? Okay, this group, what did you come up with? Just a top line of, where you got to in your conversation.
I think we both saw different words we use, but that's what togetherness.
Mm-hmm.
And
this is a bunch of women howling at the moment.
Finding the light in the dark.
The light within the dark. Okay, so this is a dark pattern. This is a dark painting with a light pattern, and the light pattern is, circle. Yeah, and sacred geometry. See, now if you know sacred geometry, you will find it in a lot of artwork. Like people who look at my artwork see a lot of those Fibonacci sequence. They will also see the light, future, past, etc. And I sneak it in sometimes because it's important to me. Yes? Oh, okay. See, now that's an opportunity for her to expand her participation with big magic and inspiration. It's one of the reasons that we come to a fair like this, is that we get more opportunities to experience spirit in a meaningful way. What you guys come up with?
it was interesting for both of them. Mine was the flying to new heights. And down below here, it's either a Fibonacci spiral, which is like a galaxy, maybe a galaxy, and then there is, which even could be, she's an acrobat, she's going to spin further up, and because it's transparent, she could also be going to a new portal. Nobody ever.
Ooh, I like that. New portal.
Saturation, contrasting colors, a lot of texture, movement in different directions.
Great. So I'm going to pick on the last person who came in. By the way, the last card was opportunity. And she has the opportunity to, so she had this painting and I just kind of worked with her. Yeah, you want to hold that up? And she said something that triggered a thought in me, which is that, she said something and it was the original inspiration for this painting. So I decided I had to tell you because in my painting, everything has a meaning to it. It's a dream, it's an experience, it's a meditation. It always has meaning. So with this particular one, she said, I feel, what did you say, courageous or like confident that she was going to reach that. And I said, that's interesting because I've had people say, this gives me anxiety. Is she going to be able to catch that or not? So here's the story behind this. So I was at a Joe Dispenza session. He does stuff. Yeah, I don't have to say that. You're right. And I'd gone to enough of them that I was one of the helper people, and they had a ropes course. And so all of us who were the helper bees had gone through the ropes course first of all, and then they scared the crap out of me, but I got it. And we were told that what you were supposed to do is you're going to have a group of 10 people and pick somebody who looks healthy and confident to go first and to go last, because you don't want to have the first person to be a failure. So after the first day, Joe Dispenza brings some people up to the mic and says, how did it go? And this first couple of people said, it expanded my mind, etc. And then a woman got up and she said, I hated it. It was a terrible experience for me. And Joe's really good at this. He goes like, tell me why. Well, I got there and I said, I'm going first. And the person running it said, oh, well, how about if somebody else? No, I want to go first. I want to get it over with. No, how about if we do somebody else? And she said, I had to really push, and I finally got to go first because she was, a little heavy. And so the person thinking that they were doing the right thing, was trying to get somebody who was going to succeed. Okay, so and then she finished the story. She did get to the top of this thing. You have to go like, it's really scary. And then you have to go like, you leap, and it's like that far away. You have to leap from this little thing you're standing on, and about 50% of the people don't catch it. But if you're scared enough, I think you push hard enough that you get it. At any rate, she did succeed in grabbing the bar, right? So that's not the important story to me. The next day, I am walking down to be doing the next day's group, and there are two women behind me, and one of them says, I wasn't going to do this. But when I heard Cheryl's story, I said, I can do this too. And then I went home and I painted Cheryl. She was wearing that outfit. I painted Cheryl. And how many people since then have been inspired by that? It happened from something that looked like it was a bad experience. And it happened from somebody finding a place of courage and commitment. And when we do that, it expands out. How many times, guys, and how many ways does it expand out? And one of the ways it expands out is through art, through music, through dance. And again, just to be aware that anything that's out here, this chair was an inspiration of somebody. The cloth is an inspiration. To let yourself be connected to big magic through appreciating the incredibleness of being in the creative process. Okay. So I had to go off on that story because when she said she felt, safe and confident, I was like, well, you got the right interpretation of that. But again, everybody interprets things the way that they interpret them. There's no such thing as a right thing. Really, truly, when people say to me, is this supposed to be Mother Mary? And I go, do you see Mother Mary? Yes. Then it's what I think this has been a Mother Mary question. And it's like, do you see Mother Mary? Then yeah, that's supposed to be Mother Mary because you saw Mother Mary. So you did it right. Okay. I don't want to run over. Nope, we're still good. Okay. You guys, what'd you come up with?
So we had this one. And in the beginning, we started with just looking at the shape. So then when we started getting a little bit deeper, we noticed that it's very vibrant colors. And the first thing that we noticed is her heart, that she's standing in water and she's getting very energized with nature. There's fish there's birds, there's the sky. And it's almost like she's so energized that it's all coming out of her into the nature.
Right.
Yeah.
So who knows which chakra is the orange chakra? Second chakra is orange, red, orange, yellow, etc. And you got it. You're like energy. That's another way of looking at art, is what is the connection to energy in different ways. It's like one of the things that I like to do with some of my original artwork is actually put crystals into it, because it's another way of creating a vibration or an energy that you can respond to if you've got the sensitivity. You don't have to respond to it if you don't have that sensitivity. Okay, you guys, what'd you come up with?
Peace. And to me, basically, we could have been more grounded and also you've got to be more spiritual.
Guidance, person, it's portraying, the showing is good to be.
Yeah.
Just showing.
And I really love that it was two guys that got a guy, because I am a female, and so I tend to express a lot of the divine feminine in my artwork, but I also can connect in with that, and I love, there aren't enough guys out there connecting with her. So, I love that you got something that's kind of an amplification of that energy. Great. Okay, how about these two people at the very end? I usually memorize names, not this time.
So this was my favorite. I was really drawn to it because of the red and the intense colors. We kind of discussed that, like, inner peace, but outer chaos, so you're kind of still in the movement, something going on around you, like self-love.
Right. And one of the things that she was drawn to this color, and sometimes having a combination of colors gives us that sense of like that there's something complex and interesting happening. Sometimes we want to consciously get something that the color becomes very simple so that the pureness of that vibration of that color comes through. So, great, thank you. That's really nice. Okay. Yes.
This is the image.
That's definitely, is that Mother Mary? That was not what I was painting. That was not what I was painting. I was painting a different angel, but you know what? You see Mother Mary? It's Mother Mary.
It was a female angel, perfectly balanced. I mean, you could fold this. And, the arms are outstretched. Now there's energy radiating from the wings, like really high energy. And nothing from the hands, so we got, like taking in energy and then expressing it out. She's got on the heart chakra.
Oh, nice.
Yes. You got.
Yeah, that was right. So I have a question for you. What do you think the difference is between something that is centered? This is actually centered perfectly. As she said, you could fold it. This is centered, but you can see there's still a movement in it. There's a center with the movement. And then you have paintings like this. Oh, here, let's pick up, oh, sorry. Pick up that one right there with the women. Do you see that there's like a lot of, there isn't any place that you could cut it in half and say it goes like this. Why would you do one or the other? What is it that you get when you have something that is perfectly balanced? Say again? You get the centeredness. You get the sense of being truly grounded. Okay? And sometimes you're not looking for more movement, especially if there's movement within it, like movement within the wings. You're going to have, anytime you have a contrast, it highlights it. So when you have notice this when you're looking at like really wonderful artwork, like with the masters and so on, your eye will go where there's the greatest contrast between dark and light, unless it's a really saturated or unsaturated painting, and then you will go to wherever there is the clearest movement. Just something to kind of look for. So a good artist is also paying attention to those kind of things too. All right, I think we have time for another couple. You guys at the back, what'd you come up with?
So I guess we kind of approached ours differently because we chose to like compare the cards that we got with.
Perfect. Yeah.
So like for example, I got tranquility, and then I read the like little word at the bottom, and then compared it how like it would relate to this picture, and then Sonia did the same with hers as well. She got trust, and then like she compared it to the artworks that she got, and then we were also talking about like composition, how like hers are like cut off, like you don't see the full pictures of the dragons, and then like the person in that picture is fully centered, whereas on mine, like both of them are perfectly centered in the middle. And I can kind of image. But yeah, we're just kind of relating what art to what the picture is.
Love it. I love it. And you know, it reminds me of something else, is that when you have something that's small, you've got one kind of an interaction with it. Does anybody have like a big painting?
Yeah.
Yeah. And what happens with a big painting?
It takes up much space.
It takes up a psychic space also. So a really big painting, you want to be careful about like, what is it that image is, because it's going to have a big impact. But you're speaking to something else that's really interesting, and that is putting artwork in the same space and balancing it, either having it be deliberately a contrast or deliberately something that creates like harmony, because what happens is that 1 + 1 = 3, because now you have added another element, which is relationship between the artwork and itself. So when you're doing that, be mindful about, like, we're not just putting pictures up, let's be creating the space and the energy that we are looking for. All right, one last one. I didn't get everybody. One last one, because I want to end on time. What'd you guys do? What do you have to share with us? Okay, you've got. Ah!
This is why I chose.
Uh-huh.
I see there a soul, what is very sad, what covers the head, touching the water, what means life. And she wants to touch life.
Yeah. Yeah. And so again, by the way, our work changes also, and our interaction with it changes, and sometimes you get tired of something. Let it go, let it move on. And sometimes there will be something that the artwork will change in our lifetime. And sometimes it is really almost like you have new artwork, which is one of the reasons people sometimes put their artwork away and come back to it. Did you want to add to that?
So what's your name? So when that told me your interpretation, it got me thinking. And then when you said that it was actually your daughter, well, that resonated with me because my daughter's strange for me right now.
Ah.
And I started getting hot flash, so that means so she is searching for
yes.
And then of course the blue, the throat chakra, speaking her truth.
Right. All right, so here's the last part. You guys will probably like this piece. So the oracle cards are for you to keep, and the I am also, if you have a card or print that you are relating to, you can take this with you also. This is my gift to you. I have to take a plane tomorrow back to Boston. So you are benefiting from the fact that I don't want to have to bring anything with me that I don't have to have. So there are extras. This is the one. There are some extra things. I think they ended up towards the end. So I would ask you just, pick one greeting card or one of these prints. Yeah. Well, did you want?
Oh, that was you. Do you want this one?
Yeah.
Yeah. It was.
Thank you, guys. You keep that, and then there's a card or something that's worth. There's a card or something. Like there's a bunch of these out there. So here, let me find some. Yeah.
Okay. That's fine.
I'm back a little bit. 10% off on anything in this thing. You're keeping it. Yeah, thank you for doing it. Thank you. It worked without my slides, and I worked hard for these slides. But it works back. It works.
Oh, no, I always have people test it. Yeah. Because it makes. Great. Great.
Right there.
Did everybody get it?
so excited to have you guys with us here all weekend. SoulSearch, we are here to support everyone on their awakening journey, and we do that through our online platform, soulsearch.io, where you can meet all of our amazing practitioners like Barbara here. Also, with our live Enlightenment Expos, we do this one here in Scottsdale at this very same location every 3 to 4 months. So we'll be back here January 11th and 12th. So you can mark your calendars for that. And of course, you can watch shows by all of our practitioners on soulsearch.tv, which is our online conscious content streaming channel. And you can stay connected with us on our Facebook group and on Instagram. And we're always excited to be building our relationships with our community live and in person here. And it's my pleasure to be introducing our next speaker, who is Barbara Trotter, also known as Babs of Purposeful Transformation. And she is an intuitive channel, someone who's walked through life's toughest moments. So she is here to really speak from experience of her life, coming out the other side stronger, more grounded, and deeply connected to her purpose. Her journey hasn't been easy. She's faced many challenges, heartache, and experiences that could have broken her. But instead, they shaped her to uncover resilience and strength she didn't even know she had inside of her. And now she's here as an intuitive channel and teacher, working with all of us and inspiring us to find our divine purpose. So thank you so much.
So first of all, thank you all for allowing me to share this space with you. I definitely appreciate it. I want to acknowledge first that we don't always look like we'll fit. And we all kind of say yes to that pretty much, right? And the trauma, the challenges, the heartbreak, they're honestly invisible to the outside world so much. And they shape us in profound ways, and each of us carry a story, right? And for those that don't know mine, let me tell you, it is a story of transformation, finding light within darkness and becoming the person before you today. So if I may, I'm going to share just a little blurb of, I'm going to give you a couple bullet points of just some of the things. Abandoned when I was born, never met my parents, foster family, adoption, less than 30 days, racial tension, wasn't able to really understand my adoptive parents. Then told I was never allowed to see my foster parents ever again. Suicidal, extremely suicidal. One of my mothers, I have 5 moms, 3 dads, FYI. One of my mothers tried to de-adopt me. Didn't even know that was possible. But the thing is that, went to college and honestly got to the point where I was assaulted. A lot of other things happened. I ended up becoming pregnant. Parents didn't even know that I was gonna have a baby, and ended up having a 15-year domestically violent relationship with my child. Ended up in the hospital 3 times. A lot more happened, but those were a lot of the very big things. Had a car accident. I mean, we all have our stories, right? And it tested me to my core. I'm gonna be honest. I experienced abandonment, trauma, personal losses, where I just felt lost. Like I can say probably some of you, right? I felt before. And I realized that every single person in my life has played such a significant role on my journey, and that various family members, friends, soulmates were all interconnected, right? Leading us through experiences that it's at times it was too complex to untangle, and you couldn't figure out why. Your biggest question is why. And I had to realize, and I realized something profound, that, and if I stop my journey, I'm stopping everybody else's. And I'm looking at a couple of people. Every person, every relationship, every situation, every single thing who was brought into my life was for a reason. And sometimes we think of the darkest moments that were actually, you know, we got to think of it as Spirit's way of actually protecting us for something we weren't ready for. Spirit can place us in darkness not as a punishment, but as a means of protection. In my case, there were times that I was hidden, I was shielded, and I felt like I was in a cocoon, right? And it was actually a cocoon of transformation, and I didn't even realize it. I was being prepared to know my light, and my light was being guarded until I was actually going to be strong enough to let it shine. And the thing is, I now realize Spirit was had my back. When I couldn't protect my light, my ancestors, my relatives, and the forces of the universe always stepped in, and I didn't even realize it, honestly. There were countless times I want to know the future. We all want to know the future, right? And like many of you, you know, I want to know what's next, what's going to be with this. And I learned that dwelling in the future, it steals my joy and my inner peace. And it robs me of the chance to appreciate the moment now. Like right here, right now. One of my biggest lessons is to stay present and to just trust that everything is unfolding exactly as it should, no matter what happened. Most importantly, to be grateful for every step of the way, even the difficult ones. I've gone through dark periods, including a devastating car accident. I didn't tell you all about that one yet. In 2020, and honestly, that was the major turning point for me. It focused me to sit still, reflect, listen. And I'm gonna be really honest, I don't know who's talked to me yet, I talk a lot. So it got me to be quiet, right? It got me to just hush. And Spirit sat me down and said, it's time. It was a moment where I could no longer run from myself or the power within me. I kept hanging up the phone, ignoring the calls, do not disturb, I don't like it, pineapple, I don't like it. It feels uncomfortable. And I kept I didn't want to claim my gifts, I didn't want to step into my purpose, I didn't want to walk the spiritual. I didn't want to do it, right? I can tell you, Spirit calls never stop. I think all y'all can say that. Calls never stop. Like, eventually I had to pick up the phone because I didn't have a choice. And the accident was Spirit saying, now is the time. When I talk about this accident, I was literally sitting at a red light and I got hit head on. And I wasn't able to walk. I was Superwoman. I was a single mom. I was able to do everything. I didn't have to ask anybody for anything. I could do it myself. I needed to mount a TV, I could do it. I needed to fix a car, I could do it. But once that happened, I couldn't do anything, and I had to ask for help. And that was the most humbling feeling I've ever had to do. It was at that point that Spirit sent people in my life, brothers and sisters of the light, I call them star seeds, light workers, mediums, amazing souls who had already been walking the path, like we see in here, like so many of you are, that honestly helped navigate my early stages of my awakening. And if a lot of people say that awakenings are like rainbows and lollipops, no, but not. It was uncomfortable. I didn't like it. It felt like rediscovering a superpower I had forgotten, honestly, like when I was a kid, right? I had to learn, like relearn everything. I didn't remember. And it was interesting because the gifts had always been lying dormant and they were honestly waiting for the right time to like just be reignited. The thing is that all of these beautiful lights saw me. They saw who I was. They saw me at my soul. It scared the mess out of me, y'all. I didn't like it. Uncomfortable, again, right? But they saw me, not what I was showing the world, but they saw my light, my purpose, and the potential I did not embrace. That's why we need each other on this journey. No one's light shines alone. Nobody's. When you shine, you give others permission to shine. When you dim, it dims the other people around you because they don't want to shine you. They don't want to like, ooh, okay, I'm feeling some type of way. No, it gives that permission. And you're able to grow and see the truth of who you are, right? We help each other remember our lights. When something is just beginning to come out of the cocoon, the spirit will send us, well, spirit sent me, and the one sitting in the room today, guys, right? And they remind us of the gifts. They reminded me of my gifts. And in turn, I'm able to do the same for others. And that's the key. We shine our light so others can see theirs, right? It's about bringing light to the world in every connection, every interaction, every moment. I know some of you might be in the cocoon right now. I don't know, yeah, I love butterflies. So you may feel like you're still stuck in the darkness, wondering when will it end? When will it stop? When will you see the light? I give you confirmation. I want to assure you that the cocoon is not a prison. It's not, it's a place of preparation. You are not hidden because you are forgotten. You're hidden because spirit is making sure you're ready. Ready for the world to see the full brilliance of who you are and your light. It's okay to be in that space. It's okay. Everyone's like, oh, I gotta do this fast. I gotta do this now. I gotta do this. Now, granted, I'm gonna be honest, voluntarily, uncomfortably, it's gonna be uncomfortable. And spirit will make you do certain things, right? It will get to a point that it will be so uncomfortable you have to do it. But it's okay to be in that space too. Nobody's judging you for that. We're just moving with you. And it's okay to ask for help. One of the hardest lessons I've learned that vulnerability is a superpower. Allowing yourself to be seen. Even the parts that you'd rather hide. With all the things that I told you I had been through, I was embarrassed. I was angry. Even when it came to my son being in a 15-year domestically violent relationship with him, my first one. He was what, 6, well, by the time, now he's like 6'8", almost 300 pounds. But the thing is, he's special needs. He has cognitive disabilities. So he's almost 30 and probably 15, 16 mentality, right? So the thing is that I wasn't wanting people to see that. I don't want people to see my past and see that I didn't think I was a good mom, or that I felt like I messed up, or that they got taken away from Department of Human Services because they said I was a bad mom when I was the one trying to help in the hospital. And the private investigator sexually harassed me. Oh, that's what I'm saying. We all have stories. We do. But the thing is, I didn't want everybody to see that. My parents didn't even know that I was in that relationship with my own child. I didn't let them in because I didn't want them to see. But where true transformation happens is when you're open and you own your story and you're okay with it. Nobody can hurt you when you own your story, right? It's like, this is what happened? Yep, that's what happened. Was it hard? Yep, it was really hard. I didn't like it. It still kind of gets to my core, but I'm accepting it, right? Because when you have individuals, guys, and other individuals that are light looking at you, they see you to your core, and they're going to see all of that. And when I opened up, I allowed others to see into my soul and help guide me. And that's when everything shifted. It's scary, it can be painful, but on the other side of that vulnerability is the most powerful and beautiful growth. Some of you may relate to this. The journey of integrating the different aspects of yourself. For me, this means merging and backs, right? Two parts of me that have existed for so incredibly, such a long time that they're not always in harmony. And I didn't know who to be. I didn't know who I really was. Barbara's the corporate side, the one who manages teams and navigates the formal structure of the professional world that talks to the leadership and all these great things in executive leadership and blah, blah, blah. Beth, on the other hand, is this intuitive spiritual side of me. The one who feels deeply and channels energy and connects with spirit and walks the metaphysical path. For a long time, I kept these two sides really separate. I felt like I had to. In corporate spaces, the intuitive, spiritual side of me felt too woo for many people, even for myself, right? I didn't think anybody was ready to see that side. You want to know why? Because I wasn't ready to see that side. I wasn't. It's only recently that society even is beginning to accept the idea that spirituality, intuition can coexist with business. And I'm walking into spaces where it's not fully accepted yet. And I know many of you feel the same way in your fields, in your lives. But understand that both Barbara and Babs are both essential parts of who I am. Both parts are who you are. They don't need to be separate. And honestly, they're stronger together. They make you who you are. You're authentic. You're supposed to be authentic, right? You have two different people. How are you authentic? Barbara, the professional, brings the structure, the strategy, the focus. Babs, the spiritual, brings the light, the deep emotional intelligence. And in truth, I'm more powerful when I allow both of these parts to merge. To work in tandem rather than opposing forces. I've come to realize they're not separate. They're just me. I was speaking to somebody and they're like, oh, well, I don't want to be seen. Well, I don't want this. Well, you know what? I just won't tell you that I'm seeing you then. Because guess what? I see you. That's just who I am now. And I'm embracing that. I'm going to embrace who I am. It is what it is. We all have the opportunity to be light. We all have this. We all had it when we were little. And society and different things said, no, that's not true. Nope, you got to be like this. Nope, you got to be like that. Little by little, we didn't. And we still didn't. I still didn't. I'm going to be honest. I still didn't. And it's taken a lot of time. And I'm still figuring it out. And there's still days that I question, am I doing the right thing? Is it okay to bring my intuitive, spiritual side into spaces that, I'm going to be honest, I don't feel are safe sometimes? Is that okay? I'm not going to pretend that I don't have fear. I know a lot of people might look at me like, oh, you're so well put together. Yeah, I still have a lot of fear. Yeah, I do. I don't pretend that I don't question myself because I do. I'm human. Transparency, though, is key. Because the thing is, again, I want to be authentic. That is what I'm aiming to do. There are moments when I wonder, is this journey too much? Am I stepping too far out the box? Again, I love being out the box. Am I revealing too much of myself? But then I remind myself that just like all of you, the only way forward is to take one step at a time and one day at a time. And the beautiful balance that comes with when we embrace ourselves, and that's the authenticity that we are all striving for. And for me, it means being okay with the fact that I'm both partner and I'm back. And together, they make me who I am. What's important is that I trust my light and that you trust your light. And even in moments of darkness and doubt, for a long time, I doubted myself. I'm thinking that's the key for so many of us on this path. We've been given these gifts, these insights, but we still hesitate. I know I did. I don't know about how I did. I still do. I do. And even after I received confirmation from spirit and from people around me numerous times, I will never forget when I started really coming into things. And I would tell somebody something, and my husband, instead of like, oh, okay, that's really weird, I knew this was the man for me because he was like, oh, she's in her, he's called my zone. Oh, she's in her zone. Okay, got it. And he would just let me do my thing, and now he understands his channeling. Like he's starting to understand it more. And I would be like, oh, tell me what I said. He's like, nope, you said you can't know. How dare you? How dare you? You're supposed to be on my side. But he understands, right? And I appreciate that. And it's like he doesn't see it as woo-woo. The individuals that are meant to be with you are gonna be with you. The ones that are meant to understand are gonna understand, right? But I would tell somebody something, and I'm sure some of y'all have been through this. You tell somebody something, and they look at you a couple days later, and they're like, you remember when you told me this? And you're like, oh, no, respectfully, I don't. You were right, though. And then I act like, oh, really? Oh, cool, okay. And I go to my husband, oh my God, you don't believe I was right. I was really right about this. Like, I think there is something there. Like, oh my gosh. And he's like, I don't know how much more confirmation you need. like even he understood. I was still like, I'm not there yet. And it was interesting because when I received confirmation, I still questioned, am I truly capable of stepping in my purpose? And I thought, am I hearing spirit correctly? Is this really for me? I've been there. I promise you, I've been there. So every time that I doubted, spirit sent another sign, another message, another person to confirm, whether it was a guide, it was my angels, it was somebody else's angels. I mean, now this is the point, they were young. Like they were young. Some of y'all know what I mean. They were young. And the truth is, doubt is part of the journey. And it's okay. So I trust myself more, and I lean into the knowing that the lights deep inside of me that I've lived, that I know that I am, are supposed to be in this purpose. And I know spirit never gives up. And I'm here today, not as somebody who has it all figured out. I said, oh, I don't. Now, granted, life was a mess back then. But then I look at how it transformed me today. But I don't have it figured out. But I'm committed to staying present, to shining my lights, to helping others shine their lights too. And I use my gifts, whether it's through music, whether it's through knowing, whether it's through, just feeling. And I navigate this journey to help others navigate theirs. That's my purpose. And I know that now. Every day is an opportunity to learn, to grow, to step more fully into the light. And even though I've been through some incredibly dark times, I am honestly, truly grateful because it's led me here. Even at this moment, right here in front of all of you. So even if it just resonates with one person, I did my purpose. I'm working and living my purpose. And to me, I told you I need tissues. That's important. Because somebody saw me and I'm seeing other people. I want to see their lights. I want to see who they are. I want them to be empowered so they can empower other people. And you're going to have doubts. I did. I still do. So, 6 takeaways I want you to think about from this. Embrace your wholeness. Embrace who you are. Recognize that you're a complex being of so many facets. You're not just one. None of us are, right? And whether it's your professional identity or your intuitive spiritual side, both parts are valuable, very valuable. And instead of seeing them as separate, allow them to harmonize and work together. Don't try to continue to separate you. When you're present, the whole self is present. You're present to the world. And you increase your power, your authenticity, honestly, and your impact. 2, this one was a hard one for me, still is. Own your story. I don't care if you think you had the most glorious story in the world. Whatever story you went through, whatever trials and tribulations you went through, just because they weren't like mine does not mean they are not significant. There are still people out there that need your story. So own it. Don't be embarrassed by it. Once you are not embarrassed by it, the past experiences, both good and bad, shape who you are. Don't shy away from your journey or the challenges that you faced. Own your story with pride, knowing that it contributes to the unique perspective and strength of who you are as a person. Sharing your narrative, including struggles and triumphs, can inspire others and help you connect deeply with them that nobody else can. You stop yours, you're stopping others. Is that fair? I don't think that's fair. Honor your life, even in doubt. Doubt is a natural part of the journey. Your light shines bright when you embrace your fears instead of allowing them to hold you back. Even when uncertainty creeps in, remember that your essence holds value and purpose. Begin to take action, even if it feels daunting. Every small step matters. If there is a project that has been downloaded, an idea that has been downloaded, a message that has been downloaded, please share it. Do it. Don't worry about how, who, what, when, where. Just do it. Just do it. That's it. Stop trying to figure out. Well, I gotta wait for this. No, just do it. Jump off the cliff. Stay safe. Vulnerability is strength, not weakness. True strength lies in your ability to be vulnerable. When you allow yourself to be seen authentically, you invite others to do the same. Let go of the fear of judgment and recognize that vulnerability fosters connection. When we are judging ourselves, it's so easy to see the judgment of others, right? When we get to a point where we honestly don't care, and that's hard, where we don't care about the judgment of others. And again, I backslide. I go back. But there's times that, I wake up. I promise you, when I turned 40, I woke up and I swear, like, I don't care. I'm not trying to make people happy no more. I'm not trying to people please anymore. I'm gonna say the word no. I like that. Say more. I like this. But I'm living in my vulnerability. I'm literally telling people, I don't care if you judge me. I judged myself for years. So what are you gonna do that I haven't done? So guess what? I'm gonna live in who I'm supposed to be. Because I'm supposed to help the people. And by the way, you're one of them. When you talk to them, you're one of the people I'm supposed to help. So when you're ready to listen, guess what? I'm here. Now, if you don't want to listen, that's fine. But I'm here. Until then, I'm gonna love you from a distance. I'm gonna love you for however Spirit tells me to love you. 5, leverage the power of community. You're not alone in this journey. Seek out mentors, soul family, light workers, and friends who resonate with your path. These connections provide essential support and guidance. Don't hesitate to ask for help or lean on your community. They can serve as mirrors reflecting the light back on you when your light is dim. Things like this, light like this, individuals are, maybe I should get a read. If you are guided to somebody, go to them. There's a reason why you are guided to them. Because guess what? They're going to have a message for you. They're going to have a message for you. Somewhere in that message, they're going to get down with, oh, okay, so you coming to me? Okay, got it. Start talking. Now I understand why you came to me. Okay, and you're obedient. You're listening, right? If I'm giving somebody a reading and it's like, I don't understand why you came to me. Well, that's kind of cool that you came to me. Why did you come to me? That's stopping everything. That's not fair. I'm all about fairness. Can we talk? 6th and the last one, take aligned action. You don't need to have all the answers to start moving forward. You don't. Focus on the present moment. Commit to taking one aligned action today and every other day after that. I don't care how small it is. Just be like Nike and do it. Move. Stop sitting and standing still. Move. I don't know how much more I can say that in my I can spell it. I'm not a great speller, just so I take it. Whether it's initiating a difficult conversation, like I said, starting a new project, reflecting on your inner guidance, trust that every step that you're taking is going in alignment with your light that's leading you closer to your purpose, right? And incorporating these 6 takeaways, you can embrace your full self, own your journey, and make meaningful connections with others. And y'all, please remember, your light is needed in this world more than ever. And your story has the power to inspire so many people around you, even when you know or you think. I say you know, ooh, really? Even when no, because y'all know. That's what it is. Y'all know. You know, and you're like, but I don't have a story like yours. I can't. No matter what, your stories inspire those that need to be inspired. By who you need to inspire. I can't say that. That's it. I don't know if anybody has any questions. I'm an open book, so go for it. Yeah.
So when you were saying like you heard, you saw it, like, was it kind of like
scary?
Like you couldn't explain it, but it was there.
Yes. So, perfect example is I would be talking to somebody, and a lot of times when I'm speaking to people now, I always look up. And I have to tell people, like, yeah, I don't really look. I used to be one to look people in the eye. And I'm going to give you this. Now I'm just like, and my eyes just, I've been told my eyes just all over the place. And I have come okay with that, right? But it's like, I can hear things. I hear things through music. I hear things through voices. I hear things through dreams. And it's the more tapped in I become, the more it's becoming clear. And the more things connect. And at first it was blurry, it was disheveled, it was okay, I kind of get little bits and pieces. And it was still when I was really in doubt, like, yeah, really, I'm gonna need you to hang up and go away. Like, that's not right. I don't like it. But then when I'm starting to embrace it, and I say spirit brought and my angels and my spirit guides, they brought individuals that I needed. And I was obedient in hearing what they had to say, even if I didn't want to hear it, where it started opening and tapping, allowing me to tap in more, where it then became clear and becomes more clear the more tapped in you get. You know what I mean? I did a session. In Oregon where I read couples. A young lady who had a conference. I met her through one of the conferences I went to, and I'm like, okay, I know I need to speak to her. And I went through like all the bells and whistles trying to get in touch with her. And I'm like, I have a message for you. And I literally like, so I have to learn how to like zone it in because I'm just blah. Because I just want to share it so much. And she was like, whoa, okay. I want you to be a part of this conference, but I don't quite know how. And she's like, you know what? I'm doing these with couples and I want you to be the couples. Have you ever done that before? And I'm like, no. I don't know if I should. Okay. And then next thing I know, I said, okay. And I will tell you, darkness will try to stop you when things are supposed to be meant for you. So that week, I have my 19-year-old son. So I have a 29, a 27, and my 19-year-old son. And my 19-year-old son was doing really, really well. And all of a sudden, intuition, it can be good, bad, and indifferent sometimes. I go in his room, something told me, like, go in his room. And I literally saw like 10 vapes and like 3 bottles of alcohol. 19, mind you. I opened the door because he had this little thing in his room. I opened the door. I took pictures. I closed it. First of all, he had like this is the me, right? He had the audacity to try to tell me, why are you going in my room? This ain't your room. This ain't your house. Let me go there. Let's put that out there. However, the thing is that when that happened, when it's the dark night of the soul on that one, and I put it inside where I put everything on myself. Now, mind you, I'm supposed to get on a flight Friday. This happened like on Tuesday. I kicked my son out of the house. Never done that. I've always been like, okay, we're gonna figure this out. Like, I'm not gonna talk to you. I literally pack your stuff up and leave. I didn't care where he went, and that even killed me more because I'm like, what if he, like, as a parent, what if he goes out and gets hurt, or he goes to that wrong person's house? And so I'm going deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper. I get to the airport on Friday. Mind you, we worked it out, some stuff. So it went well. It went okay. We figured some things out. He literally felt. And my son is getting very in tune with his energy. He felt how I felt, and he was bawling and apologizing. So I was like, I'm sorry that I failed you as a parent. I'm so sorry that I'm not doing what you're supposed to. He's like, no, we're not gonna do that. So Friday comes along, and I'm still like, I don't want to go. And my husband told me in a very nice way, I'm a paraphrase, I need you to get on. And he said some explicits there, but I appreciated that because I wasn't gonna get on that plane. I was like, no, I need you to come pick me up because I'm not getting on the plane. I'm not going. I need you to get on the plane and go. So when I get there, I'm still, cocooned in, like I'm here. My energy wasn't good, and the energy in the room lightened me up. And individuals, this was a leadership, mind you. This was a whole leadership thing, right? So I'm like, everybody sit there like, oh yeah, I own this business and I do this. And I'm like, they're like, I'm sorry, what? What? You do what? And I was just like, I was embarrassed. I'm like, I don't even know how to like compete with these people because they do this and they do that. And it was interesting because she allowed me to read for these couples. Now, these are the same couples, like all these great businesses and all that, right? And I read for these couples. Can't tell you what I said to any of them. I can't tell you one couple, both of them were crying. Don't remember what I said, but one couple after the other came out. She only let me do it for like 12 minutes. And she had to come in and stop me because, again, I don't know if y'all are, I just keep going. I can't help it. It is what it is. And all of them, one of the wives, she and I are great friends now. And I was so nervous because I was like, oh my God, what if they get in front of me and I don't remember anything? What if they get in front of me and I don't see anything? What if they get in front of me and spirit's like, ha, 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 you don't really have this yet. Like, it's scary. And when they got in front of me, it just came out. And the confirmation was the next day not even when they said something, but when they told other people what was said, and then those people came to me and was like, wow, we heard about you. And I'm like, oh, hopefully it was good. Yeah, that's great. Like we want to know more, right? So you got to start somewhere. That's why I say, just move. I literally was like, okay, if my hair's not right, I'm not going to do it. If my clothes aren't right, I'm not going to do it. Okay, I need a certain mic. I need a certain computer. I need this. You know what? I didn't need none of that. I didn't need none of that. I could use my phone and be like, okay, I can do this. Like, I don't even need that. I just need me. But I was giving myself every excuse of not going in my purpose. And I'm like, you know what? I'm going to try to help people that are in this spot where they don't have to go through all the mess that I went through, where I can try to help people. That was, I told you I talk long, sorry. That was a long way saying of your answer. Yeah. And honestly, I'm gonna be really honest, I wrote this stuff down because I'm literally like typing it. I'm not gonna remember how this stuff is. I apologize in advance. I know this is supposed to go to some of you in here. I don't know, but I'm happy to help in any way possible. So hopefully this does impact some, if not, a couple of people, then it was totally. Yes. Yeah.
So once you start realizing that you have a channel, it probably comes that you get information from the people that are around you and maybe grant. How did you go from that to just expanding it? So that you start telling people you have to get, and if they wanted to get you to do it, like how do you go from it's happening, like tell the people around you to being able to reach other people?
So actually, it started. I'm trying to remember the process. So, it was a couple of friends who helped me. Like, you need to do this for other people. I already had the name. Like, the interest for 2 years ago, I already had the name of my company. Didn't know what it was for, right? Had been laid off in May, and was scared. I was working for a company and was using my gifts, but nobody knew it, super secret. And I was laid off. And it was like, oh, now what? And I started buying all this different stuff and trying to figure out, like, okay, what is this? Didn't know why I was doing any of the stuff I was doing. I was just doing it. But then I met, so one of my mothers, I told you I have 5 moms, 3 dads. So one of my moms, I called her one morning and I was like, she actually has a spiritual advisor, right, or a mentor. And I was like, I need the number of, I think her name is Bobby Joe. I haven't talked to her before, but Bobby Joe. And my mom was like, why? Oh, because I do. And I need you to give it to me. Well, I don't know if she's really ready to talk to you. No, she is. And so when I talked to her, I was sent to her because she was like, oh, so you're the real thing. Okay, got it. And she was able to help me confirm some things, but then she was like, I see you want to do this, but right now you need to do this. Like, she was helping me try to figure out what I needed to do, right? She was bringing that out of me. Even with all of the things, I had to believe it. I had to see it. And I had to want to help you. It has to start within, no matter how many people are helping me. Because when I say I have a team, I have a team. I have a team of angels. I have a team of spirit guides. My grandfather, he's always there. My grandmother, she's always there. Rest in peace. There's so many of my mom, my birth mom, is there. Do you know what I mean? To help me and guide me. But I can still be like, no, I don't want it. I'm not ready for it. I have to jump off the cliff like I'm telling you guys to do. I'm literally trying to be an example and do exactly what I'm asking you to do because I had to jump off the cliff. Does that? Yeah. Any other questions? I'll try to make the answer shorter. No?
What were you laid off from? I missed the very beginning of the statement. What were you?
I was actually, so I worked at a company, USA Today. And I was a business relationship manager. So I literally connected people, like that's like my calling, like I love connecting people. But I wasn't doing it in the way, I wasn't doing it authentically. And again, voluntarily, involuntarily, if you're not gonna try to do it comfortably, it's gonna happen uncomfortably. And it happened really uncomfortably, I didn't like it. But yeah, so it honestly, it pushed me. If I can tell you right now, if Spirit tells you to do something, it can stop all your finances like that real quick. So you have to. It can make it so you have to. Because again, when you're stopping, so is the progression of the other people that you're supposed to be helping. Yeah. Yeah.
How did you go from the, no, I'm not crazy, you know, when it's all happening?
Yes.
And you're like, I'm not crazy, I'm crazy. You know that.
So, you know, honestly, I always use the word crazy, and every single person I said, you know what, use the word wild. It's wild. Oh, that's wild. So I'm like, okay, so what? I know this is gonna sound crazy. And they're just like, okay, Barbara, you're just like setting everything up to sound crazy. Mm-hmm. Like, okay, I know it's wild that this, or so it's honestly the verbiage that I even start, because I still use crazy sometimes. Sometimes things are just like, wow, really? But I know that there's no such thing as a coincidence. Everything is in divine timing. It happens for a reason, right? So it's one of those things where you have to understand, okay, you have to understand that it's not crazy, that it's amazing, and that you are actually allowing yourself to go into your gift. That you're trying to embrace it. You're trying to allow yourself, because you know that you're supposed to be, like, you see people, you're supposed to be helping already. You know what I mean? I'm talking directly to you. She's like, I'm trying to hide right now. Sorry. That went really quick. You see people that you're already supposed to be helping. A lot of you have, but you specifically, you see people you're supposed to be helping. You know that what you're supposed to be doing, right? So you're embracing it. So, and you know that they're like, oh yeah, that's crazy. Oh yeah, that's, people don't know how else to explain it. It is crazy, but it's amazing crazy, right? It's amazing wild, but nothing happens by coincidence. Everything happens for a reason. Does that make sense? Okay, you can hide again. She's like, yeah, no. Sorry, not sorry. So, any other questions?
So how did it start with you? You said you're a channeler?
Yes.
Or, okay, now do you just hear a voice, or were you meditating and a voice came out? What? How did you start in the beginning?
You know, so when I was younger, literally younger, I would meet people online. You know, when they had dial-in, like dial-up internet, I told you I'm old. Okay. Like, I would meet people online, and this was like teenage years, like MySpace and all that stuff. Told you, see, told you. And I would be talking to people. I've never met these people, and I'm like, oh, so you're. And it was funny because I literally could see their closets. Were they messy? Were they organized? Were they? And they would be like, how do you know this? And I would be, I didn't know I was reading them. I was just like, okay. But they would always say, this is weird. This is crazy. This is effing crazy. Like, okay, why do you know this about me? Do you have cameras in here? And then it got to the point I'm like, ooh, I don't like how they don't like that, so I don't like it. Like, so then it was, I kept dimming it and hiding it. So I've had it. We've all had it for right? We just dim it, and it's gonna get to a point where it's gonna come out whether you want to or not. It's going to. It's just you gotta get it wrong. You know what I mean? Because it started long ago. I told you I kept hanging up the phone for like 30 years. It was a long time. Yes. Meditation, journaling. I honestly, I don't know if a lot of you channel or journal. You can see in my journal, literally when it's me and when it's getting channeled. Because when I'm channeling, I can't read anything. It is so like, okay, I think that says they. I think that's ants. But I mean, you're gonna get the gist of what it's trying to say. But I journal, I meditate. Music is huge to me. Uplifting music. That's dope. Honestly, like music is huge. It calms me. Being by myself. And people that I know and love, they allow me that space because I have to recharge because I get depleted because you give so much and you get depleted. So I'm able to recharge. And honestly, having an amazing community and support system. Like that's how I'm able to keep in touch because I don't have any regrets of the direction that I'm going. And I don't look at it in the way where it's like I'm giving too much. I want to give more. And I get in trouble for that because I'm not supposed to give it as much. But I'm like, ooh, I don't want to give it for free. No. I'm like, oh. So it's one of those things where you just start learning. But yeah, those are the things that I usually do. Yeah. Yes.
You got me on that one. I want to give it for free because that's what I naturally do.
Yes.
But I was also raised in a religion that, you know, the gifts from God were meant to be free. You know, they weren't
yes.
paid for.
Yes.
And so when my daughters here tell me,
I love the face. She's like,
they tell me that I should be charging for what I do. It's hard for me to hear,
yes,
let alone do. How did you get where you got?
I'm still there. I'm still going there. No, I'm dead serious. I'm still there. When somebody's like, I want a reading, and I'm like, okay, let's go. And they're just like, oh, I want to pay for it. I just want to give it to you. Like I do. The thing is, I have to realize this is the energy. I'm honestly giving so much energy to that person. And truthfully, it should be an energy exchange. I am honestly starting to realize that because there's that exchange. It is hard though, because you're like, especially if the person doesn't have it, right? And if that's what you're called to do at that time, to where eventually you get to that point, and hear me, eventually you get to that point because you have to get to that point. But if you want to start out like that, let's say you want to practice and you just want to give that love and you want to give that light, do it, right? But when it gets to the point that you know, and you'll know, and you already know. Sorry, respectfully. I apologize. I apologize. I'm so sorry. Sorry, not sorry. But yeah, it's when you get to that point because you're only allowed to do it so far. You're only allowed to give your light for free so far. And what I mean by give your light is like not share your light to other people, but literally give them that direction, that guidance. Right? Because the thing is, you gotta take care of you. And that when you got you, and I'm learning this. Believe me, because I'm like, no, I want to do this for this person, but I want to help with this one. Oh no, I'm not scared. I'll do it. No, I'm okay. And I have people that love me, just like you do, that say, I need you to learn how to say the word no.
You also told me that when we first met, that the word boundaries was important. And I'm working on that, but it's like, it hurts me kind of when I'm setting a boundary that is for my best interest, but it feels like it might be hurting someone else.
Okay. Let me ask you this. If you're depleted, are you going to be able to help them?
No. I usually just say to myself, well, I can give usually for this much time, and then it takes me a few days to recoup, and then I'll go back out. You know?
So all the people that you help in those 2 days, because that one person.
No.
And the thing is, and it's hard. If you want to go longer, you know what I mean? If you see more for someone, do it. I don't care if it's $5. I don't care if it's not. I had to learn this. Believe me, you ask my husband, because he's just like, but you're the one that's tired. You're the one that's like literally exhausted. I'm like, but it's okay. I still work 40 hours a week. I'm still going into this. So I'm literally doing this at work. The fun part about it, the cool part about it, they know about me. That's the first time I've ever told anybody at my job, like, okay, look, y'all, let me tell you a little secret. They're like, okay, wait, but you know a little bit too much about everybody in like a week. How do you do that? And I'm like, okay, so I got this. And it's funny because they're like, are you reading me now? You know what? If I don't worry about it, I'll tell you. If I have a message for you, then I'll let you know. You know what I mean? But think about how many people you could help if you're not telling you. So it's selfish, but it's selfless. Get out your own way on your ego when you're actually giving somebody something, right? But make sure you're selfish when you're worried about you. So otherwise you're not going to do it. Somebody else? Okay, we're good. Yes.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much, Barbara. Yes. Stay tuned for our next speaker. Sorry. Next speaker is Dr. Victoria Shaw, and she is going to be giving messages from your spirit guide. So she'll be taking questions from the audience and tuning into spirit guide. Good afternoon. I'm Sheila, founder of SoulSearch, and welcome to our SoulSearch Scottsdale Enlightenment Expo. We are so excited that you guys decided to spend your weekend with us, and you still have a few more hours left, 3 more, so definitely stick around. And of course, you're going to enjoy this, our next amazing speaker. We have incredible experiences happening in our hotel and the exhibit hall, and stay in touch because we're going to be back again. Same place, January 11th and 12th for our next Scottsdale Enlightenment Expo. And at SoulSearch, we are here committed to supporting the awakening of humanity, the expansion of consciousness, and we do that with our online platform where you can find amazing teachers, guides, and practitioners like Dr. Victoria Shaw. And of course, we also hold our Enlightenment Expos all over California, Arizona, Nevada, and we have our SoulSearch TV. And Dr. Victoria Shaw also has her newest show we just launched, Living in Alignment with Dr. Victoria Shaw, where you can tune in and actually watch some of her live sessions. Her first episode is about finding your soulmate. So definitely tune into that. You can watch SoulSearch TV. You can just go to soulsearch.tv online, or you can go to Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, Android TV, and search for SoulSearch TV, and it's totally free to watch. So definitely tune in, watch the shows, check out Victoria's new show, and let us know what you think. And of course, I'm super excited to introduce Victoria. She has a PhD and is an intuitive counselor and spiritual guide who combines her Ivy League training in psychology and counseling with intuitive guidance. So Victoria works to tap into your spirit guides, ascended masters, our whole spirit team to bring through intuitive guidance for you. And we're really excited because today's session, she's actually going to be taking questions from our audience, tuning into your spirit guide and bringing through answers. So that's going to be exciting. I'm going to come around with some pieces of paper and pen, and also to let you know that Victoria has a beautiful retreat center in San Diego called Captain Blossom Retreat, and you can see the retreat center in season 2 of her show. And season 1 is also on there, so you guys can tune into that. But without further ado, thank you and welcome, Victoria.
On the coast, and we've had October, so it's freezing, and I love the sun, but my body's adjusting. So anyway, I get a little sweaty. That's why I'm so excited to be here today and share with all of you. I think what I'm going to do first and foremost is share a little bit about myself, about my process, tell you a little bit about spirit practice. We're going to focus on those ones today, or then I will go over to you guys to ask your questions. So I'm passing around a little piece of paper. And so what I ask you to do is like to be considered to get a message from your guide. Write down your name on the piece of paper. Full name is appreciated because that's how I get, how I receive information. But your first name and last initial is fine too. And then if you do not want me to make eye contact with you, I don't know who you are. If you want me to say your name and have an interaction, it would be really fun because it can kind of augment the messages that are coming through. Don't do anything. But if you don't want me to do that and you want it to be anonymous, just put a big A up there or circle, let's see what they do. I didn't think about that. Just circle your name and put the name next to it. Okay? If you accept your name, I might have to read it. Circle your name with the name next to it. Okay? But usually the information that comes through is appropriate to the setting. So usually it's fine, but it's in live streaming, I always want to protect people's privacy. So I am Dr. Victoria Shaw, and my journey began as a research psychologist. I earned a bunch of fancy degrees at different Ivy League institutions. And I always had this passion to understand how people understood the word, what's the nature of consciousness. And I always felt this deep drive and purpose that led me to pursue those advanced degrees. And when I got to the end of that journey, my passion was gone. And it was about another 10 years into my journey that I realized what went wrong. I didn't really know it at the time. But for me, I've always been a deeply spiritual person. But I didn't know what that was called. I didn't grow up with any organized religion. My parents were not really oriented at all.
completely, a little bit the other way. And so I didn't realize that my whole life I was spiritually guided. I listened to my intuition, I followed my guidance, I used to talk to my spirit guides at the bus stop when I was a child, but I didn't know what it was. I didn't know what it was called. When I got to the end of my academic career after my postdoc, I realized that those big burning questions that I wanted to ask about the nature of consciousness and the meaning of life were not things that we could do in the psychology lab. And so I took some time off and I started raising my family. And that's when all of my own childhood stuff started to emerge, right? And I started to feel like I wasn't the kind of parent I wanted to be. And I was blessed to have found a really out-of-the-box pediatrician who was way more tapped into the spiritual world than I was. He started to connect me with all these weird people like acupuncturists and cranial sacral therapists, and then intuitives and astrologers, and this whole world opened up for me. As it probably is for some of you walking around SoulSearch. I didn't really know any of these things existed. They were all working. They were all helping. They were making a huge impact on my life and my children's lives. And the other thing that kept happening is everybody kept looking at me and saying, "Oh, you are super intuitive. This is your thing. What are you doing?" And it took a little while, but finally I got the memo, and I made the decision to kind of tune back in and connect with my own inner knowing. And I have to tell you, friends, at the moment I did that, everything about my life changed. It changed suddenly, it changed profoundly, and it changed for the better. And I've never looked back. I've never looked back. And I've spent the majority of the last 15 years following my inner nudges, listening and consulting my spiritual support team, and living a life that my former self probably wouldn't even imagine. So that's what I like to help other people to do. Along the way, too, after my intuition came online, I also went back to school and pursued master's of counseling because I wanted to have that clinical grounding. So I have lots of degrees and lots of education. But really what I do first and foremost is tune into my own inner knowing. I tune into the higher self and guide my client, and I help the people whose lives I touch start to navigate their lives from that soul perspective. Because when we do that, we don't get so lost in all the human mass and garbage and uncomfortableness. And when we do find ourselves there, we have this GPS ping that helps us get moving. So that is what I'm going to do a little bit for you guys today. So I do a TV show and a retreat and all of my teaching in one session for people all over the world. Today, as we are getting everybody's questions, if you want to start writing them down, there's a lot of you in this room, and I want to get to as many of you as possible. And if you don't want a reading, that's okay too. And if you don't get a reading, that's okay too, because I will tell you what happens in this magical environment. It happens every single time. You will get your answers through everyone else's readings. It is always like that. There's always perfect synchronicity. I have a membership community, and every once in a while, one person will dominate the whole, 90 minutes, and that person will email me afterwards. I'm so sorry. How did you let that happen? And I will tell them, because it always happens that I get 5 or 6 emails from everybody else saying that was the best session. I learned so much from that super story. Right? And that's why I do readings on my podcast. I also have a podcast, Intuitive Connection, with Victoria Shaw. We're 4 years into running, and I do readings on there as well, because we learn so much from each other's stories. Okay? So even if your question doesn't get picked, I guarantee if you are tuned in, you will walk away with wisdom for yourself today. Okay? While we are gathering questions, let me talk a little bit about your and what they are, and also a little bit about my. So the way I understand intuition and our spiritual support team is kind of like this. We are all spiritual beings having a human experience, okay? And a lot of times when we come into Earth, we forget the spirit part, right? Because the people around us, don't talk about it, or they talk about it in a way that feels non-resonant for us. Look at that face, right? And so we shut it down, we forget. But there's a part of ourselves that always knows. Right? And we always have that connection to our higher self, our soul self, our spiritual self. Right? And so the way that we connect with that is through our inner wisdom, through our intuition. And always, always, always working for you. It is not the gift of the select few. Some of us, like me, it's really loud. And I really believe that it's my mission and purpose to use skills that I've developed in this body, and probably many before I came into this one, doing this kind of work. But everybody has it, and everyone can develop it. And you're all using it, even if you don't know it. Because what happens in this world is really uncommon. You have experience, right, when you know something and you don't know how you know it. And you go to mom or dad or your teacher or your friends and you share this amazing thing that you know, and they look at you and they say, I don't know that. That's not true. You can't know that. Tell me how you figured that out. And you shut it down, right? It doesn't go away. It keeps working, but it works behind the scenes for so many of us. So I always tell people, look at the places where you're in the cloud. Look at the things that you're known for, what people say, like, you're an amazing athlete, you're an amazing mechanic, you are an amazing writer, right? You are so good with people, you just have that sixth sense about what they need and how to relate to them. Look at those areas in your life where you're already in the flow, because that's where your intuition is flowing for you the best. And what happens is, our successes are usually caused by our inner guidance and not by our mind, with the mind to take credit, to be able to control them. Okay? Your spirit guides, which I'll be tuning into today, are wonderful friends. When we come into the human journey, right, we put blindfold on, right? And we often forget a lot of what we know deeply as soul. We usually know about the first 7 years of our lives. During brain development, we are kind of conditioned into this 3D reality where we often lose touch with it. Again, it's still there, right? But we are just oriented more in the 3D world, we're oriented more in conditioned reality, fear, scarcity, right? This idea that we have to work really, really hard to make things happen, and we forget our true spiritual origins. Okay? Your guides, on the other hand, are spiritual beings that remember why you came into Earth, why you came here. They are aligned with you, but they see the broader perspective. They don't have the blindfold on, right? And they're here to support you in navigating this human realm, right? Because they can see and remember what you may have temporarily. Okay? And I always give the analogy of those obstacle courses that they do in team building, right? Where there's an obstacle course and one person has a blindfold, and then all the other team members stand on the side and they coach you through. Your spirit guides are a little bit like the guys on the side, right? They see the obstacle course, they know why you created it, and they can help you navigate it, even in places where you can't see. The more that you can learn to listen to them, right? And invite their support into your lives, the more they can help you. They're doing it all the time again. They don't turn their back on you, even if you turn your back on them, because that's just their job. They love the pants off of you. Nothing that you could do ever to change that, okay? But the more you participate and the more you appreciate, the easier it is for them to come and support you, okay? I was also going to tell people who have questions about spirit guides or intuition, you can ask those too. We have every question. Yay! All right, I'm going to get to it in 1 second. So, that's how your guides work. I'm going to give you 3 pointers for hearing your guides more directly when you walk out of this room, and I'm not here to be their interpreter. Number 1, I can't speak today. Number 1 is set the intention. Think that just that little bit is one of the most powerful things that you can do. When you set an intention, everything in the universe conspires to support you. Okay? So the first thing you can do is just set that intention. People ask, Victoria, how did you develop your intuition? Set the intention. Remember all the things that I needed on my path to show up for me. And they do every single time. When I have something that I want, when I have something that I'm oriented towards, they all appear. And then it's my intention to find that. Okay? So the first thing is to just set that intention. The second thing is to learn to quiet your mind. Because the mind is a great tool. I love having one mentioned, like Ivy League degrees, like lots of letters after my name. I'm very proud of all of that stuff. However, now what I've learned is my mind is a really great file cabinet for my intuition to play with. But you don't leave from there anymore. And if I do leave from there, it often creates a lot of noise. It creates a lot of noise and resistance, and it gets in the way. So practices that can help us quiet the mind and help us hear our intuition and our guidance. And the last thing is learn to trust it just a little bit more. Take those baby steps, listen a little. Right? Because as you learn to trust in those inner nudges more and more, you don't have to do anything crazy. I've done some crazy things in the last couple of years with cross country. I did a 3-decade-long marriage, started a new business, which I had zero experience, all based on my guidance, right? But I don't want any of you guys to feel that you have to start there. I'll work it out. But you can start really small. You can go to the grocery store and feel what item you feel drawn to, right? Or a bookstore. You can just start to listen. You can journal a little bit every morning or every night, asking your guidance, just, randomly, like, what do I need to know today? What should I focus on? Right? But as we start to trust the nudges more and more, we open that conduit and we start. Okay? All right, so that's all I'm going to do is I know you guys want me to get to you there. One more thing. So the other thing I tell people is this. Way that this will work. My guides will come, your guides will come. I refer to them as the guides unless a guide specifically wants to be identified otherwise, because I don't say a prayer and then once I say my prayer and say the container, I trust that just the right energies are going to come, and I don't really worry about who they are unless they want me to know. And I also need you into your higher self as well. Sometimes two loved ones will appear. Loved ones are not usually our primary spirit guides, but they sometimes guide us. Because like everything else on the other side of the veil, they love the hand off of us. They only want us. So the other thing that I invite all of you to do, and this is probably the most important thing I'm going to say today, is as you're receiving or listening to other people's messages, I want you to tune into yourself and see what resonates. Because we all have that built-in knowing what feels right and what doesn't. So I always say, if the message coming through does not feel right to you, let it go. Sometimes we don't want to hear it, in which case you'll bring it. Your guys will get up on you. And sometimes I'm not getting it right. But you have that knowing within you, right? So use it, okay? Because you're in the driver's seat here. I am just the voice. Okay? So we say a little prayer, it's up the energy order. Got this one going. I'm asking street to start myself. I usually do this before I teach. And all you beautiful beings in this room, you beautiful white light, to why not? Set in my heart to divine unconditional love and ask to connect to my high self, guides, and angels. In this room can see energy, because someone is seeing my energy right now. Sorry, I open my heart to divine unconditional love and ask to connect to my highest self, guides, and angels. In this room. It has to be a clear channel with which to receive and communicate their wisdom. I actually use the expectations I have. That will detail today, and have that be outcome this world, serve the highest and greatest good. All right, you going first? I got two. Starting with this one. Okay. I think just a little bit. No, I don't think that's okay. Okay. This is a very hard name to read. Then Eva Maria. I got it. Okay. All right. I'm not sure I'm connecting already to my guide, or if it's only my ego. Oh, that's a beautiful question. That is the question that everybody asks. Does Eva Maria want to identify herself? Okay. I love that question. Thank you for sharing with that. Anyone, I love that we're talking about. It's huge. I'm going to answer it specifically for you, but for somebody to speak generally. So I've done episodes on this, right? How do you know? And there are ways to know, and there are ways to discern. But at the end of the day, when you get into that point of, how do I know if it's guide? How do I know if it's a sign? How do I know if this is real? I always invite you to stop, because you're in your mind, and you'll never find your intuition. Okay? So again, I know this is going to seem very unhelpful, but when you know, you know. Okay? And that's true of you. You know, and oftentimes you try to talk yourself out of it. But there are certain, so that's specific to you, my people. Okay? Because you know a lot of the time, and I think sometimes it gives you a little bit of trepidation or fear, and so you don't trust yourself. So what I would do for you, and some of you listening may want to try this as well, I would start to keep a little journal. When you hear something that feels like guidance, Like, write it down. Just write it down. Not because you have to be right or wrong, because sometimes we get aspects right or wrong, or it doesn't even matter, but just because you'll start to get that flow, and you're going to start to find as you write it down, it's going to become super helpful. And you're already doing this? Yeah? I heard that. Right, so keep doing that and trust it. But the basic ways that I teach people to kind of know the difference between intuition and spiritual guidance and the voice of our minds. Number one, your guides are always loving. Your intuition is always loving. On the other side, there is no judgment. There is zero judgment. Okay. So I always say if the voice in your head is unkind, it is your mind. Okay. Always 100%, no exception. Okay. If it's very fear-based, it's your mind. Every once in a while, we'll get a clear hit from our guidance of something that makes our mind unhappy, and the mind will jump in and create some smoke and mirrors and noise. Okay, so that can happen too. When I first realized I was going to end my 30-year marriage, I wasn't happy about it. I loved the guy. I wasn't, it was like a long time, right? So it took me some time to get used to it. I've been doing this work long enough that I was able to hold space and really hear it. But I also give myself, my human self, a lot of time to process and be sure and figure it all out. I didn't jump off the cliff without the parachute, right? And you don't have to. But sometimes we can't handle those first nudges, and so we shut them down. And that's okay. Again, the messages will keep coming, and life will show you where you want to go next. But the initial hit is always clear, calm. It's never fearful. It's always loving. It's often quiet or subtle. It's not aggrandizing, so, my guides don't say, Victoria, you're the best thing in the world, you're like amazing, you're the greatest human being ever, because that would be my ego. But they are really encouraging and loving, and they see me for how beautiful I am, and they want me to see myself that way too. Okay? So I hope that answered that question. I love starting with that question. That was a beautiful one for everybody. Okay. You know what I just need to do now? Some water set up. I didn't realize I was talking about it. Cheryl, what do I need to do to move forward in my business? I'm going to get some information first, but then if Cheryl wants, I'll get some clarification about the specifics of her work as well. Cheryl, if I'm reading you correctly, you are very practical. Meaning you're really good at putting things into motion. You're really good at organizing things, doing things. And by practical, I don't mean you're not creative, because I think that your creativity flows in that way. You're really, really good at making things happen. Cheryl, does that sound like you so far? Yeah, okay, cool. Just making sure I got the right one. In terms of moving forward, there's a little bit of shakiness in your self-confidence. And there's also a little bit of people in your world that don't believe in you as hard as you'd like them to. So I would invite you, and I don't think they're right. You know what I mean? But I think that the person that you need to convince is you. And sometimes, especially when we're doing a new venture or something like that, I think that you're someone who doesn't see you yet. So again, tell me this is true, but when I started reading you and said you're very practical, I heard you almost think that was bad, when I think it's your superpower, right? So what we always want to do in life is express ourselves. Oftentimes we're taught, oh, this is what I need to have to be successful, what that person has. Yeah, it's not true. You are here as a spirit in human form to express your own amazingness, your own uniqueness, your own gifts. That is what you're here to do. And everybody that you choose and every life that you have has its own magic, here for you to explore and learn and develop and express. So if you're looking over your shoulder and asking what the other person should be doing right now, because I should be doing that too, you just lost connection with the greatest gift that you have, which is yourself. Okay? So when we're developing our intuition, I always say, start with what's working for you, because we all have our unique gifts, right? And I don't want to teach you to do what I do. I may tell you some things that I do, and they may resonate with you because they're true of you too. But ultimately, I want to teach you to do what you do and do it, magically, because that is the greatest gift you also have to the world, is yourself, right? So I want to invite you all to shine your beautiful bright light so that everybody can see and enjoy it. And that's what I would say to you. Okay? The biggest thing is just that you hesitate, that you doubt yourself, and that you let the doubters in your world, and this goes way back, define you. And I would invite you to stop doing that and start listening to the cheerleaders, because we have those too, right? So I would listen to the cheerleaders and understand that in your case, the doubters, some of them, one in particular, I'm not going to overshare. That family member, he has a lot of fear and a lot of need to control, but he also doesn't understand. Okay? And it's not about you. I mean, no, it's family members. But it's not about you. I mean, but it's really about that. And it's a great opportunity for you. When we attract these people into our lives that don't see our light, especially the ones that we are, you know, born to or raised by, it's actually an opportunity for us to find it within ourselves, right? Sometimes on earth we learn the hard way, and we don't have to learn the hard way. I like to teach people how to grow and expand in the playful and joyful way, but sometimes we start the hard way because it gives us a lot of momentum and a lot of really great material to explore. Okay? So I hope that helped you. You're just beautiful. I wish you so much success. Do you have any follow-up questions? Or that was a lot to digest. All right, I'm gonna let your energy go. Who wants to do it? All right, please, Mark. So many of you have questions right now about how I'm doing this. It's adorable. There's time at the end. Chelsea, okay, how can I be more open to communicating with you, like me, and to the spirit world? Who are you? Okay, I'm not sure I totally understand.
Where is this name?
Okay,
What do you mean by you to the spirit?
got it. So you're just asking.
Yeah.
Hey. Okay. So since you directed directly to your guide, I'll get out of the way on this one. Let your guide talk to you. That's what you wanted it to do. Your guide is the guy that showed up is very interesting. Do you have any inkling of who your guides are? And it's different for everyone, and sometimes it's an intimate connection. And you don't actually have to know the names of your guides or anything about them for this to work. Okay? You can if you want to, and sometimes we want to, but you don't have to. Just so you know. So that's your question. So I stopped it. I want to do that. Yes, you're already connected. You are also very hard on yourself. And sometimes hard on others because you're hard on yourself. Like, I feel that you don't have a lot of patience for other people. You're pretty much like, you know what I mean? Is that, yeah, it's not that you're like a bad person. I think you've been hurt before and you're just not going to go there again. So you give people a very short lead, and you know, after a certain point, like, you're done. And that's not a bad thing. Don't do that with your spirit guides. You can get annoyed with your guides. You can question your guides. You can doubt your guides. You can rail on your guides. They will not go away. You do not take it personally. They know who you are. They've trained for this. And you know, they don't have a human ego, so they can't take it personally. But when we are doubting, or when we are questioning, or we are very emotionally activated, it is harder for them to reach us. So it's harder for your guide to reach you. Your guide is really funny. I love your purple hair because your guide, this is like similar, has that same vibe. Your guide that's coming through me looks like almost like a cartoon character. So maybe this is just how he's presenting to you, but it's a guy, a young teenager guy who's got like this t-shirt on, that's kind of funky. He has a skateboard and high top and short purple hair. Is there a cartoon character like that? Or that you know about? That's how he's presenting to me. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. Does that resonate with you in some way? You like cartoon characters? I think he's trying to show you that he's spiritual, and also he uses the term chutzpah. Chutzpah. Any Jewish people don't really know what that is? Want to find that more?
I mean, I think it's like, zest for life, kind of like.
Yeah.
It's like a zest
Good
for stuff, good stuff.
Yeah, yeah, and it's like kind of drive and energy and like daring. That's what he'd like to help you connect with.
Other people say that my whole group really not.
There can absolutely be more. Usually I find that this is not set in stone. Females usually have. But it's not set in stone. You can have lots of guys. But oftentimes that. But this is one that's showing through. You, again, you're very earnest. So self-trust, self-love would be the places to go, and ask you guys to help you with that very well. And this one is telling me, yeah, you're going to see this image somewhere. Because I wish I could like, pop it to your brain for mine, because I'm not usually very visual, and it's so visual. You're going to see this image. Yeah, it's going to be like, oh, she's got that, and look like this image. And when you see it, that's your guys. Okay, does that make sense? But I do feel male energy for sure, and someone that might have known you in another lifetime. It's also very brotherly energy and very encouraging of you, and encouraging you to kind of bring out that aspect of your personality. Does that make sense? Okay. Did that answer your question? Yes. Okay. Beautiful. Thank you for sharing. Okay. And Tangela, are you going to tell me on time? Because that's the other reason why I need help here. Exactly. Okay. Look at that. All right, Deborah. Oh, that's a hard one. Will her son ever see the reality of his father's crossing over, and will he come back to our family? That's hard. I'm not a future teller, but I see what comes through for you, my beautiful friend. Your son, he's very lost. He's very confused, and the verbiage that comes through is he's very rigid in his determination. Okay? So that means that he needs things to be the way he thinks they should be. And that's helping the process. Yeah, okay. Is it you? Okay. Is it from other people?
And I'm hard to hear you.
Okay, because usually I don't need a microphone. I've been accused of being louder than I should many times. So he's a little lost. And his way of coping is he's angry. Is he on the spectrum? Okay. Because and so his way of understanding things and coping with things, he tells me, is dividing them. He divides things, and that's how he feels safe. Does that make sense? 100%. And so if this is here and that's there, then everything's fine. I think rather than trying to get him to understand his dad's passing, help him be more comfortable in his situation now. He's not in your life? Yeah. Is he in a place that's safe? I think so. But I think you need to let it go. And I think you have to trust. This is so hard. I'm going to tune into him because he's who you really need to talk to. It's not yourself, I think. But before I do that, because he really wants to tell you some stuff. I know he does. He wants you to know he's okay. He wants you to know he's a pain in the ass. He wants you to know this is your first rodeo together, and he chose you for being his mom. Oh my God, I'm getting tingles for your infinite patience because you are a rock star. You know her? True, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And but don't let me abuse that. Don't let me abuse that. Because there's unconditional love where we can love someone and understand that everyone does what they do based on their level of awareness. And then there's a lot of loving people that hate and waste. And you can love someone from afar And you can set boundaries with someone who still love them. And what he's saying is, thank you for doing that for me, Mom. Thank you for doing that for me. It's exactly what I needed. Okay, does that help?
Yes.
I kind of want to give you a hug because I know how hard that is. Yeah. And I'm going to tell you something else. He'll be back. It's not going to go. It's not going to go forever. He's working stuff out. He loves you so much. It's just that you were insisting on something that he simply refused to acknowledge or admit. And he's very stubborn. He's very stubborn. And this is good for him because it's helping him be a little more independent. And you are a rock star. You're a rock star mom, and he's telling you he's so glad you choose. Okay? Sending you so much love. Do you want to hear from his father too?
Yeah.
Okay, just give me your first name. I work differently than other people. Oh my goodness, that's a whole other story. You had a rough road. Yeah, he regrets the way that he passed and the way that he left Jimmy's place. Okay. Does that make sense? Yeah. It was a mistake, he said. I'm not sure that it was an accident, but it was a mistake. And he wants you to know he loves you very much, and that he put you through the ringer, and you deserved more, and he'd like nothing more than to see you find happiness in the space of your life. Okay? You're welcome. I'm not going to give you another hug. All right. I need a little water. How's everybody doing? And you know, when we hear other people's stories, it's sometimes easy for us to go into their meaning. Don't think you do that, because this woman here, she's strong. She's got this. She's really got this. She's amazing. Y'all see that? And you all have it too. Right? We all have that strength within us. Sometimes we need the hug or the support or to break things or to bear with God and all that good stuff. But you know, we never needed someone else to take on those things, even if we think we do. So I just invite you all to let that go. And remember that everybody in this room has their own connection to the divine, and we're all rock stars. We all have this, even when it feels inhuman. Even if I said this right now, it made you feel upset. It's still true. Like the new. Okay. This one's popping out. You guys are all great. Our spirit guides with me 24/7. Well, yeah, the occupation I've always wanted with the spirit guides. Oh, so many good questions in here, Anna. Thank you. Yes, you guys are with me 24/7. They may move away or move back. I mean, they have other things to do. But here's the thing: there's on the other side, there's no time, right? And there's kind of also, well, there is space, but it works differently than 3D space. So, you know, if you ping them, they're there. Okay, that's the best way to understand it. Okay. Now they're not watching you take a shower. Like it's not, you know what I mean? Like they're not, but they're just suffice it to say they're there when you need them. They're there when you ask them. Again, sometimes when you're really emotionally stirred up, they're there, but you can't find them. One of my favorite stories early in my work was when I first started doing this work, one of the guides that would often present to me was the Virgin Mary, Mother Mary, which is hysterical. I was raised with any religion, it's Judaism, so that was a strange guide to come to me. But you know, it kind of makes. I also used to talk to Jesus, but again, being Jewish, that was Latin. I mean, it wasn't Latin. At least it wasn't blasphemous. So that's probably like. But anyway, she was one of the first guys that came to me. And I knew I had many lifetimes. And at one point, she showed me the most beautiful thing. She showed me all these lifetimes where I had been worshiping the Virgin Mary and praying to her, you know, in like jail cells, starving, and torture, and like battlefield, the worst things that you can imagine. And I was like, Mary, where are you? Mary, where are you? Mary, where are you? You know, why have you forsaken me? Tingles. And she came back and she showed me, look, I was there. Look, I was there. She showed me, you know, like a whole movie reel of lifetimes. And she was like, yeah, every time. And it was such an understanding for me. It was a big healing. It's all those lifetimes. I was not forsaken. I was just going like this, as we often do. But it's also a great reminder to all of us that in those moments, your guides are there. You may not connect with them, you may not see them, you may be really against them, against life, against God, but they're there. Just know that. Just having that faith is all, right? And then it also feels like to support us. Okay? So now when you get help with your occupation, I can see if anything wants to complete on your occupation. But I also want to let you know your spirit might help, but they won't do it for you. Because you are actually the change maker, the active person, the creator of your life. And your guides can't do that for you. They don't want to. And actually don't want them to. So they're always following your lead. They're always tuning into what your intentions are and helping you realize those. Now, some of you are asking, well, what my intention is to murder someone. You know, will they help me with that? It depends. It depends. Look at your face. They're not looking things through the human lens. They're looking at things through the soul lens. What your soul's intention is, a lot of factors. Really, our high level guides are going to be involved in low level riffraff. But really what they're doing is they're looking at your highest and truest intentions and also what you want in the human world, both of those things, and they're helping you achieve that. And they're helping you stay aligned with your highest, truest intentions and what you want here on earth. And they're helping you align those two things. Because when you do, that's when life gets really amazing. That's why I have a TV show. Because that's what I like to help people to do. And that's what your guides are here to do as well. Right? So they help you align your human self with your higher self. Right? Because have you ever wanted something and then you got it and you're just like, I don't want that at all. Right? And then you get something and you're like, oh my God, I didn't think I wanted this. It changed my life. It's the best thing. I'm so glad I pulled off the road and walked into this place. Right? So a lot of times as humans, we forget even life because we've been taught what we should like, right? So our guides will help us, align. But back to your question. So they won't get the job for you, but they will most definitely support you in realizing that intention and finding the next steps. And but they can't do it for you. Is there a specific question about the occupation that this person wants because they want to give to you? Look at that. Thorough action.
But I want to keep pushing through school. She's at work.
You have a great desire to help people and support people, but the traditional system of education is really getting you now. And what your guides say is, first of all, you don't need a degree, but you want one, and I think you're someone having a license, having a certificate, having that will make you feel way more comfortable than just flying without that. Pick the easiest one. Okay? The only thing I don't like about the assistant is I would like you to be in something that gives you a little bit more autonomy. Okay? Because you have that natural nature where you want to follow and you want to please, but you're also an innovator. And you also will really shine when you learn to do things your own way and follow your own inner wisdom. You got that? And so I want you to be in a field where you're not going to have somebody over you constantly going, no. You know what I mean? Like, so a little more autonomy would be good. This is when they say this is what you want to do to get started, but like, a little more autonomy would be good to keep the easiest route. Like massage therapist or that might be too, whatever, but does that make sense? And you want to work with children specifically? Yeah, I think that they're both really good. I just think that school is not, it's just not your thing. So finding the certification program that feels the most resonant with you and the easiest and the most fun, okay? And that might even just be a different school. Okay, I hope that helps. Are we doing with time? 4 more minutes. 4 more minutes. We're gonna do 1 more meeting and then, but we started late, right? It's a bit after I'm done with the meetings, can I hang up the cards and stuff? Okay. Outside that door. Okay. will I move in the next year to better others' lives? This is true. This is John. Okay, sorry, John. Will I move in the next year to better other people's lives? Well, you're gonna say that choice is up to you. That choice is up to you. And that's what they say. They say, first and foremost, you have free will. So you have to make those steps. And I think that you are a little bit hesitant, a little bit afraid. The other thing they want you to know, and this is another big generalization, we help other people just by being ourselves. And we support other people just by being ourselves to the best of our ability. A little bit more self-love, love, with more self-expression, more creativity, more intuition, more freedom, more joy. That is actually what the world needs most of all. Okay? So that means that whatever brings you joy, whatever excites you, whatever feels good to you is good for the planet. Yeah, no, really true. You've been told the opposite, right? Suffer, work hard, be miserable until every last human being is happy. The opposite, we're all connected. Where you can find your joy, where you can find your inspiration, where you can find, you know what I did today? Getting ready for this talk. I did it before that romance. That was my service to humanity. Because that's what my soul and my humanness needed today. It's fun. It's hot though, man. I usually love to eat. But so do you follow what really interests and excites you, and let go of the need or the belief, because you have this, that you're not serving other people just like you. And then I think the path to service will be strong. All right, one more, or do I have to stop? Okay, Valerie. I know I'm supposed to be doing energy healing work, but not sure how and what. Can you clarify? Okay, Valerie, can I see you? Okay. I love that you put supposed to in quotes. Because, because, when I was first on this journey, I really knew I had a PhD from Princeton, I had a postdoc from Columbia, I had this big drive and purpose that carried me my whole life, and now it's a stay-at-home mom, which is great, and having kids was the biggest spiritual awakening provoker in my existence for sure. But I feel like there's something else I was supposed to be doing, right? But is that internal supposed to? Is that internal, I know there's something I want to do? And so I love that you put this in quotes, because oftentimes they're supposed to is there's a plan up there for me. Has nothing to do with what I want, but I got to figure it out. And, the same way as, what am I supposed to be doing right now? It's reading period. Stop talking to your friend and take out your book. That's not the kind of supposed to that we really want to tune into when we're listening to ourselves and tuning into our higher guidance. So thank you for sharing that. And I do see you, the first thing that I would do is really work on the intuition development. Are you the one who sees energy? Someone's on my energy.
See, it's more awareness.
Yeah, I feel that that's your strongest sense. You're seeing, that you see things, that you see patterns. And also touch, so hand to seeing. So it's very natural for you. So I would follow things like Barbara Brendan's very visual. I'm making this up, you don't have to do Barbara Brendan, but it just popped into my brain. Donna Eden is very visual, but also kinesthetic. So I would find things that combine those two things for you. You also are very auditory, so you may want to add some sound healing or some, but more like toning, I feel like, could be the,
tuning forks.
Thank you. Like the tuning forks or bowl, but not crystal bowls, but chakra bowls, tune sound would be really good for you. Does all that make sense? Is that what you're doing? Yeah. Yeah, and I think for you it's about empowering yourself to put it together in your way. Oftentimes we chase all these certifications because we have to learn how someone else does it. And that's okay. If I have a friend, she's an amazing energy healer. She studies just every kind of tool and strategy, puts it together in remarkable ways. And she's enormously wonderful. She doesn't know what spell I was going to say, but she's amazing. and creative, and that's how she experiences her intuition. But she also makes it her own, right? Because sometimes we get lost in somebody else's prescription, because we've all been taught, right? You show up, you do what the teacher tells you to do, you do the way the teacher wants, you get your A or more. That's fine. I was a really good student. But it takes us moving ourselves and listening to ourselves, and we all have unique magic to share. And so we want to learn how to listen to that. Sometimes we get that through traditional schooling, learning what resonates with me, what I want to take away from this, what I don't want to take away from this, right? Because sometimes we lose ourselves in it because we're trying so hard to be what we think we're supposed to be rather than be. So don't do that. All right, thank you guys. I'm going to pass around these cards. You don't have to take one, but if you take one and you download my free ebook on awakening your intuition or activating your intuition by 9 o'clock tonight, I will pick one of you for a free 20-minute reading. $125 value. So I'm just going to do it this way. And thank you. And you can find Tangela. How did I find the show? If you guys wait tonight, you can find the show on Roku, SoulSearch TV. You can find Intuitive Connection, my podcast, on all the platforms and on my website. And yeah, if you want to work with me, you can also find out how to do that. Thank you guys. Thank you.
welcome. I'm Tangia, the founder of SoulSearch, and welcome to our SoulSearch Scottsdale Enlightenment Expo. We're delighted you guys spent the weekend here with us. It's been amazing, and of course, we are continuing with Jen's incredible talk. And at SoulSearch, we are committed to supporting the awakening of humanity, expansion of consciousness, and we do that by creating a platform for you to meet and interact with amazing spiritual and energetic healers, teachers, and guides through our platform, and of course at our live events like this one. And stay connected. Our next event in Scottsdale will be January 11th at 12th. We'll be right back here, so mark your calendars. And of course, you can stay connected with us through our Facebook group, through our online platform, and through SoulSearch TV, where you can watch conscious content from our practitioners. And I'm delighted to introduce you guys to our next speaker, Jenna Foley. Jenna is an amazing Akashic Records healer, psychic channel. She has a company called My Awakening Within, which is a transformative space where intuition, Akashic realms, healing, and energetic breakthroughs occur. And she's also a business coach for spiritual entrepreneurs. She had a spiritual awakening in 2021 and a lifetime of intuitive insight. And she specializes in guidance for your highest good. She can channel messages from spirit, your higher self, the Akashic realms, or any being of love and light, offering tailored guidance for you. And so we're excited because she's going to be speaking to us today about activating our Christ consciousness. Thank you, Jenna.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Such a good introduction. I wonder how you got that. I'm like, I think my job's done here. No, thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you for having this space. I'm excited to be here. This is my first talk here. One of my first shows actually at SoulSearch. And I'm so delighted to be here in a space of teaching. And that push has kind of been coming up more for me. So, right, my name is Jenna. I'm a psychic medium, channeler, Akashic reader, and intuitive. I'm a podcast host. I work with all types of people that are ready to, they're here to do the work. And you're ready to step into your enlightenment, to learn who you are, right? And so today we'll be talking about Christ consciousness and unconditional love. Right, so it's mainly about coming from this space of unconditional, right? The frequency of unconditional. And so part of what I'm doing here today is supporting your journey to already see that which is already in yourself, right? That unconditional love. It's already within you, right? So part of my journey, I can kind of give you guys a little bit with that. Stepping into that, how I learned that, how I, got more into it, and then the journey kind of merging all of it. I do want to start off with moving a little bit of the energy. So we'll kind of step into that space here. So we're going to move energy more later. We're going to have an activation, and we're going to work with unconditional love. Here we're just going to get the flow going. So if you guys want to kind of relax, I always say too, kind of if you can cross your legs, just to let the energy flow and be in a space of receiving. Awesome. So a lot of crowns happening. So who here has or feel like they're having a spiritual awakening? I feel like they've gone. Yeah. I love it. So I want to start there, with my journey, because in that journey is the self-discovery to self-love and unconditional love. Right, so I have a lot of repressed and suppressed traumas and emotions from my childhood. I don't remember anything under the age of 11. And so I lived most of my life in a space of kind of like avoiding and ignoring that fact. Even when people would bring up things about their childhood, I kind of wouldn't really acknowledge that. And so what happened was a few years ago, I couldn't avoid things anymore. I stepped into, having a significant other, having a very significant life health crisis. And basically them having a mental health breakdown and me kind of experiencing a lot of fight or flight. So I had PTSD for about, severe symptoms for several months. I was actually out of work for 5 months. But this is actually really blessing to me because I realized that I was never present, right? So this extreme into this PTSD into, oh wait, like I actually never felt my emotions. I suppressed them. I would constantly be in a fight or flight. And that journey allowed me to finally see that. So in that awakening, right, in this aspect of just starting to see things differently, starting to have a different perspective in life, and starting to see that I don't have to live like that. And everything started to cave in. So I started on this journey to kind of heal, realizing the different tools that are out there, beautiful. I did EMDR and started to connect that mind body and on this journey to healing. And so once I went back to work, I stepped into psychic and mediumship development classes because I started hearing my ear ringing. I was finally more present, that I could finally kind of connect more. And I didn't know that's what I was doing. I just kind of was like, all right, well, we're going to step in and have fun and get some cards. And pretty shortly after going to classes, there was an intention on sending out healing to people who were in a class. And we said, okay, guys, we're going to send out healing to this group here. And my hands started going on fire. So I was never attuned. I've never had anything there, but it's just your intention. Right. So I decided to delay getting any type of attunement. I didn't feel connected to Reiki, but I eventually did. A few months later, I got Reiki when attuned. And then a week later, I had an ayahuasca journey. And so I actually started channeling in light language in that journey, or the journeys. So I started stepping into this innate ability that's all within ourselves. And so in that journey, I kind of started to say, okay, am I crazy? What is this? I don't really see anyone doing this, right? Which is usually your intuition and you knowing things, or you doing things that are who you truly are. But living a life of suppressing things was kind of like, no, this is not real, right? It's kind of gaslighting myself, right? So I actually found my Akashic teacher, and I stepped into this journey of healing from within, right? And so the big lesson in it all is that we all have the tools within ourselves. We have all the tools to heal ourselves because we are actually the ones doing it, right? We are the ones who are stepping into that session, or if we're working with someone or with ourselves, and we are saying yes. We're saying that we're releasing it. It's more of closing the gap between do I really believe it and not. So, right, this space of Akashic Enlightenment. I do want to spend a little bit of time just kind of explaining what it is. So you have your Akashic records. Everyone has it's your own Akashic records. You have your right to go in it. People tap in differently. I was introduced to a teacher that works with Akashic records, and it's called the Book of Truth. So your Akashic records is everything in your soul's journey that you've experienced, including this lifetime and other lifetimes. And so, if there's something that is suppressed, or if there are things that are there, that energy, all that stuff, we have that ability to go in, see it and release it, right? So the book of truth is a higher dimensional space. It's up to 11th dimensional space. So your Akashic records is one energetic hallway of many. There are all these higher consciousness hallways that we have the ability to get attuned ourselves and access higher knowledge. And so basically it encompasses the laws of the universe to help bring in more enlightenment in our journey. So that's kind of the space that I step in. So when I channel, I step in that. I'm actually in my own Akashic enlightenment right now. And so some people channel where they kind of can close their eyes. They go into tap into that deeper altered state. And when you step into your Akashic, you can just channel, just eyes open and just kind of, right, allowing that information to kind of come in. You step into that frequency, you step in, and we can all channel, we all do. And a lot of us actually aren't consciously aware of it. But there's a lot of thoughts and ideas that come in, and you're just like, oh, that was a good idea, self, right? And so that's really, your true self and your higher self coming in, right? So in this journey of working with Akashic enlightenment is when I started to heal myself. I started to see all of the illusions, all of the things that I built. I created a lot of patterns in my life that would validate those false beliefs, right? So we operate in a lot of subconscious energy, right? We learn all these things, we go through all these things, society, family, right? Things passed down, we hear things, all the content we consume, right? All this goes somewhere, and unless we kind of work through and deal with kind of the root cause of some of these mindsets, we start to act and behave in ways that validate that reality. So for me, what it looked like was me starting my business. I was really excited, an LLC, and I had a lot of core worthiness wounds with things that happened to me in the past. So when I started to kind of do things with my business, I didn't actually say, I'm not worthy. I didn't say those things. My actions, though, manifested that reality. And basically, I kept circling around in this pattern that wasn't really moving the needle. I wasn't really going anywhere, right? And then me stepping into this space of healing myself and knowing that I'm worthy and seeing that and being seen for the first time by myself. That allowed me to step in and start to move the needle and put myself out there. And then, hence kind of speak to people, right? Kind of like get out in that space and say, hey, we can do this, right? Moving through and dismantling those belief systems is a step in the journey. So if we're not aware of some of that stuff, we can be unconsciously creating patterns. It can even manifest in projecting that with people that you know. So it could be, a conversation with someone where it's a miscommunication and things escalate, right? Have we all had arguments, right? And sometimes things are just projected, right? And it's based on that unconscious behavior, that unconscious mindset of, hey, is there something of worthiness? Not saying that's why you do it, right? This is why I know that I was doing. There's some fear in there. There's some aspect of me of not feeling worthy. So the miscommunication was actually me perceiving what that person was saying as hurting me, but I was the one not feeling it. Right? And so I come from a space of, this is how I teach, this is what I embody, is that we are all whole, we are all divinely perfect. We don't need to be fixed, right? It's shining the light to see those shadows, which the shadows of the mindset, so that we can release them and step into and embody that wholeness, right? So going into those phases of, in those cycles and creating those patterns actually just kind of validates all of those unconscious aspects of me, right? So yeah.
You said about how, again, worthiness, you're changing others, that they're hurting.
Yeah.
And then you see what you said after.
Yes. I sometimes forget because I channel. but basically, right, I'm projecting my feelings of unworthiness. I'm perceiving that person as hurting me, and they are probably projecting their stuff back onto me. It's like that cycle, right? You're playing around the cycle with each other until someone kind of steps up and is like, oh, wait, let's look here, right? From a higher level, this is unconscious, and we're going back and forth. It's ping-ponging back and forth until we finally take a moment to be present and say, what is happening? Why am I reacting? Where does the reaction come from? Because usually a reaction, right, you have your reaction and your response. And so your reaction is usually this unconscious mind, the subconscious mindset coming out. And it's the first thing where you're like, wait, I need to defend myself. Well, I need to defend myself because maybe I'm not feeling whole. But you're not saying that, right? But all of these mindsets in there bubble up. And when we don't work through them, we don't acknowledge them, or if we don't see them, which can happen, because I've been there, right? We can project that and literally that explode. And some of the chaos or some of the things that might be happening in our lives are sometimes due to that, right? I can't say every situation, but I know for me, kind of where I was in my journey, that aspect of not feeling whole, I created my patterns. And my patterns validated that aspect, and I kept in that cycle until the universe was like, no, we're gonna let you see. So, and I truly believe that was part of my journey. Part of my journey is to go through that and start to learn how to be present. And this will go into Christ consciousness and that unconditional love, right? Because when I'm not truly seeing myself, if I'm not truly feeling whole, how can I hold space of unconditional love or love, right? Self-love. I wasn't. I mean, if I'm seeing myself as whole, I love myself. I'm validating my worth by going out and doing something that I feel aligned with. That is choosing you, or choosing to step away from the situation, right? That is choosing you, right? Having your healthy boundaries, understanding what is continuing the cycle, I sometimes like to say, playing out the cycle with, right? And who you're kind of ping-ponging back and forth. When you choose you and you choose, let me feel out what's going here, let me choose to get inside and get present, that's when we start to step into magic. Right, so this presence, I want to talk about the importance of presence and feeling into our body. And this is coming from my experience of being very numb, suppressing, to, okay, we're going on a journey where we're not feeling, I wasn't feeling, okay, I still don't know if I want to feel it anymore, and I'm like kind of afraid, resisting, right? That journey, it's not just linear. It sometimes goes back and forth. Sometimes you're like, all right, we went and we worked through this, but something else comes back around, and it's another layer. It's a deeper aspect of us to kind of look at. And so when we get really present, we start to make decisions from that point. We start to say, okay, who are we truly? What's the false beliefs? And when I'm stepping into that present moment, I start to say, I'm creating space for my alignment. And now when I say present, for me, I went through something extreme to see that my nervous system was kind of in that flare. What I will say is you can also do is there's mindfulness techniques. Okay, there's things to get really present. Of course, everyone is deeper, like everyone's different and unique. So there might be different things that people could work on that might help them. But when I look at all my senses, I get really present and I feel into my heart. And I say, okay, is this in alignment? And that presence, right now, it happens pretty instantly. Like yesterday, I was like, last minute, I'm like, I'm going to go to this space because, it feels really aligned. And there was a lot of synchronicities, which really felt good. And it was just kind of that universe validating, yeah, you were supposed to be there, right? And so that co-creation is what I call it, happens quicker. Manifesting. And you are consciously manifesting your reality from a space of alignment and who you truly are. That presence, your reality will kind of just unfold and provide all these opportunities. Because now you're like, I'm worth it. I believe. I'm dismantling all that stuff in between. So the more that I'm present, my reality starts to, things start to kind of look like that. And I start to channel more and more higher. There's things that I'm like, I didn't get this training here. And it's okay if you do, you know, like, because that's part of it. But the one caution I would say is, or not caution, but discernment, is sometimes when you step into a place of spirituality, once you've been going through traumas and working through things, that you kind of substitute spirituality as distractions, because you're like, I'm going to take all these classes, and you're still not really present with what it is that you truly want or who you truly are. So you're kind of like, all right, we're going to like bypass all the stuff and figure out who I am by doing all these things. But it's only you that can do that. Right? So all this presence is important along the way. So we're going to get into price consciousness. I know I said a lot. So I'm going to ask you, if anyone have any questions before we get into talking more about price consciousness? Yes.
I just want to make sure, this is so right on, it's just the way you should that unworthiness. And then somebody, I will say something, and I trigger their unworthiness. They are triggering my unworthiness.
Yes.
It's like a boat, to get back and forth. How I can go away.
Yes.
And they're stuck because it brings up what they're doing with me.
Yes.
At that point, I'm thinking about maybe not, you're right, you can be in that situation, but also finding that motivation. And I supposed to go, where do I go?
Yeah, absolutely. So there's a couple things. Everyone's situation is different, but when we start to become present and connect to who we truly are and what feels right, we also start to create healthy boundaries. Right? So sometimes that could look like we're releasing people, right? Also, when we're healing and part of the journey, if we're going back and forth, sometimes that may look like stepping back for a little bit, because it's hard to, it's hard to sometimes heal and work through an issue if it's constantly coming back in, right? So sometimes stepping back, because I had a lot of things with family that I said I needed to kind of step back a little bit for this period of time, and that's what I needed to do to heal, to finally say I can be in the room and embody this unconditional love and know it has nothing to do with me, but it was a process. I had to step back, and so that can be part of it. And now what I do is, whether it's family or people I work with or whoever it is, I start to just think about that energy and think about unconditional love and not think about them. Not think about me when I say, oh, I'm going to do something for them, or I'm going to maybe heal them, whatever it is. I start to put me in, and that anything that I haven't worked through or anything there starts to step in, and that energy shifts, and it starts to kind of, let's want to say it's a lower vibrational than kind of that unconditional love, because unconditional love can't even describe it.
Yeah.
It's wonderful, right?
They're hurting, and they're going to keep doing this.
Yeah.
They're just not in that place. So that's about, I want to keep hurting myself.
Yeah.
By being with them.
Yeah, and it's okay to step away. Yeah, that's part of the journey. Some people leave and it's temporary. Some people, it's more permanent, and that's part of our journey. So also know that we can't control what they do. So they can decide and choose to stay where they are. Sometimes leaving and stepping away can be kind of like a catalyst, and then like saying, oh, there's something here, or maybe not. But it's not our journey.
But what we could do about another person is use affirmation like beholding the Christ at work in through that person.
Holding, yes, the unconditional.
Beholding the Christ, using affirmation. Also, Kathy, I read Catherine's part book, The Dynamic Laws of Prayer, similar to this, chapter 7.
Okay.
It's amazing. She sees a tremendous power in the name of quotation, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. you so much. So the one thing it's starting to transition here, right? Getting into this Christ consciousness, right? So now we're talking about stepping in to a space of unconditional love. The one thing I'll say is I had to practice. Like, you'd think it'd be that easy, right? I don't know what you guys think, but for me, I didn't even have self-love for myself. So that journey was very important to dismantle, to see, to release, and step into. It's just unconditional love, right? So creating that space just allow me to start to hold that, but for myself. So I had a session or had something come through when I was channel work with ascended masters, and I had Jesus come through, this Christ consciousness and this ascended consciousness come through, and just it kind of like spun me around, like it's all energy, and I'm like, I think I might, like I'm sitting, but I might like fall off. And so what I was taught was to practice holding this, and I'm just like, I don't know what you mean, like, and it's just holding it, and feeling that energy, just thinking of unconditional love in my body. So now, right along the way, I'm creating space, and now if I'm working with someone, or even if it's not someone I'm working with, but it's someone I'm talking to, or someone in the room, you can even just practice this, or maybe go to Starbucks, and you're wherever it is. Now, I actually don't even drink coffee, but I don't know why that's often, but maybe someone's gonna go to Starbucks here, and you can just sit there, and if you're seeing someone having an off day, and you set out your intention, I'm gonna practice unconditional love today. You're practicing it for yourself. You've been doing that, right? Because that's a big part of it. And you go out in space, and if someone is having a bad day, all you do is you don't focus on them, right? Because we're like, you're putting your attention somewhere else. You don't focus on you. You just think about unconditional love. Think of this peace. Believe in that energy. Know it, embody it, and you can start to see a room shift. You can start to see things shift within there just by working with that energy. So once you kind of like play with energy, you'll kind of start to see. You can kind of bring things or change things in your reality based on your mind and your thoughts, and things will kind of start to pop in like instantly, right? So I actually there was one fair earlier this year, and I spent every time talking to someone just thinking of unconditional love. Of course, paying attention, like definitely paying attention, right? But just focusing on this energy here, just saying, what is this unconditional love I have right here? And I will tell you, I did it one day, and the next day, I had someone sit down with me, and all of a sudden, I'm hearing the words Christ consciousness come through my head, and I was like, oh, do you work with Christ consciousness? And they're like, yeah, it's right, it's out there. I'm like, oh, wow, and so we kind of started talking a bit more and doing a couple other things, and we're in a session, and it comes through, and I'm like, okay, there's this big energy coming through right now, so just bear with me, kind of relax, and I thought I was going to fall off the table. Like the first time I'm really, really embodying and holding that, knowing that it's for someone else. But it's also it's not about them. That person can choose to receive or not. And that's not for me to judge. That was part of my journey. Part of my journey is, right, once we start to get into judge, like, why wouldn't someone want unconditional love? Then you make it about you. You make it about you and what's happening. Why not? Why aren't they receiving what I'm trying to give, right? And it kind of goes back to that, hey, am I worthy enough to give, right? So we're making about us. We shift that energy from unconditional love to that lower vibrational space of judgment, whatever that is. So that's kind of a little bit of the process, a lot of it of the suggestion on, hey, you start to, right, feel this, you go through your journey, you dismantle, and you start to step into holding it for yourself, believing it. And you can step into spaces where you are just holding it for that space, not for one person, but for that space. And you can do it several hours, so everyone's got their time, but you can just spend a day.
Is it like a meditation you're putting yourself in?
You know what? It's just focus, intention.
Thinking about the Christ consciousness.
Just thinking about unconditional love. Yeah, you don't even have to say Christ consciousness, right? It's kind of maybe more of a buzzword, right? So I kind of use both. Yeah.
Now it's just, like they talk about spirit guides.
Yeah.
So you're talking Christ consciousness. Is that like God? You're saying?
Well, from my understanding, it's this frequency, this vibration, this feeling. So I can't even put into words. But the way that I understand is God's source universe is all within us. All that's innately within us. That's my belief. There's a lot of things that I've seen, and I've seen a lot of things that kind of fit with that. But right, I'm taking this power and I'm mirroring it with the universe, and the universe is mirroring it back. It's all within, and that it's all energy, right? At the end of the day, you can call it a word, you can say it's this or that. It's truly taking yourself out of judgment, taking yourself out of the equation, and just starting to put intention on this feeling, this unconditional love.
I see, like taking the ego out because the mind is going to go with the ego and getting more into the consciousness space.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Awesome. Okay, so I want to do an activation here. Okay, so part of like what my intention was to come in here today and was to help support you guys to believe that you already hold this unconditional love in you. Okay, so hopefully I'm doing a good job. I don't know. So hopefully I am. But I want to also work with the energy. I want you guys to kind of, you've seen the journey, right? You've seen the belief system and some of the things that were dismantled along the way. Now we're going to really start to kind of feel this. And all I just ask you guys to do is just receive. That's it. Don't think, is it working? Is it not? Is it really is? And if you do, acknowledge it and just move back into your body. Get back into, you can focus on your heart. You can focus on, if your eyes are closed, which I do suggest you focus on. Do you feel anything? Can you listen to my voice? Get into your body. And that's all really to do. So.
Just get into the body, get into the heart, and just open to receive what you're doing.
Yeah. Yes. Any questions?
I'm also going to work with the sound bowl. So just get relaxed. You guys want to close your eyes and just be in a space of listening.
And just start to visualize golden energy surrounding your body. Just about a foot out of your body, start to fill this space with the frequency and vibration of gold, godlike consciousness, filling up every ounce of that space. No judgment, it's just filling up. Start to let that go all the way above your head. And just start to visualize some flower opening up that soul star, that crown chakra, being in that space of receiving because you are worthy. You're whole. You are unconditional love today in this moment. Just let that golden energy start to tip in, going into your head, past that third eye, that forehead, into the throat, into that heart space. Let that swirl here into that heart space. Feeling that pulse. Feel free to take your hands, feel your heart. Start to see, know, and embody that color pink, which is starting to move into that heart space. This frequency of self-love. As they are merging and swirling, drop in deeper to that heart space. Drop in deeper to this knowingness that you hold this unconditional love here today, down to your DNA, to your cellular structure, on every dimensional plane, in all lifetimes. It's here right now. Yes, just drop in deeper here, guys. Pulling in that energy now to the rest of your body, down to the hips and to the legs, to your feet. As you are receiving, also flowing this energy outside of your body, flowing it into the ground, to the earth. And this is just cycling in effortlessly, back and forth. And take a moment here, a deep appreciation of yourself for showing up today. And you are worthy, and you showed up today for yourself. And hold this in your heart here with me. As you're just letting this energy flow through, you are embodying unconditional love here. You're holding it. You're seeing it, you're knowing it, you're believing it. You're letting your body process it, however it wants to process it. And you can come back here at any moment. Your guides are with you. Remember, you have all the tools to do this yourself. You are a master. Just let that energy flow a little bit more. Yes, you get those. Yes, you get those. Start to let energy flow effortlessly out of your body into the cosmos, letting the universe reflect in what's already within you. And as you do that, the universe, source, God, is reflecting that back to you. This mirror here. The universe is saying that you are worthy of this unconditional love. Give yourself some more gratitude and appreciation for choosing this. Just start to bring some awareness back to your body, just slowly coming back, seeing the colors, bringing those colors with you. always knowing you have this. Start to bring more awareness back to the room. Starting to feel your fingers and your toes. Maybe move your arms. Whenever you're ready, come on back in. Open your eyes whenever you're ready. How you guys feeling? Yeah.
It's like when I just and close my eyes for birds, and I can actually see other.
I don't believe so. What I think I feel is coming through is just don't overcomplicate it, right? Just kind of go with the flow. It's all about intention, right? If you put your intention and your focus on something, it's gonna happen. So just because you're like, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna feel it more. Yes, that could be it. But now you're just putting that, do a little extra work in there to kind of receive, and so you can just be. But it just might be, you might be going in a little bit deeper. You can be stepping more into an altered state when you do that. So I'm not sure specifically for you, but it just feels, at least kind of what I'm picking up on is that just don't overcomplicate it. Yeah.
No, it's like when you close my eyes and like, you know.
Yeah.
But you know, you're home. It's cool, I like.
Yeah. And we're all receiving. It all kind of feels we're all receiving all that, but it's sometimes the extra senses or the less of the senses might help us feel certain things more, right? So like if we have certain senses that are a little more that aren't up to speed or where we want it to be in that moment, another sense may feel a little bit more. So that might be just kind of what's happening, is that you're kind of maybe a little bit of ego is getting out of the way when you're doing that a little bit, and you might be feeling a little bit more. So yeah, that's why that little bit of the words kind of came through. It's like, just feel it, right? Get into the body. And sometimes I always say, because I'll ask people like, how do they feel? And sometimes they'll say, I think, right? Because I know, because I used to say that. So sometimes logic can get in. And so just getting back into feeling. Yeah. So as long as you're just kind of feeling it and you're just writing, you're doing everything.
I did feel after.
Yeah.
But it fell out of this stuff.
Yeah. Which is why I said, you can kind of like, you acknowledge that that your mind is going somewhere else, but now we're going back to some people do different things. Sometimes they do like a breath work. Sometimes there's like a box breathing that really just helps. 4, 4, 4, 4. You just hold, right, your breath or whatever it is. Like breathe in, hold, breathe out, hold. Right, you're resetting your nervous system. So there's a lot of different tools to kind of get back in the body. But I think they're beneficial for everyone. It's like we all have moments where we might feel a little more anxious for a certain reason. We want to get back into feeling. So yeah.
What's beneficial to everyone?
Oh, just there's all different types of tools that we can to get back into our body. So
what does it mean to get back into the body?
Just be present in this present moment to feel. So one of the things I was thinking before was about more like sometimes when I ask people, well, how do you feel, right? And
Do you produce CDs?
Do I do what?
Did you produce any CDs, compact discs?
No.
Oh, you don't buy any?
I don't know. Maybe so. Good question. So how is and does anyone have any questions? Anyone?
Oh, sorry, say it again. I was curious about how you turn to the speaking part.
Yeah, good morning, guys. You know, yeah.
I didn't hear the question.
It's I'm speaking words that born in English.
Oh.
Yeah, yeah. So we just there were some words that were in just say light language, people call it. Basically, it's frequency. It's energy just expressed differently. So everything's energy, right? There's universal life force, God's first universe, right? Reiki, like it's all energy, right? But there's different ways that people tap in. So I'm a medium in that aspect of I channel in through different interdimensional beings that I work with. But I also channel in light language, which can connect to interdimensional beings, which can just connect to my higher self outside of trauma frequency. And when I first started, I started signing. I was actually I did mention, I think I mentioned before with the when I was in ayahuasca, I started channeling. So I started moving my hands, but it started to express itself verbally. So sound is just another. I mean, everything is sound. Whether you're fine or not, there's always sound. But when sound's expressed, it's healing. Right, certain frequencies. And so actually the first time there are some people that I know here that I spoke light language out, and I will say sometimes if you hear it, if you believe and you're open to it, and I was on a journey of like stepping into being a healer that we all are, and I was just like, all right, I'm writing it, and I was having a lot of issues with speaking it out, and I was actually in like a development circle with some lady, and not to call anyone out, but so I was like, hey, I have this voice in my head, and it's not English, and it just kind of, I'm like, I can't say it because it's like you kind of think you're crazy, you have ego, you have all this, and one person was like, just open your mouth. So we just have someone there. And so you just can't let it out, right? So if you guys have where you're like, even after today, sometimes either in the sessions or in these spaces or after, people can start channeling, and it can take different forms. So sometimes people will see symbols in their head, and they'll you can express that through writing. And so that's just channeling in energy through your hands. You can channel it through, if you might feel your hands kind of want to move. And like I had someone who their hands were like numb and they didn't know why, and we had a session and I was like, oh, because you're channeling and you're not moving your hands. So like she was like, yeah, I wanted to start moving my hands, but it felt like a little weird because I don't usually like go like, do these things. And so you might feel that too, or you might hear some stream of consciousness or other language in your head, and so you can kind of speak that out. And if you don't, sometimes it kind of feels like it might hurt, but it's just because it's like energy building that wants to be expressed. So it's a good question. Yeah, I should have been like, hey, morning. Do you guys is there any other questions? Make sure.
So that the channeling again, it's just like journaling whatever comes up and then reading what's coming. Like again, that is an meditation experience, then start and see what comes up in that. You're getting a message.
That's another form of channeling too, that people, they can express whatever's coming through. Like sometimes people just start to write and it might sound like their voice, and eventually, because they're writing, they're giving ego a very important task of writing, and then you step out of your way and then you write things that you're like, how do I know that? Or like, that doesn't sound like me. So that's channeling, right? We can all do it. So we just, it's the intention and sitting down. And so that's why I say like some people don't even know that they're consciously doing it. So if you guys are here today, you might kind of start to notice some of those things. So yeah.
From what you said, I'm just curious, from your personal experience.
Yeah.
Is there a difference in the vibration Jesus Christ and Christ Jesus, do you notice any? Like if someone were to repeat Jesus Christ, Jesus Christ, Jesus Christ over and over, as compared with someone repeats the name Christ Jesus, Christ Jesus, Christ Jesus. What do you think?
You know,
I'm just curious.
my thoughts are, I think it's just frequency and intention, right? So it's yes, you can put things in different ways, but if you're just like, this is what I'm doing, there's unconditional love, you're stepping into that, believing it, then that's
It's going to be the same thing, basically.
my feeling and from my experience. It's just all about my focus and my intention, and I can quantum heal today, right there. Like if I want to do that, or if I wanted to step into unconditional.
I want to mention in the Catherine Ponder's book, I just want to see what your thoughts were, because I read in Catherine Ponder's book, The Dynamic Laws of Prayer, on page 194. She does explain that there is a difference in the vibration, although both are very powerful.
Well, words do have a frequency, they do, but it's also our thoughts and our belief and kind of all that.
Okay.
So, thank you. Yeah, and you know, you use your discernment too on what you feel. I always say use your discernment. You might have teachers.
It's what I remember what it said in there.
Yeah. So
it's around page 193 to 195.
Thank you. So I wanted to thank everyone for coming here today. I know a lot of you, so I really appreciate that. And I'm really happy to have kind of shared this experience with you. Feel free to go over to my table. I mean, if you go to the right, and that first door on the right, if you want to continue the conversation. I do also personal Akashic sessions as well. So feel free to kind of like look at my site, grab my info, ask me any questions about what I do. But you guys are like the biggest part of this experience because you guys showed up. So I thank you guys.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
for being here for our last session at the SoulSearch Expo. I know people are busy getting their last readings and healings and buying their crystals. So I'm glad you guys have joined me. So what brings you here today?
To the session or
Yeah.
both? I mean, I have my own business. I blend in a lot of spiritual, soulful elements. It's been an interesting process for me. I come from a corporate background, but I'm a very different version of myself now. So I'm playing around with what that means for me to blend kind of my more strategic side with more of the spiritual side.
Amazing. Can I ask what your business is?
Yeah, I do one-on-one coaching with individuals, but I also do leadership development for businesses. So I work with business leaders, executives.
And now you're bringing in some more spiritual aspects. Okay.
So, and it's been interesting with my one-on-one clients, it's very spiritual and it's such powerful work. But I've been sensing this feeling of fear or embarrassment if I try to bridge it back into corporate spaces, and I'll be rejected in spaces.
Yeah.
Even though I know it's really valuable, I've been noticing this.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, that's cool. That's a really important thing that comes up. So what's your name?
Heather.
Heather. Welcome, Heather. Awesome. And what about you? What's your name?
So I'm Todd. I'm a clinical therapist and life coach, and so I actually don't know about kind of what she was talking about with the whole. So for me, it's I had a really powerful experience where I kind of experienced divine, kind of a near-death experience, that kind of thing. But it was very powerful for me. I was basically at this point, right? And so I had this journey that I went on. But I also want to right now, I want to help people that are not spiritual at all. Also, offer a program to where it's transcendental hypnotherapy, where they can get to that place too. So it's kind of finding that balance. I really just should kind of see what everything is about.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, awesome. Well, welcome. You're in the right place. You would hear all day or part of the afternoon?
I couldn't. I had to go pick up my mom or do a couple of things. So I got here about
okay.
I've been around. I looked around and everything.
Nice. Okay, so you're in the energy.
Yes, definitely.
Amazing. Okay, awesome. Welcome. And you? Brianna, nice to meet you.
I have been bad experience was going through a difficult time, and I actually attended my birthday this year, and you were actually the first speaker that I come across. So I really enjoyed your talk. I really enjoyed Charlie's talk. I'm going to go there but you guys both really spoke to me. So I wanted to come back. I love everything. Lighter, better, so, but at that point, I was really a shift in energy just because everything had been dark, not really.
Oh, welcome. And I know you missed Charlie's talk, but you have a chance to chat with him. Yeah, Charlie's my husband, and he's also one of the healers and teachers here as well. And he did a talk yesterday, but we had some schedule changes, so unfortunately you missed it. But I'm glad you're here. Yeah.
Most
How was that?
Yeah.
Amazing. So that you're getting that energy. I love that. Thank you, Alexa. And you?
I'm Dulcita.
Okay, Dulcita, we met earlier.
Yes.
And so what brings you to the expo and also to this session?
I guess I like what you described about the session, and I happen to be here, and so it was convenient. I've been to previous SoulSearch, so I look forward to seeing the exhibitors and some of the talks.
Okay, wonderful. And in terms of, do you have a business or path or something that you feel that you are bringing more spirituality into, or a spiritual business, or just curious? If you don't, it's okay.
Yeah, I do some virtual assistance work for a miracle healer, and I do some energy clearings myself, and I offered them and been paid. Currently, I'm not officially doing them, but considering doing that again.
I didn't ask you, what about you? And for your business work, are you involved in spiritual things or not at all? Okay, great. Welcome. Awesome. Well, welcome. How'd you find out about the event?
She saw it online and I think I really maybe last. So that created a little, bond and chat between us. So
Wonderful. Exactly. Well, we have definitely what we call Soul Family reunion here, Soul Family gathering. That's part of like what's happening right now in the world, and why we're drawn to coming to events like these. Like you said, we were kind of feeling in a dark place, and you left feeling uplifted and open, and that in the end is what spirituality is about, right? It's we're love. We're all love, right? And it's easy to say that, but what does that mean, right? It means that we're open and we release judgment and we see each other for our highest and best selves without that separation and division. But how do we do that in a world where we're constantly surrounded by separation and division? That's the program that we're operating. And it's not no one's fault. And again, it's not a judgment even on the program. It's just that's where we've been. Have you guys heard of the Piscean age and that now we're moving into the Aquarian age? You guys heard about that? Different epochs. So, if you a lot of spiritual worlds in terms of different ages that we live through. And you've heard that song, the Aquarian, Age of Aquarius. So this is the Age of Aquarius that we're now coming into. And it's an age of community and collaboration and sharing and stepping into oneness, into our unity consciousness, into that one love that we are, who we are. And the Piscean age was a lot about logic, which is not a bad thing. It helped us to create a lot of technological transformations and innovations, build businesses and systems. It was also the age of hierarchies, religion, governments, of finance, of education, of business. And, so we are really right now in this major transformation of the world because we're moving from a world of hierarchies and being put in boxes, being told who we are and what it is that we're supposed to do and who we are supposed to be in this world, to one where we can actually be who we already are. And that's the rub. That's the rub. That's the discomfort that we have, because we don't even realize it, but we walk around in this sense of restriction like this, and everyone on the planet. For some people, it's so hard that all they can do is be angry and be in fear and take it out on the people. Because that's what happens, right? When we're squeezed so hard, and we're in this state of restriction, and then but now we're being called into stepping into the freedom of who we truly are. We can exhale. But that is also an act of bravery and an act of liberation. And it's the ultimate act of self-love.
What was it? Ultimate self-love?
Of self-love.
What is
it? When we can be free.
Breathing.
Yes, we can be who we truly are because we walk around in restriction. We walk around in restriction of who we are told we need to be in this world. And we're in boxes, right? The boxes of, this is my family. This is my religion. This is my gender. This is my education. This is my profession. And depending on your lifestyle you know, you may have been told, you need to check off these boxes. They need to look like this. And that's gonna make you a good person. That's gonna make you a happy person. Are you checking off all the boxes, right?
Yes.
But what's happening today is people are checking off the boxes. They're like, where am I?
Yeah.
Where am I?
Yeah.
Exactly. It's where am I in these boxes, right? Because it's not about who people have told us we're supposed to be. It's about discovering who we truly are. And that's our life's purpose. That's our life's journey. It's not to become an accountant. I mean, it can be part of your life's journey to become an accountant. And there's nothing like to be a wonderful accountant, you know? It's not your life's purpose to necessarily make $1 million. You can make $1 million, and that's wonderful too, if that's part of your life's journey. But your life's purpose is just to experience you in the true essence of who you are. Not doing what you have been told you're supposed to do. And so that's what's happening to us right now. Because when we start opening up, when we're in a place like this where all of a sudden, boom, wow, like everyone's energies are wide open. You are surrounded by psychics and mediums and channels and healers, and this whole place is buzzing with energy, right? Because everyone here is doing what you've been told is impossible, doesn't exist, isn't real.
It's like a
Because Vigo is saying it's not real.
It's not real. So you kind of step in here and you're like, wait a minute, if all of this is possible, if all of this is real, then what's possible for me?
Yeah.
Right?
It's like a different world.
Exactly.
You know?
So we get opened up. And so when our soul is drawn to come to events like these, or meet other people who are in the spiritual realm, spiritual world, it's our soul's calling, saying, hey, knocking on us, saying, hey, we're opening up to who we truly are. Are you ready? Let's get ready to go. And that can be really scary, like you said. Oh, that can be really scary because here everyone's like, oh yeah, we love this. This is amazing. Of course, I'm getting all this intuitive guidance. I'm speaking to my pet that passed away. I'm having these miracle healings. So, here you're having all these things, and you're like, if you go tell people outside, they're going to think I'm nuts, right? Yeah. And that's a lot of that's a real thing. That's a real thing for all of us.
One thing to say, I realized I've almost kind of like put people in buckets. For a while, it's like my safe people that I'm like, I can talk about this stuff with, but I'm looking at me like crazy. Mm-hmm. And then it's like, oh, these people, I'm not sure, and they don't feel as safe. And that's what's becoming really clear. It's like me needing to also let those go and to be able to stand in my truth regardless. Mm-hmm. But I feel like that's kind of my stepping stone. It's like, oh, I can start talking in smaller circles about this stuff. But yeah, it's a whole new level that I'm looking at. Okay, like especially bridging back into places and spaces that involved like where the old version of me exists, right? Where people knew me as a certain way. So it's interesting.
Exactly. No, that's so true because we create identities, right? A lot of the identities we create are based on what we think people want to see. It's what people want us to be. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with people want us to be a certain way. But do we want to be? Is that the person that we are?
Do you know what I've been feeling here too? Is like, Kim, you guys are so uplifting and energy's loving. I feel like I have been stifled, and then I'm now, it's kind of like, I want where you're at. Do you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. I want to be that way. So I don't want to be this stipend. And so just being whoever I want to be, just being real,
Seeing all of them, how they all have their own individual gifts. Now I'm putting my hands in that room.
Exactly. But it's true. It's like, and you were talking about that, how we, without realizing it, we live a life in restriction when we are here for freedom. And we are free, and we are love, and we are self first. But when we live in restriction, we forget because we put everyone else before. What are they in?
Yeah.
What do they want? What do they need? Who do they need? Who are they used to me? What are they gonna think? What are they gonna say? Right?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah. More so in the sense, I need more. If my so
yeah, it is.
I felt free following like travel stuff. Feel like not that I can do that now that I'm actually
And we all, of course, you have the trauma that you're dealing with that is keeping you, from feeling like your true life. You know the beauty of who you are, the lightness of who you are. We're here for joy. We're here for fun. For the happiness.
I just thought of something. I thought, all this stuff, the messages in my head that I'm giving myself, the stuff I'm giving myself, not just out there. I mean, that just happened. But what am I doing to myself now? That's the big one. And if I can get free of that, that'll lift me up and lighten me up and just be more free. Do you know? Because all that, I'm not doing that. I don't want to do that to myself. Because all that happened, that was just out there and how I perceive things. And now I'm doing it to myself. See, I want to get free of the self. Or like this, I've been hearing here too, Jared, and getting the ego out of the way. And the messages out of the way. And you said you did the breath work. Did you say you did breath work?
I do a lot of breath work.
Yeah.
It's really powerful.
Yeah, and you get
We're opening up.
That opened you up, huh? Yeah. What kind of breath work did you do?
I mean, I've done lots of different types, but I think I would more feel into a practitioner. Find somebody who's leading a class. That's how I recommend you start.
Oh.
And find somebody who there's probably stuff online, but also in-person classes.
Are you local?
Yeah, I know somebody here. I'll give you his information.
Thank you.
His classes are phenomenal.
Oh, wow. Thank you. Well, see, all these things, and the medium class, stuff in the gym, yeah.
And that's the thing, there's so many tools that we have available for us in these modalities. We can talk about it as well. And, Charlie, and there's many healers who can help you kind of release release cut some of those cords. And we, oh yeah, okay. Yeah, we do. We hold it out. Therapy. Therapy. So, go ahead.
I would say one thing I think like part of this is that people confusion, where it's like a lot of times sometimes you saw all of these emotions, it's like science is not studied. And it's like you can go back, you can change how you perceive things, you can shift the way that your trauma in ways that you're not conscious of. And by stepping out of the ego, like she was saying, and getting above that, seeing from a different perspective that can help you unlock. Help you unlock, get through that block, get through with that pain, the trauma that you're feeling, learn a lesson or something that's holding that emotion inside of you. Once you get that peace, it's like people are able to step into themselves and just get out of that with the cycling, step into themselves without having to.
like a lightness, it's the spirit where we can be mediums. Because the other stuff is keeping us from being that and getting in touch with that higher self. I'm just getting
Exactly. And so that's really why we're here, because each one of us, we're here, we're part of this new Aquarian age. We're part of bringing in these new energies of community, of collaboration, of openness, of connection with one another, of letting go of the judgments, releasing the hierarchies. We're here to actually open up and build new systems, ways of being. We're going to see completely new changes in government, in health systems, our education systems. All of that is coming. But it comes from us. It comes from our own consciousness shifting. And that consciousness shifting, that's our consciousness. Because it's no longer about, oh, I'm in the corporate world, I have to be this way, I have to be this kind of coach, because that's what people expect of me. And I can't bring in meditation. I can't bring in talking to your service. They're going to do that.
That's exactly what I'm trying. I'm like, no, I can bring these things. Like telling myself all those things that I was like, why can I not?
Exactly. And we tell ourselves, it's that thought pattern, that loop that we tell ourselves, I can't move beyond it. I can't be my own self. I can't open up to my gifts. I can't bring more and more of my spiritual gifts out to my They're not going to accept it. We have these stories, running in our head, but they're not our stories. It's like we're on radio now. When we're out in the world, we're on the radio now. This stuff doesn't exist. This is not real. You have to live in your pain. You have to be the person that you were taught to be. You can't do that. What are people going to think about? You can't go back because you did this. How can you ever go back? So we're on this radio frequency that's around us, and it's created by everything, by media, by family, by friends, because everyone's in this radio. But what are we doing here? We are raising. We're shifting it. So we're shifting the dial, each one. And as we shift the dial, we're shifting it individually. We're shifting as a community, and we're shifting it collectively. So it's really important. And we step into our power. When we turn down the old noise, and raise the frequency for ourselves. And that's our soul. Self-love. Self-love. Because when we say, I can't do that, I can't, even though it's not like you have to. If your heart wasn't telling you to do that, you don't have to. Totally. I have another business coach, and she's like, I love what I do. There's no spirituality in my practice. That's beautiful for that person. But for you, your soul has an energy saying, I'm ready.
It's super touching. It's part of it's my purpose for sure.
Exactly.
It's to bring these things back to these things.
Exactly.
And I even have to be careful because I even, if I talk about it, sometimes people will be like I actually hear earlier yesterday, I mentioned it, and somebody's response to me was immediately like, oh, corporate's not ready for that. And I was just like, okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
We'll see.
Thank you for that. But I'm here.
I just had to be like, cool.
Exactly. Because the world will reflect that. We are fears of our own reality, and we are constantly jumping from timeline to timeline, reality to reality. So sometimes our soul is like, yes, I'm doing it. Our soul is like, I'm doing it. But our human mind is like, I don't think it's going to happen. They're not ready. And then someone's going to reflect that to you.
And I think the cool thing is I caught it though.
Yes.
I caught it, and I was like, and I almost was like, oh no, and then I just was like, yeah, we'll see. Like, I don't know about that. And I was able to notice where I would have or could have very easily fallen into, oh my gosh, I'm right.
Yeah, exactly. And that's probably why it came up. And it's okay, even if you had faltered, I'm not saying faltered, even if you had like, you're right, maybe it's not the right time. That's okay too. We're here for the human journey. You know, we're not here to be perfect or the same every time, right? Like we're here, but those reflections come up to us, and every moment is a choice to say yes to my soul, yes to my soul's calling, yes to my love, yes to the love of myself. And when we say yes to the love of myself, that's when we're saying yes to the love of humanity, yes to the love of the universe, yes to the love of everyone. That, because we are here for liberation. The liberation starts with each one of us. Because you're here for your liberation. You know, you're for that server. But you know that you also have to support spiritual liberation and the flow of our world, which is amazing. And you can bring it. You can bring it. You know, you don't have to be, you know, channeling with everyone in the first session, but you can be bringing in spirit guides, you can be bringing in messages, you can be asking people to tune into their angels. Everyone is ready, and everyone. Yeah.
So a friend of mine who also has makes a comment that, well, I'll never be able to. And that is never sat right. Yeah. So
and that's very strong, and that's liberation for you, because we have, you know, we are taught to be people pleasers. We're taught to be like, oh yeah, of course I do. Oh, of course I feel that way, you know, because we don't want to be the one that's going against the crowd, right? Even when it's about our own personal traumas and pain, because you want to be empathetic to your friend who's also. But in your heart, in your soul, you're like, I am I'm a whole person. And we can respect where she is at on her journey, but you know where you're at on your journey.
for a while I did keep that on.
Sure.
And
We're never that person. It's okay if someone is on a journey where they're feeling, because that's their place and that's their journey. And we're here to honor all journeys. We all incarnate here for our own individual purpose, journey, experience, and that is different for all. You know, whether you are homeless and in the streets, whether you're a Nobel Science Prize laureate, we don't know what goes on in each of those persons moment to moment. And we're not here to judge that. We're here to honor. We're here to honor ourselves. So exactly, having that moment-to-moment awareness of whatever is being said to us, asking, how can I be loved in this moment?
Loved.
And how can I be loved in this moment?
Loved in this moment.
so I missed the topic.
Oh yeah, so she was just saying that one of our mediums here, Jared, the medium who has this great show on SoulSearch TV called Medium Sized Ego, what he talks about is how everyone has intuitive gifts and capabilities. And he, in his show, he goes into it also during his classes, he'll say, you know, I just got to get my ego out of the way.
Yes.
My ego comes, he's like, my ego comes up and I get scared. What if I say the wrong thing? What if I don't give them the reading? What if I put it through the wrong person? And he's like, I just got to let all that go.
Yeah.
And that's a moment-to-moment practice for all of us, you know? Like, he's talking to him about it in his mediumship work, but it's something that comes up for all of us in every moment, you know? How much are we thinking about what others think?
Yes.
What others want? What others feel? And how much do we let that run? What we're going to say and do and be? And how much do we let that take that out of food? We were giving a great example. No, I am mindful. You know, we were like, yes, but I was letting this person. And you too. And we were like, I know I can bring this to the world. They're ready. You know, doesn't mean every single person is ready, but you know, they're ready. Yeah. There's ready. There's ready. The world is ready. Yeah, that's what these events. The world is ready. You know?
Yeah. How do you balance that? I feel like one of my problems is I feel like, I don't know, pessimistic. I feel like for a lot of the young people, especially like it started to collapse. Like they don't believe in the divine, they don't believe in spirituality. The things of like the ego is so powerful in their lives. They're not willing to move stuff. That stuff. It's not scientifically proven. It has no bearing. It's like, how do you bring that? Like, where I'm trying to like help people that are sort of want those people to kind of like. So I'm trying to find this middle ground where it's like I can connect people where they are, but also like trying to just kind of push them a little bit in the right direction. Maybe where that goes. I feel like there is a lot of not hate, but just like it's a limitation that people put on themselves, and it's like it's sometimes so deep in people that it's like they're not open.
Yeah. It's true. I mean, there's a lot of, disillusion when we look around the world, and there's a lot of, may not feel there's a connection to something greater than themselves. And how could there be when you look at the world around so much war, devastation, political strife, and economic strife? It's like, how can there be any spirit when you look around? And it's true, you can feel that. But, it's not for us to judge or want to say that's all, that's all that is. And people in their heart of hearts have a feeling and a knowing and understanding. And it's for you to speak soul to soul. That's for all of us. Like you too, like for you to all of us. We speak soul to soul and to remember that understanding. Because when you are looking, whether it's like corporate leaders, your young people that you want to reach, your own friends and family, that may not see you, these are all people. But there are souls. And we're here. We're here to speak souls to their highest selves. We step into that. As we step into our highest selves, we remember that everyone is under. We begin to speak soul to soul. And remember that I am one. How can I be loved and joined? And how can I be loved and joined? So that, you may feel like, okay, these young people are never going to understand. But at the same time, there is an understanding. If some people come to these events, they're like, I don't know why I came here. I don't even know what brought me here. I don't even believe it. Stuff. They're here all day. They're going to connect. And soul is drawn here. Soul is drawn to you and to you and to you, and it's their journey. We never know who or what or how someone is going to open.
Yeah.
We have no clue. But it can happen in any way. It can happen through a meditation, through a conversation, through a hypnotherapy session, through a breathwork session, just by getting a reading. Because all of these things, they open us. Mm-hmm. So there can be people who are completely closed off, just like you said. You were closed off at one point too, right? Exactly.
Yeah.
You had your near-death experience and your experiences to open up to all of this, and you're expanded, right? So we're all on this journey. No one is not on the journey. We're all here opening up, and you know what? It's exciting.
I was going to say, that's what I want to do. I want to excel. Get where you're at.
Well, journey too. And for me, I have SoulSearch. It's a spiritual company, organization. We have a platform of spiritual healers. I didn't want to do it for a long time. I used to run an international trade company. I was spiritual, but I was like, my spiritual life is my personal. It's over here. I'm the CEO of this international trading company. No one needs to know about my spiritual life. No one needs to know what I do there. I had the idea for SoulSearch, and I was like, no, we cannot do that. Even one of my team members at my trading company, she was like, you know what? Like, you know, so many healers, many modalities, many practitioners. Why don't you do work with that? She's like, this is so stressful. I was like, no. I was like, this is my purpose. This is my life. This is why I was born to have this trading company. No, we get so stuck in what we think we're supposed to do and who we're supposed to be.
The ego back.
Exactly. The ego got I cannot push the ego on. Even though I was a bear, I was meditating hours a day, and I was still so stuck in that identity.
Yeah.
We get so stuck.
Yeah.
But my soul was calling because I had the idea for SoulSearch. I wanted to connect people to practitioners. I wanted to create community, but in my heart, but I was like, no, that's not what I'm supposed to do. Like, what are people going to think? That's so weird. And it took a series of life experiences, you know, like really traumatic ones of me losing my business and losing everything and having to really let go of my entire life. I had nothing. I literally had nothing. I moved to California, and I had moved to California, and I thought, and then I just started doing the same thing all over again. And then I moved to Sedona. And again, I just, and I was like literally on my knees. I thought I was trying to rebuild my trading company, and nothing was working. And finally, I asked me what it sounds like. Nothing is working. Like, please tell me, like, what am I supposed to do? And they go, how long are you going to keep ignoring spiritual work? And I said, what do you mean? I meditate every day. I host big spiritual ceremony in the Sedona for my community. I do all the spiritual activities. They're like, no. How long are you going to keep it? Okay.
Wow.
And then that's when I got off the website, I started showing it to my friends, and then everything started. That was just 2.5 years ago.
Wow. So this is all great. You.
Yeah, exactly. Like that happened like just a little bit over 3 years ago. Wow. Wow. You know, and I built. But it took that to happen to me. And that's a common story because we don't want to listen.
Yeah.
You know, the soul
Yes.
And then we listen. No, but we don't have to wait for those arguments. And sometimes we get those because that is our life's journey. That is our life's purpose. And we learn humility. And we learn compassion.
Yes.
We learn self-love, right?
Yes.
Because we have a lot of blame when things fall apart, when things don't. And we tend to blame ourselves. Should have done it. How would you do that? Why would you do that? So we have to come back. So the universe brings us, whether it's fear of losing our identity, losing friends, losing family. You know, we all go through these things. Even for, you know, my family doesn't accept it. Then like, this is really un-Islamic.
Do they ever come over?
So, you know, they're like, this is really weird stuff. So we all know, you know, we're all on this journey of having, you know, we're all on this journey of like, how do I become who I am in this world?
Yeah.
You know, but it's a journey of love. It's a journey of liberation.
Journey of love.
And it's a journey of courage. Just to be who we are is a huge act of liberation when we live in a world that tells us who we're supposed to be. Everywhere. On television, Instagram,
Facebook, oh, you gotta look this way, you gotta be this way, you gotta have this life, you gotta, we're just bombarded. And that's when we kind of scroll into the practice, right? Meditation, silence, just silencing that outside world. And coming back to our presence, to our.
What meditation do you practice?
Well, I'll take your meditation in a bit, so don't worry, meditation together. But, I just connect to, the presence, to source energy, to our angels, and to the guides, to Gaia, grounding into motherhood. Yeah. As we ground deeply into Gaia, we can do that in any moment. I just connect to Mother Earth. She's there strengthening us and stabilizing us, and that helps us into the celestial realms, into the angelic. There's nothing.
I just want to say, I'm so glad you're doing what you love to do, how you got here, because you do it really well.
Thank you.
I mean, you're so gifted.
Oh, thank
you so much. It's just flow. Are you channeling them? Because it's just flowing.
Thank you. So, we're just here coming together. But it was Spirit that told me to do this topic. I don't usually do like divine feminine circles and things like that in this session. But Spirit said, let's do this. Let's step into love together. And step into who we are. Stepping into that visibility of who we are. Because that's what helps us to bring who we are into our business. Bring who we are into our lives. Right? Because we are used to making ourselves invisible at the expense of ourselves. Because we think we need to be someone else. And we don't even realize that we're so busy being someone else that we are invisible. So this is now our act of courage and liberation for the universe. Like, that's how important this work is that we're doing. Because when we take a stand for our most authentic and true self, say, this is me, this is who I am. Doesn't matter what you or you say or want or think.
Yeah.
This is me. We are taking that step forward for ourselves. And we're taking that step forward. So the millions and billions around the world can't take that step. So we're at the forefront. We are so blessed because we are here in this space where we are and I'm supported. I'm loved. I can be me. There's all these people out here who be for me. I can go and tell them anything about myself. They're gonna think I'm crazy. They're just gonna give me love. And I can give myself.
Yeah.
And I can be there. Yeah. So we are here for this true liberation experience. And then that takes us from invisibility to visibility. Who we truly. And it's a process. It's a process. You might be like, hey, and you're like, wait a minute. You're gonna think, but it doesn't. I don't do it all at once. I don't have to jump in and say, I'm just gonna go to the street corner and be like, you guys gotta be doing spiritual practice with me all day. It's just the first step. What is the first step that you would like to take? Bringing more of the spiritual.
I mean, I think for me, one big thing that's coming to mind is standing in who I am, but then letting go of expectation, right? Because I think that was something that, like, with what you were saying, like, how do you balance people that are resistant and do reject it right now? And one big thing that I've really been trying to carry with me is, like, even if their reaction to me is not what I was hoping for, it doesn't mean it's not valuable for them.
Yeah.
So, like, I guess this is an example that's coming to me. So there was an executive I used to work with. I was her, literally her right-hand consultant coach for years. And when I decided to start doing more of this spiritual coaching, I reached out to her. And I was like, hey, I coached her all the time on her team and her business, but I was like, hey, I'm doing this work. It can be business focused, but it could also be more individualized if you wanted to talk about your life, etc. And she was so deeply uncomfortable. Immediately I could feel like the thought of me offering to help like talk about more personal stuff was just like very, very uncomfortable for her, the whole thing. And she was like, she got really kind of squirrely. We were talking. She was like, can I get back to you? I don't really know. And I was like, yeah, that's like no problem at all. I didn't want to make her uncomfortable, but I was just offering it. And we got off the call and she like ghosted me. Never heard from her again. Like she went super dark. And at first I felt like, oh my gosh, did I make her uncomfortable? Did I do something wrong? It was all me trying to like really attack myself about it. And then it's funny because, we still don't have like a close relationship. She's not one of my clients right now. But I will say, like, she follows me on social media. She looks at all my posts. She watches them. So it was this moment for me to be like, okay, like, even if she is like still resistant and there's a that's not ready and isn't interested right now, like maybe there was still something there for her. Like she still could have gotten a benefit from me stepping into my truth and my authenticity and holding that. Even if like she never wants to actually work with me, right? Like there's something that maybe she can still get. So that's been big for me. It's like kind of let go of the expectation.
Yeah, and that's huge because she's still following you. She's looking at your posts. So she's not ready to go there with you. Yes. It's okay. We honor where she's at. Exactly. But doesn't mean you can open up. Didn't mean there was the resonance there.
And even the resistance, right? Like when you are being yourself and there's people that feel really triggered or uncomfortable or like this about it, like there's medicine in that for them in that as well.
Yeah, and she knows that you're there because she's wanting, to hold on to something there.
Yeah. So I think that's been, so I guess I don't know if I answered your exact question, but stepping back into the corporate world like this, I think I'm preparing myself for that. For some people, it to be kind of like, like an attraction, and some people to kind of feel repelled by me. And can I be okay with that? Right? And know that there's still something hopefully positive that they're getting from it, even if they feel like repelled by me, like, oh, what is she trying to bring into this? Right? It's,
Yeah. And it's not even repel, it's just that it's where they're at, right?
Yeah.
And it's not personal.
No,
that's the thing. Can we let go? Because we're taught to people please, and we're taught to, oh my God, everyone has to like us. Everyone has to love us. Everyone has to want to work with us. And that's not true, right? I mean, we live in such a diverse community. That's what makes Earth such a beautiful planet in this universe. We are coveted and honored and respected across the universe and multiverse because we are such a diverse community.
Yeah.
We have such diversity in people and ethnicities, in our biodiversity, our biology, everything, food, culture. And that's what makes America so rich. That's what makes so beautiful. That's what makes America so
Isn't that cool?
And so we're not here to all be the same. We're not here to make each other. You're never going to know exactly what it is. You're never going to know exactly. And that's okay. That's okay. But are we here to help each other? Of course. Does that mean that we're all going to be friends? No. Does that mean we're all going to think that the way to a better world is the same? No. And that's okay. And it's here, we're going to let go. We're going to release that wanting and needing, oh my God, everyone understands. Oh, because we create everything as personal. We're almost nothing is personal. And everyone is having their own experience. Everyone is having their own bad day or good day or trauma or jubilation. Everyone's having their own experience. And they're showing that to us. They're just showing us who they are.
Yeah.
They're not showing us who we are. We are here. Who we are.
That's been my mantra the last 2 months. Like, I'm not for everybody.
Yes.
And everyone is not for me, and that's
okay. Exactly. Yeah. That's totally okay. Not everyone wants to come to this. Yeah. That's okay. Some people come and they think it's weird. Some people love it. It's like, we're just here. We're here and open door. And you have to have an experience. If you come and you're like, this is weird, I don't believe. Again, not trying to take it first.
But it's funny how somebody would come, there must be something there,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So even if they come, they think it's weird.
Yeah.
Their eyes are still open to be like,
Yeah.
whoa.
Yeah.
So it must be.
Yeah, exactly. It must be real. If there's something happening there. So that's the thing, like.
And it's always kind of deceit, like your boss, you, sounds like you kind of deceit, now it's a matter of what their journey is at.
Exactly. We're planting seeds. Exactly. That's a great way to put it because that's the work, right? Sometimes you'll be there just to plant a seed. And sometimes you're gonna be there to water and nurture and grow.
And I've seen that even happen, like conversations I'll had a couple of years ago, all of a sudden out of the blue, one of those people will be like, hey, actually, could I talk to you about this? Right? But like something I don't even remember, like offhandedly, that was from a few years ago. So again, it's that idea of like, we don't know exactly what's going to materialize or the expectation of it, but just, again, having more of those opportunities to just be authentic.
Exactly. And expectation is all about ego, right? Because we have like, oh my God, like they have to respond to us. They want to become our client. They have to want to work with us. Otherwise they're rejecting. Not really rejecting. They're doing something different. We have a million choices. You guys don't have to be here in this room. You could have been someplace else. I wasn't taking it personally.
Yeah.
It's fine. It's fine. She wanted to leave. She probably was like, that's okay. I'm not taking it personally.
Yeah.
Yeah. But we're taught to take things personally.
Yeah.
So we're here to just let all that go. We're here to release and just come into the love.
It's like sometimes my unworthiness will take it personally.
Yes.
Or I'll take their words and make them about me when they're not even. That must be the old program.
It is.
Okay.
These are all old programs that we have running, and it's nothing to feel bad about or beat ourselves up about because they're programs. We're all programs. The most told us early today. They're just BS belief systems. It's just BS.
That's good.
So we're talking about BS. We can just say to ourselves, that's just an old BS. I need to, it's okay if I did, if I did buy into that, or I did believe in that, or live my life within that framework or box or paradigm.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm here for something new. I'm creating something new. I'm here for love. That's what we're here for. We're here for love. We're here to live love. What does that mean? It just means to live who we truly are and to love ourselves. And to be the love that we are in everyone and to be loved. Because we are, that is the number one thing. We are so the universe, on source, guides, even if they don't feel, even if they don't react because we are all one. We're all here in unity consciousness. If you guys are here for Jared's sessions or Suzanne's sessions or Victoria's sessions where they're doing live group readings, and picking up on everyone's energies. How do we do that? How do you pick up on your client's energy? There is no separation. Yeah, of course, if it seems like you're separate, you have a body and I have a body, and you guys, we all look different. Yeah, of course. That's this incarnation. That's this journey. Yes, but we're all
also
yeah, we're all still bubbles. Consciousness. We're all consciousness. We're all energy, but we're all here. Source, learning about ourselves. Because source energy is so vast. What better way to learn by being you, by being you, by being you, by being you. I think all the life experiences that each one of us have been.
Yeah.
In the end, we're all here for you. So we're all stepping into that together. This is the Aquarian age. And we start individually. When we look around the world, people are thinking, oh my God, the world's falling apart. The world's falling apart. It's a disaster. It's okay, you can look at that and then think that. But we can also look around the world and say, you know what? The world is broken. People are shifting.
Yeah.
There's more abundance than ever before. There are more opportunities than ever before. We are here for peace. We are here to end homelessness. We're here for beautiful open education for everyone. We're here to bring. When we can stand in our sovereignty, that that's possible, then we begin to breathe. And then that seems like such a big job. Like, how do we create a new world? But we're creating a now earth. And it starts with us in every moment. Because every moment is, how can I choose? How can I be? How can I be loved? How can I remember? So when you are in the COVID setting, how can I be loved? And maybe it's the moment. Maybe I'll bring people into meditation. Maybe I'll bring people in connection to their spirit guide. Maybe I'll take them to the breath. Something more than, or maybe not. Maybe it's not the moment. But it's okay. If it is, and don't be afraid. We're here to be loved. I was so afraid to do this, what I do now, that I have to have my whole life off to finally force me into it. Because I was so scared to step out of all boxes.
Do you have any tips on working through here? Because like I feel so strongly, like I can picture myself doing it, and like I guide meditation all the time, and it's one of my gifts. I'm really good at it, but like I can picture myself doing it, but then the thought of, oh my gosh, but like, again, what are they going to think? Are they going to be like, she's insane? Any, just help.
Yeah.
Who cares?
Meditation.
I think it's grounding, to be quite honest. Grounding with Mother Earth and stepping your feet into the mountains and touching your hand on the tree or whatever your heart desires when it comes to the nature of the universe. Me personally.
Yeah, I also think just like realizing that we all have a conscious to react inside. We're not it's like what other people are. We're separate people. Like you can have like these experiences, anxiety, these fears and stuff that's coming from inside of us. We can learn to live into it in this place of love, regardless of what anyone else is saying, what they're doing. You're able to kind of just step into that place of love and not feel that judgment because you love yourself. You feel that you're on the
But you come down to the grounding.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's a beautiful suggestion. Grounding, really feeling the fear. It's called to feel the fear. Because that's a very real thing. Yeah. You like to sit and be like, okay, this is coming up. It's real. And calm. Try on it. Say, I'm feeling scared. Let it go. Why? No, if you say, show me what I'm going to do. Show me why I'm going to. See what comes to you. And say thank you. So we're all so blessed just to be able to be here. Yeah. For you to be able to do what you do is an act of worship. And how fun is that? How joyful is that? We get so caught. We forget, wait a minute. It happens to me too. Like sometimes I'm like so stressed. I'm like, oh my god, hundreds of people come to this event today. I think I'm gonna go back. Is anyone going to show up? You know, every time we do that, I do this like every week. But is anyone going to come?
That's human.
Yeah, that's human. You know, so I come back and be like, you know what? It doesn't matter if just two people show up. Because you know, like this. Whoever's showing up, they're going to be here. They're going to have a transformation.
Yes.
And how lucky am I that I get to do this?
You get, yes,
Exactly.
that you helped all these people.
How blessed are we to be able to do what we do and be here? And to remember that. Remember, I just got to, you know, I got to, because we get so serious. We get so down. You know,
so it's good. Bring levity.
Exactly. Just bring levity into it. It's just like feeling the fear. The feeling and say this real, you know, where is this coming? You know, you can do a whole practice from where is it coming from? And that come up, you know, might come from we have a lot of childhood wounds that we carry, you know, just being shamed or being left out, being, you know, being put down. So we have a lot of these areas from childhood, we have minds, wanting to be invisible. Just let it come up, just experience. Show me source, energy, divine, show me these spirits. Let those come up.
And then that makes me to see it like this is also my opportunity. Like me going through this experience is also serving my.
Exactly, it is. Every opportunity is our own healing process. Every opportunity is our own healing process. It's our own journey of liberation. Maybe for some people it happens overnight. Most of us is ongoing practice.
Yeah,
right?
Mine is ongoing.
It's ongoing. It's it's on every day. Oh boy, like again. That's okay. That's the journey, right? Otherwise, if everything was just like the same all the time, it wouldn't be any fun.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe we think it would be fun, but our soul's like, no, it wouldn't be fun. We're here to learn the lesson. So yeah, exactly. See what comes up. Same again, ready to let that. Ready to let that go. And let me step into my greatest truth. Step into my greatest fun. And step into my greatest love. My truth. Show me the way. Just let that come up, let the fears come up, something it's a big thing in spirituality, we call spiritual bypassing, where we don't want everything is loud and light.
Yeah.
Everything is loud and light, but that doesn't mean we don't feel negative emotions. That doesn't mean we don't feel despair, anger, fear, disappointment, sadness. All of that is a part of our human journey. And it's okay. And we want to feel those emotions. It's when we can go in and feel those emotions in our heart, in the depth of who we are. That allows us to process. That's what we do. Processing. And we can step into our joy and step into our next step, our highest step. And it'll keep going. It'll keep going for you. It's going to keep evolving. It's just the beginning step for all of us. For all of us. It's just the beginning steps. There's so much more. Our human mind can't even comprehend what's in store. I always say that. Your human mind cannot even comprehend what the universe has in store. So just let go of your expectations for yourself and let the universe. The universe, show me what's the next. But show me what's the next step for my greatest desires. And let them show. Let them guide. Because it's far, far more than you could ever do. So I'm going to just we have your time, but I'll just take us into a little 2-minute practice of just closing our eyes and just relaxing into our spiritual heart, breathing in and breathing out, and just exhaling and letting go of all of the energies today, again, all of the people, just letting it all go and just relax. And relax into your spiritual. And as you relax into your spiritual, feel peace. Feeling the peace who you truly are as the perfection of all and the presence of the one source creator. You feel yourself glowing, glimmering, shining, brilliant. And you feel your energy growing brighter and brighter and stronger as you connect to your truest and highest self, your source energy. God consciousness. Feeling the God, Goddess who you truly are. Knowledge of them. Reveling in the great love of your true being. As you breathe into this brilliant, beautiful love, you shoot your energy down, 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 through your feet, through the crest of the earth, down, 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 connecting to the crystalline core. And as you connect to her crystalline core, boom, feel an explosion of energy. As you connect to her strength, her stability, her ancient and eternal wisdom. And you feel Mother Earth
grounding, supporting, strengthening, so steadfast, so strong. And breathe in this ancient, eternal power. You were always connected to Maya, and you relax into the unconditional love. Feeling your strength and love, feeling it enveloping you. You breathe in that love, strength. Knowing it feels so still every step that you take on this. You bring in your strength and stability. You bring it up, through the layers of the earth, through your feet, lighting up your chakra, grounding and stabilizing, so that you can walk steadfastly, lighting up your sacral chakra, your creativity, to create and do in your own unique, beautiful power. Lighting up your soul, to give you the will and the power to be who you truly are. Your own unique, beautiful presence. Lighting up your heart chakra, so you can love all. Across the planet, across the universe, and love yourself. Lighting up your throat chakra, so you can speak the truth of who you truly are. And lighting up your third eye, so that you know beyond the matrices of this. And lighting up your opening them wider to the powerful presence of your true source energy. And you shoot that energy up higher and higher and higher through the atmosphere, through the stars, through the solar system and galaxies, going higher and higher into the celestial realm. There you see you are surrounded by your family, the archangels, angels, ascended masters, and gods and goddesses, all there with you, celebrating, joyous. Archangel Michael, Metatron, Archangel Raphael, Uriel, Jesus, Mother Mary, Mary Magdalene, Moses, Abraham, Lakshmi, Ram, Krishna, Buddha, Tara, so many divine feminine masculine masters, known and unknown, named and unnamed, all with you, surrounding, celebrating, and they bow to you in honor of who you are, in all your power and all your, and they honor you for your courage to come here on this planet at this time for the liberation of yourself, for the liberation of all souls, for the liberation of the universe. For we are all here together for the upliftment and the transformation of humanity. You revel in this celebration looking around, and you feel your spirit soaring higher and higher and higher as you glimmer and shine this brilliant diamond light, feeling the energies of who you truly are, this pure source energy, eternal wisdom, unconditional love, harmony, beauty, peace. And this is who you truly are in the brilliance of yourself. your being, of yourself. Soar higher and higher and higher in the remembrance of your true being, feeling the grandeur and the glory. For you are the God, you are the God, you are divine. Feeling the eternal power of your soul. And breathe in this immense energy of your true being. And revel in the glory and remember of your true being. And bring this energy in, bring it back down. Celestial bells, the angels and ascended masters around you, feeling the celebration. And they say to you, remember, we are always with you. Just call on us. For we know who you truly are. You are loved. And we know why we are here. To be loved and to be loved. And if you forget, what you may do, just call on us. We are here to remind you and to say, in the love that you truly. You feel your heart going forever and forever. You bring in those energies down and down and down. Back through the solar system, through the stars, into the atmosphere. Bringing it into your crown chakra. Boom. Feeling your crown chakra explode as you bring in the activated energy into every cell of your body, activating every strand of DNA, activating the remembrance in you of your divinity. For this is who you truly are. A divine spiritual being. Here, supporting and uplifting humanity on this planet, just by being there. And we breathe in this power and energy into our heart, feeling it expand and explode, feeling that beautiful bright diamond light, activating every cell, every strand of DNA. We feel this explosion of who you are, lighting up this room, lighting up this country, lighting up the planet. And as we feel ourselves lighting up this entire planet, spreading across the universe, we travel around the world, going to the war zones, the homeless shelters, the hospitals, the orphanages, the prisons, the refugee camps, to our families and friends in pain, suffering, and despair. And we spread our love. We share our light. We share our hope and our faith and the remembrance of who we are as one, as one. And as we give, we receive. And as we give, we receive. And we choose one person to stand with. And we hold their hands and we look into their eyes. We feel their despair and their anger and their hopelessness. And we share our love and our peace and our harmony and our unconditional support and strength and eternal. And as we give, we receive. As we give, we receive. As we give, we receive. We bow in front of those individuals, thanking them for sharing their love and they honor us for sharing with them. And we feel a shift, an opening, and expansion within them, within us, and across them. For this is why we live. We are here, uplifting the planet, raising the frequency and being. We breathe in the love that we truly are. And we breathe it across the planet, across the universe. Remember this moment, this power, this love that we truly are. We are love, and we are soul. And we are bringing the energy in. Remember, we can come back into this moment anytime we choose, for it is always here with us, at all times, space, and time. Remembering who we truly are, and divinity. And we release. Back into your body. Begin to wiggle our feet. Still feeling connected to the energy of the powerful, the true soul span, true soul sense. And we return. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Never had anything like that. Isn't that beautiful? Oh, do you benefit too?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
It's
All connect. Oh, yes. Wow. They just, oh, you just feel I love feeling the experience. Isn't it amazing?
That's what we are. Thank you all for
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing this experience with us. Thank you for helping each of us who I truly am. Of course, thank you to our live stream community for tuning in all day. And thank you to dear Manuel, who's been managing the live stream for us. So thank you, Manuel, for your amazing hard work and for managing the live stream and all of our community tuning in. Thank you all. Lots of love and blessings. And we'll see you guys at the next expo. We're going to be in Reno next weekend. And of course, hope to see all of you back here in Scottsdale on January 11th and 12th.
Yeah.
So thank you guys. Bye. Take care. Blessings. Thank you all.
So are you're local though?
I was a donut.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
And